A guy named Ye Ching, a weak level 0 scavenger, was stuck in a dangerous situation. A bull monster loomed over him, ready to attack, but Ye Ching refused to die by its claws. Determined not to give up, he swung a useless weapon at the monster with all his strength. The scene flashes back to just before this fight. In G City, Ye Ching was running out of a rank C abyssal gate, chased by a monster. As he escaped, a man pushed him aside and attacked the beast. Ye Ching had grabbed some crystal-like materials from the dungeon. The job changer who killed the monster says, "We'll count those crystals one by one. Hide even one, and you'll pay double the fine, plus jail time." Ye Ching says he's been working long enough to know the rules. Scavengers were always level 0 grunts, and if the combat team didn't clear monsters properly, their lives were at risk. The base pay for escaping a dungeon was 300 yuan, plus a small commission from items. After fines, Ye Ching pocketed 540 yuan, but he needed 670,000 yuan to clear his debt. Then a guy tells him about a 3,000 yuan job. Seeing a chance to make cash, Ye Ching heads to meet the group. They're talking about a new abyssal gate that looks like a shopping mall. It's an A-rank dungeon, and every group that entered got wiped out. A flashback shows 10 years ago when abyssal gates appeared worldwide, unleashing terrifying monsters. Some people gained powers to fight them, called job changers. Killing monsters dropped magic crystals, weapons, and awesome support abilities, sparking a new era of human progress. Ye Ching's sister was in a coma, and with no money, doctors threatened to kick her out of the hospital. As a weak level 0, no one hired him. A man had loaned him money, but with a catch: if Ye Ching didn't repay on time, he'd have to sell his organs. Back in reality, another scavenger mocks Ye Ching about this deal. The scavenger team arrives at the abyssal gate's location, joined by some job changers. Ye Ching thinks, "This time I'll work as hard as I can, survive, and make some decent cash." They enter a B-rank gate that looks like an old underground mall. Wolf monsters attack. A job changer named Lao Feng uses his magic to hurl 2 massive fireballs, scaring the beasts off. Ye Ching, walking nearby, accidentally bumps into Lao Feng. Lao Feng snaps, grabs him by the throat and yells, "You blind or what? If any of your junk touches me, how do you think I'll feel? If I had the chance, I'd kill you like a monster." His colleague stops him, and Lao Feng tosses Ye Ching aside. Ye Ching knows in this world, a level 0 guy is worth less than trash. But no one knows his secret. His experience value is at 99/100ths. One more point, and he'll hit level 1, earning a chance to change his job. Inside, the scavenger group hunts for materials, but a wolf monster chases them. The others flee, but Ye Ching stands his ground. He notices the spirit wolf is at critical health. 2 level 1 weapons lie nearby. The monster lunges, but Ye Ching dodges and grabs the weapons. This is the chance he's been waiting for. He leaps at the monster, attacking, but his strike deals 0 damage since he's still level 0. The other scavengers laugh at him. Ye Ching dodges again, running. Using a branch, he swings through the air, trying to land a full-force hit. Meanwhile, the job changers are killing critically injured monsters, collecting their crystals. Their leader says, "We'll keep the priciest items and leave the leftover junk for them to clean up." At that moment, Lao Feng heads toward the scavengers to finish the wolf monster. The wolf has Ye Ching pinned in its jaws, but he refuses to quit. Using his broken weapon, he slams it into the wolf's eye with all his might. By sheer luck, it's a critical hit. His 0 damage lands 1 point, enough to kill the already weakened monster. Lao Feng, watching from a distance, arrives and mocks Ye Ching. But Ye Ching's grinning. His experience hits 100, and a notification confirms he's met the conditions. Lao Feng's shocked that a level 0 pulled off a job shift. A blue aura swirls around Ye Ching, and a notification declares he's reached level 1. Then, something weird happens. Despite hitting level 1, his job stays scavenger, and level 1 is his max. Lao Feng bursts out laughing, saying, "Trash stays trash. You got 1 shot at a new life, and you're still a scavenger." He threatens Ye Ching to carry all the loot and walks off. Ye Ching's crushed, but when he looks at the monster's corpse, a notification pops up about a low-level, recyclable item with a yes-no option. Ye Ching selects yes. His scavenger ability activates. Giant hands erupt from the ground, grab the wolf's corpse, and drag it into another dimension. There, the body disintegrates. When the process finishes, Ye Qing gains a Spirit Dash ability and 3 attribute points. Now, he can collect ability cards and personal attribute points from corpses to boost his stats. The Scavenger ability shows that using Spirit Dash requires 3 agility points, but Ye Qing's agility is only 1. He dumps his 3 points into agility and activates the dash ability. His speed spikes so fast he can't control it and crashes to the ground. The skill goes on cooldown. Ye Qing gets up and sees piles of wolf monster corpses left by the job changers. Now he can gain abilities and attributes from them. Finally, Ye Qing might become powerful. Ye Qing keeps recycling wolf bodies, racking up tons of attribute points. But he notices only the first spirit wolf gave him the Spirit Dash ability. Recycling the others didn't grant new skills. He's collected 111 points total. With 6 attribute types, he's confused about where to put them. Not knowing much, he splits them evenly across all attributes. His status now shows every attribute at level 20. Meanwhile, the job changers team reaches the 5th floor. Lao Feng spills everything about Ye Qing. His buddy says, "So you're saying he changed jobs and stayed a scavenger? That's a job I've never even heard of." Another guy chimes in. "These days, tons of hidden jobs pop up, but most are useless. Since you said his max rank is level 1, he's probably just F rank strong. No need to worry about him, he's still just trash." They dismiss Ye Qing as garbage and move on. On the 5th floor, they spot a giant tree-like branch sprouting from the ground. The leader's confused about what's going on. Soon they see corpses that have turned into weird mutants, like zombies. The captain says, "That's the body of the last group's leader, Falcon Hunter." One job changer's puzzled, saying, "How'd their bodies get so dried out? Did something suck all their magic dry?" The leader notices the Falcon hunting group was B rank. "No way they lost to weak wolf monsters," he says. "Something else is going on here." Suddenly, a swarm of mutant monsters charges at them. The job changers fall back to survive. They hadn't seen these bodies earlier because they were gathered here like a trap. As they fight the mutants, the giant tree shakes. It's the dungeon's true master, a boss monster. A massive 3-eyed tree-like beast with even deadlier mutant monsters. Former members of the last group charging from its branches. Meanwhile, Ye Qing finishes recycling his 50th body, earning an achievement. His reward? Just a basic level 1 dagger. Disappointed, he feels the ground shake violently. He senses something rushing toward him. A sprinting, mutated corpse attacks. The mutant strikes fast, but thanks to his improved agility, Ye Qing dodges easily. He's shocked at his own speed. Ye Qing thinks, "Finally, I'm getting stronger." The monster gets in his face again, but Ye Qing's speed outmatches it. He realizes if his speed's this high, his strength must be too. Activating his dash skill, he charges at the mutant, landing a massive punch that sends it flying. The blow wrecks the mutant, but it's still alive. A notification pops up. His boosted intelligence lets him see enemy weak points. He learns this parasite human can be killed with fire or by cutting its neck. Dodging another attack, Ye Qing slips behind it, sees the perfect chance, summons his dagger, and slashes its neck, killing it. Poison coats his hand, but his constitution attribute neutralizes it. Ye Qing beams, thinking, "Finally I did it, my first kill, all on my own." Now it's time to recycle the parasite human. Doing so grants a new skill, Toxic Evolution. It makes poison attacks heal him instead of harming him. The skill needs 15 constitution points to use. He also gets 5 attribute points and a poison card. Wanting to test the skill, Ye Qing swallows some poison. His Toxic Evolution turns the poison's effect into healing, restoring all his damage. For 10 minutes, his basic attributes double in level. Remembering that higher intelligence reveals hidden info, he puts his 5 new points into intelligence. While checking his stats, he hears more monsters approaching from behind. It's not one, it's a whole pack. He recalls every taunt he's endured. A burden on the world, trash, a useless nobody. Ye Qing thinks, "They called me those names, but now I can say with full confidence, my name is Ye Qing and I'm a scavenger." Meanwhile, the job changers struggle against high-level mutants. The leader, panicking, says, "I thought these were just corpses, but they're stronger than before. If these monsters are this bad, how terrifying is that plant boss?" He orders his team to retreat, but only he and Lao Feng are still alive. They run fast, but the mutants are faster. The leader tries to hold them off to save the team, but Lao Feng refuses to help and decides to abandon his teammate. His teammate notices and yells, "Lao Feng, where the hell are you going? I'm part of your team." Lao Feng yells, "As your teammate, I'll throw the most cash at your funeral." But soon, that guy gets killed too. Lao Feng, fleeing, thinks, "Escaping cost me nothing, and I've got the loot I grabbed. Now I just need an excuse for how the team died." Then he crashes into Ye Qing by mistake. At first he panics, thinking it's a monster. Looking closely, Lao Feng realizes it's that weak kid. Ye Qing asks, "You betrayed your own team?" Lao Feng thinks, "He saw me. If I let him leave alive, my job's done." So Lao Feng decides to kill Ye Qing. He says, "Since you want to be strong, you should feed yourself to the monsters." With that, he lands a hard kick. But their strength gap is so wide that Lao Feng's kick doesn't faze Ye Qing, and Lao Feng's the one wincing in pain. Ye Qing summons his Scavenger ability and says, "You call people trash, but you're way worse than any garbage." Seeing Ye Qing's terrifying ability, Lao Feng's freaking out. The weakling he mocked now feels like a demon. The Scavenger ability starts pulling Lao Feng in. Its two hands signal that this trash can't be recycled, probably because he's alive. But then Ye Qing's recycle ability upgrades. It resets Lao Feng's level and extracts his ability card. If a target's unconscious, Ye Qing can recycle them to steal their skills. The ability, called Spellcaster, can be used continuously for 3 minutes. Wasting no time, Ye Qing uses the ability on himself. It costs 15 intelligence points. With his 50 intelligence points, he triggers an overcast effect, evolving the ability into Great Flame Explosion. A horde of monsters charges from behind. It's the perfect moment to test his new ability. Like Lao Feng, Ye Qing tries it out, conjuring massive fireballs and hurling them at the monsters. A huge explosion wipes them all out. Then, high-rank monsters attack. Ye Qing dodges easily with his agility, but in a split second, a monster gets in his face. He strikes, but the monster parries effortlessly. Ye Qing realizes he still lacks close combat skills. He spots the job changers' corpses nearby. Ye Qing quickly recycles them, hoping for a useful ability. Luckily, he gets a Cleave Summon ability, letting him pour all his strength into slicing the monster's head clean off. He says, "Sorry, but I've got to recycle your corpse too." Recycling it grants him the Dagger Master ability, letting him wield daggers like an assassin. Now insanely powerful, Ye Qing tears through the remaining monsters. They can't match him anymore. After wiping them out, he faces the boss monster, summons his Scavenger ability, and finally kills it. Later, in an interrogation room, Lao Feng's questioned. He's the dungeon's sole survivor. The guy he mentioned, the one who drained everyone's power, is nowhere to be found. Weirdly, Lao Feng's level is now 1, something no one's ever seen. Lao Feng screams, "I told you, my abilities got recycled," but they think he's just hallucinating since that's impossible. Meanwhile, Ye Qing stands near a B-rank dungeon entrance. He sold his magic crystals on the black market, getting only 30% of their value, but it was enough to clear his debts from years past. He knows if he uses his recycle ability in front of others, he'll be captured and studied for years. So, while he's free, he needs to get as strong as possible and make more money. A raid leader explains to the job changers, "This beast that just appeared is unknown. The rewards double this time. Only B rank and above qualify." Ye Qing asks, "Can a guy like me qualify? My job's level 1 Scavenger." The leader bursts out laughing, mocking him. Ye Qing thinks, "If I act weak, they won't pay attention to me and will stick me at the back of the group. If I quietly collect corpses and recycle them, no one will notice." Then a girl enters, making everyone nervous and full of praise. It's the famous Lu family's daughter, who awakened the God-chosen job. Her name's Lu Xingren, also called the God-chosen child. She agrees to let Ye Qing join to fill the raid's limited member slots. Ye Qing studies Lu Xingren, thinking, "That's Lu Xingren. I've seen her somewhere." Then he remembers meeting her 2 years ago, before she was this powerful. A monster had broken her sword, but Ye Qing was in that raid too, landing a final hit to kill it. That was when he earned experience from critical hits. Seeing this, Xingren had asked, "Aren't you that trash picker? How are you killing demon beasts?" Ye Qing was thrilled, since it was his first experience point ever. Xingren, shocked, asked, "I'd only heard rumors, But are you really trying to gain experience like this? Why? You could get killed. Ye Qing replied, money, what do you know? You job changers think you're so superior. So how could you understand the struggles of weak people like us? He had said he wanted to become strong for his family. Xingren had introduced herself saying, Ye Qing, nice to meet you. I'm Liu Xingren. I hope you can successfully change your job. And once you do, join my group. The flashback ends. Seeing Ye Qing staring at Xingren, another warrior snaps him back to reality. Ye Qing tells Xingren, I'll do my best not to be a burden to the others. His casual reply shows she still doesn't fully remember him. Then they all start moving toward the entrance. This time, Ye Qing is certain. This time, I'll work hard and make a ton of money before I return. Last time, he said the same thing, but now he has the strength to back it up. After fighting in the last dungeon, he's gained a shield warrior skill, an assassin skill, berserker abilities, and most importantly, the boss's super regeneration ability. He's evenly distributed all his attributes, each at 100 points. Using his observing skill, he looks at a warrior whose strength is only 12 points. Ye Qing's strength attribute is 100 points, meaning his power is 100 times greater than an average person's. While walking, he bumps into a trapped wall, but because his strength is so immense, he's barely affected, though the ground shakes briefly. Then someone spots a chest ahead, and everyone moves toward it, only to find it sealed. Only an assassin can break the seal, but they didn't bring one, so they'd have to abandon this A-rank chest. Ye Qing speaks up, saying he might be able to open it, and in the next moment, he does so effortlessly. A bunch of items spill out from the chest. A warrior, shocked, asks Ye Qing, only a level 5 assassin should know how to unlock that. How'd you pull it off? Ye Qing believes level 1 scavengers often get stuck in situations like this and have to open such chests all the time. Deciding to split the rewards later, they move forward. But Ye Qing stops the healer girl leading the way, saying, hold up, don't go further, there's something ahead. He picks up a rock and tosses it down the path, triggering a terrifying trap. The healer girl, narrowly saved, asks if Ye Qing is really just level 1. He makes an excuse, saying scavengers often deal with traps while picking through junk, so experience helps him spot them. But the others still find it hard to believe. In truth, it's his 100-point intelligence at work. Then a warrior hands Ye Qing a card as a gift, a level 1 hammer. They reach the dungeon's final room, where the structure feels strange, with no monsters in sight. A notification reveals it's a reward room filled with treasure. But when the warrior picks up a blood-covered stone tablet, there's no reward. Suddenly, blood spills everywhere, and a notification announces the start of a blood trial. They realize this isn't a reward room, it's a trap. A swarm of blood nightmare monsters appears. Xingren rallies everyone to fight. Ye Qing decides to fight too, slipping on a ring and choosing to use only 25% of his strength. The ring, a weakness ring he got as a reward, lets him limit his power to a chosen level. As everyone struggles to hold off the blood nightmares, Ye Qing uses his Spirit Dash ability to vanish and starts taking out monsters from behind. The others might not notice, but Xingren sees him downing blood nightmares with single blows. Impressed, she takes out a blood nightmare, charging her with a single strike, just like Ye Qing. A hefty warrior tries fighting a blood nightmare, but no matter how many pieces he cuts it into, it regenerates. Then the blood nightmare takes on a human form, mimicking its opponent. These monsters are weaker in their original form, so they copy their opponent's shape and abilities to match their strength. The hefty warrior severs the blood nightmare's head, but it heals instantly, attacking and slicing off the warrior's arm. The warrior collapses in pain. Before the monster can finish him, Xingren freezes it with her skill. She snaps at the warrior. Can you guys be any more useless? It's just a measly blood nightmare, and you're embarrassing yourselves. Trash stays trash. Then she shatters the frozen blood nightmare. But there's no time to rest. A massive blood nightmare charges at them, and their mage girl can't even cast a spell in time. Before she can, Ye Qing conjures a fireball in his hand and launches a great flame explosion at the monsters, causing a massive blast. The mage, stunned, thinks, Great Flame Explosion is an S-grade spell. How's a level 1 player using it? But the blood nightmares didn't end there. Just as 2 more monsters appeared, Ye Qing roared, stunning them with a shockwave for 2 minutes. Seizing the moment, he shredded them in one swift move. Strangely, though, The blood nightmares didn't die. Instead, they assessed Yeqing and took on a form to match his strength. These monsters could mirror their opponent's power, and the one facing them was a king-level blood nightmare, impossible for a B-rank dungeon. The massive blood nightmare lunged at Yeqing, who dodged and quickly stepped back. He thought, if this monster's attributes match mine, I can't overpower it with raw stats. Before he could fight further, Xingran stepped in saying, "You're a small fish in a tiny pond, so stay back. Powerful monsters like this are for me to handle, not you." Xingran dodged the monster's attack, charging at it. Before it could strike again, she used her ability to start freezing it. Yeqing could see her complete control over her frost domain. The blood nightmare's arm froze, but it swung its other arm at Xingran, who barely blocked and retreated. She realized she was still too weak. In a flashback, her guards had warned her about the strange energy from the dungeon, urging her not to go alone. But Xingran, injured from the last raid, decided to go anyway, aiming to conquer the place. Her growth was lagging, far behind her older siblings. That's why she tackled every dungeon, desperate to grow stronger. Back in the present, she thought, if I can't clear this dungeon easily, I don't deserve to carry the Lu family name. She activated her Flag of Frost skill. Within its radius, Xingran and her allies' speed surged 50-fold. The ability also froze the blood nightmare solid for a moment. Seizing the chance, she charged at it with full speed to finish it off. While frozen, it could be defeated. She unleashed her deadly Comet Strike attack. Yeqing, watching from behind, thought, Xingran's job is a legendary god-chosen one. I'm excited to see who's stronger, a king-level blood nightmare or our divinely chosen knight, Lu Xingran. But shockingly, Xingran's devastating attack had no effect. The blood nightmare stood grinning, completely unharmed. It started attacking her back. Dodging, she thought, I may be S-rank, but my strength is nothing compared to my older siblings. I always feel like the weakest Lu family member, mocked and laughed at. Outsiders might praise her, but those who knew the other Lu family members saw her as a disgrace. Her siblings mocked her weakness too. That's why Xingran craved power, to silence their taunts. She wanted to win this fight on her own. Full of hope, she struck the blood nightmare, but her hope shattered with her sword, scattering far away. The blood nightmare landed a massive punch, throwing her back. Seeing Xingran's dire state, everyone panicked. As the blood nightmare prepared a final blow to kill her, Yeqing jumped in, stopping it with a fire explosion. The blast was so powerful it blew off the monster's entire arm, knocking it down. Xingran, stunned, saw Yeqing's attacks actually worked. The monster, ignoring her, turned to Yeqing and attacked. Yeqing observed it, searching for a weakness, thinking, this thing's reached king level, so it's likely resistant to abnormal conditions. If its level is that high, freezing, dizziness, paralysis, or slowness won't work. Hiding his strength no longer made sense. Yeqing broke his ring, activating all his attributes. He attacked the monster's arm with a fireball, dodging its counterattack by sprinting so fast it couldn't keep up. Meanwhile, Xingran drank a potion, and the mage girl healed both her and the hefty warrior's arm. After dodging several attacks, Yeqing gathered his firepower, thinking, if I can find its weakness, I could beat this king-level blood nightmare easily. He bombarded it with fireballs, but it made no difference. Every destroyed body part regenerated. He couldn't find a weakness in its body. It felt like the monster was being remotely controlled. The idea of remote control sparked a plan. He told his teammates to throw the stone tablet toward him. The hefty warrior found the blood-covered plate, ran and kicked it to Yeqing. A notification told Yeqing he'd passed an intelligence check and could now read the ancient language on the blocks. To defeat the blood nightmare, he just needed to decode the plate. But before he could grab it, the blood nightmare's arm snatched it. The monster swallowed the plate and entered invincible mode. Everyone felt uneasy as the blood nightmare stood motionless. Yeqing said, we made a huge mistake, and now because of it, this thing's gone invincible. Just then, Xingran asked Yeqing, hey, have I seen you somewhere? Ever since I got here and met you, I've felt like we've met before, like I know you well. Yeqing realizes why her attitude toward him seemed off. He reminds her, don't you remember? We met 2 years ago in a dungeon. I'm the scavenger who stole your kill, and that kill gave me my first experience point. Now Shingren remembers clearly. He's that zero point 0.5 score guy. She's thrilled and tells him she's glad he successfully changed his job. He replies, "Yeah, you got it. After changing my job, I'm now a level 1 scavenger." Shingren notices that the guy who once risked his life for a single point is now incredibly strong, but she still feels weak. Getting ready to fight, Shingren tells him. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but that stone block is still inside the Blood Nightmare's body. My frost domain can only freeze it for a short time. So Ye-Ching used that chance to find the block's location. Ye-Ching says, "Just as I thought. Doesn't matter who you are, there's always a moment when you can't tackle a challenge alone. Consider this your 0.5 reward. Let's team up and take this monster down." Shingren agrees. The rest of the team steps up, saying they want to join the fight too. Ye-Ching nods, and for the first time, the whole team prepares to battle together in the dungeon. The Blood Nightmare still has 5 seconds before activating. Ye-Ching warns everyone, once this thing wakes up, it'll wreak havoc everywhere for 30 seconds straight. The next half minute is our last shot, our only chance to beat it. Hearing this, the hefty warrior gets fired up, triggering an ability that gives everyone a spirit boost, wiping out their fatigue and boosting their magic recovery speed. Shingren orders the soldiers to move forward, and the monster, upon waking, faces the hefty warrior, who's yelling threats at it. Enraged, the monster attacks him with its tentacles. Shingren tells the mage to target the monster's newly formed tentacles. The mage, who'd already gathered her magic energy, unleashes her magical attacks, destroying the emerging tentacles. Ye-Ching had explained his plan earlier. The stone block the monster swallowed is the key to ending this trial. His plan is to rip through the monster's body to retrieve it, but first, he needs to safely reach it. At Shingren's command, the archer in their group attacks the stones above, letting Ye-Ching climb closer to the monster. Shingren prepares to freeze the Blood Nightmare's lower body. Ye-Ching charges ahead, with Shingren right behind him. Ye-Ching skillfully dodges the monster's tentacle attacks. Even if he takes a few hits, his newly gained regeneration ability heals him quickly. Near the monster, Shingren activates her frost domain, freezing its lower half completely. Ye-Ching needs to target its chest area, the easiest part to cut through. To move faster, he activates his boost mode, having already drunk a bit of poison to trigger it. He leaps into the air, ready for his final attack, but as bad luck strikes, the monster, even frozen, whips a tentacle at him, sending Ye-Ching tumbling back. As he falls, he thinks, the first time I tried to show off in my life, and now that's failed too. But he's not the weakling he used to be. Using his mind fully, he activates his recycle ability mid-fall, telling it to recycle himself. Suddenly, countless hands burst from the ground, grabbing Ye-Ching. The monster and everyone else freak out at the bizarre sight. The recycle ability informs him it can't recycle a living person, failing the process. Thrilled, Ye-Ching tells it, "Oh, nice, so if I can't be recycled, then slam me down. Yeah, throw me at that monster with all your strength." The ability does exactly that, hurling him hard at the Blood Nightmare. Speeding forward, Ye-Ching slices through its heart, snatching the marble plate from its body. Back on the ground, having toppled the nightmare, Ye-Ching reads the ancient writing on the plate. A notification hits everyone. The blood trial is complete. Then Shingren, shocked like the others, says, "So we actually managed to beat it and win this brutal fight." Everyone's ecstatic as their levels surge from the achievement. Shingren and the other stats rise. Her strength at 33, intelligence at 38, and luck at 34. Still not even half of Ye-Ching's power. Ye-Ching gets a notification that, since his job is already at max level, he can't level up. Then the trial's real treasure appears. The chest opens, loot spills out, and everyone automatically gets their share. Ye-Ching receives a powerful weapon with an attack of 88, but it requires level 10 to use. Since his max level is 1, it's useless to him. Such dangerous weapons are wasted on him. Liu Xingren approaches and says, "Ye-Ching, since you worked the hardest in this trial, you're our greatest contributor. It'd be best if you divided up these items." Ye-Ching agrees and says he wants to discuss something with her. He explains, "Your Liu family isn't short on cash, right? If not, can I sell you these items at a steep discount? I'm offering them for 500 magic crystals." Xingren agrees. Ye-Ching adds, "When you all leave, please act like no one named Ye-Ching was ever here, and you cleared this dungeon alone. Jingren doesn't fully get it, but agrees. Ye Qing tells them, you guys can head out now. I'll slip out quietly later. Outside the gate, Lu family guards are gathered, ready to protect their young miss. They're about to call the rescue team when Jingren and her crew step out. She assures them there's no need to worry. They've already handled everything. Her guards are thrilled, praising her and getting emotional. Jingren plays along, just as Ye Qing asked, but deep down she thinks, what's this guy after? Is he trying to make me owe him? Still, she knows he's not that kind of person. Inside the dungeon, Ye Qing sits by the Blood Nightmare's remains. A tiny particle of it lingers in the plate, still alive. Reaching out, he says, you're weak as a bug now, but I know you don't want to die like this. So how about becoming my strength? Sound good? He starts recycling the blood shard with his recycling ability. It takes a bit, but he succeeds, gaining a new ability, Nightmare Body. It pulls life essence to summon a nightmare clone with blood nightmare powers. Ye Qing knows this will be a game changer down the line. Later, at a market shop, he checks his system window to see what he's got. He sold all high-level requirement weapons to Lu Jingren. He knows a level 1 like him with high-level gear would draw attention from people and supervisors alike. But who'd even buy these trash weapons, he wonders? Then, in the system's weapons section, his hand hits recycle, and his ability recycles a weapon, earning him a basic point. Ye Qing's stunned. He reads the tutorial. Recycling breaks items down into materials. Basic points, BP, are universal substances from melted junk, usable to repair, upgrade, or craft new items. Then he gets a task to repair a normal dagger. He pulls out one with 0.33 durability. Per the tutorial, it'll take 5 BP to fix. He melts 4 more items for points, repairs the dagger, and finds not only is it fixed, but its attack stats slightly boosted. So as long as these weapons break and get repaired, they'll keep getting stronger, Ye Qing thinks, thrilled. Completing the tutorial offers rewards, a mana recovery potion blueprint, or 2 attribute points. Ye Qing picks the blueprint. Attributes aren't an issue, but mana recovery is key in dungeons. He gets the convenient magical potion formula, needing 6 BP in any random container. He borrows containers from the shop owner, recycles them, and starts the regeneration process. He successfully crafts the potion. After recycling, the container's even better. He drinks the potion, tasting like rainwater. It boosts his magic value and wipes out his fatigue. This potion can recover both magic and stamina, he thinks, leaving the shop. Outside, a bald guard spots him. Yo, you're Ye Qing, right? Your aura's totally different. Wild! He slaps Ye Qing's shoulder, saying that he's been looking for him. Ye Qing brushes his hand off, saying, I paid off your debt with interest. Stop hounding me like a fly. The bald guy gets mad. You think that's all? Sure, you cleared your debt, but your work contract's still active. Trash pickers should stick to picking trash. Angrily, he knocks the container from Ye Qing's hand, mocking him. Ye Qing thinks, this place probably has supervision cameras. I need a spot away from them to use my abilities. The bald guy tells Ye Qing if he licks the spilled liquid off the ground, he'll let him go. Ye Qing flat out refuses. Furious at his attitude, the bald guy winds up to punch him, but freezes, spotting someone approaching. A guy named Caesar stands there, from the S-Rank hunting group Blood Oath, a powerful job changer. He grabs the bald guy, asking, did you round up enough people? Panicked, the bald guy says, they're one short. Caesar snaps, where's the last guy? Then he notices Ye Qing and says he's hired him. The bald guy protests that Ye Qing's just a trash picker, useless to them. Caesar shuts him down. When we enter the Red Moon Abyss, monsters go berserk. I need guys we can use as cannon fodder. Strength's not an issue. Ye Qing's heard of the Red Moon. Monsters go wild, but rewards double. Despite being called cannon fodder, he agrees to enter the Red Gate Abyss. Caesar's impressed by Ye Qing's guts. The other members heading into the Red Gate arrive. When Ye Qing turns, he sees a terrified Lao Feng, stammering, You, what the heck are you doing here? Before Lao Feng can spill Ye Qing's secret, Ye Qing darts forward, clamping his mouth shut. Keep quiet, he says, dragging him to a corner. Lao Feng asks, what the heck are you doing here? Ye Qing replies, if I hadn't borrowed your team's strength back then, you'd all be dead in that dungeon gate. You're alive because of me. You should be grateful. Caesar interrupts, asking Ye Qing, do you know these two? Ye Qing denies it outright, saying, just a misunderstanding. Caesar asks, no way a guy who killed his own teammates could have friends. Enro Yeching then asks Lao Feng how he escaped the committee's custody. Lao Feng explains the committee was going to lock him up for 15 years, but he sold all his gear and wealth, paid $1 million fine, and got out. Now he blames Ye Qing for his poverty and reset levels, forcing him to start as cannon fodder. He threatens, "If you don't restore my levels, I'll report you to the committee." Ye Qing shuts him down. "If you breathe a word about me, I'll chop you up and recycle you for real." Outside the city, everyone heads toward the Red Gate entrance. There, level 3, Zui Tong cheerfully greets the cannon fodders, asking their jobs. Lao Feng and Ye Qing state theirs, a level 1 mage and a scavenger. Zui Tong consoles Ye Qing, saying, "No worries, bro, we're all trash here. Let's be buddies and have fun. We're risking our lives for cash, so let's live it up while it lasts." Zui Tong introduces the other 2 cannon fodders, level 2, healer Larchu, and level 3, warrior Lao Jian. Since Zui Tong's level 3, he claims leadership of the cannon fodder team, and the others agree. Caesar tells his official team that Blood Oath has 6 main members, plus 5 temporary cannon fodders joining them. Pulling out the Red Gate key, he says, "This dungeon's like a maze, full of traps in every room. Cannon fodders, your job is to find the passage to the boss room and bring back info fast so the main team can get there." Opening the gate, Caesar adds, "I don't expect you to fight. If you run into a monster, just sneak away. If you want a share of the loot, at least one of you needs to make it back alive. If one survives, they get all the rewards." Warrior Lao Jian asks Mage Larchu if he's feeling okay. Larchu says his 4 daughters are waiting at home. Lao Jian shares that his wife's gravely ill, so he's risking his life. They all head into the gate, gambling their lives. The other cannon fodders notice Ye Qing seems new, but oddly excited to enter, even though only death awaits inside. Inside the gate, after walking a bit, Zui Tong notes it's weird they haven't seen any monsters. Others notice the place is getting eerily cold. Leading through the chill, Zui Tong steps on a trap and an axe swings down to decapitate him. Ye Qing knocks him aside with a rock, saving him. Zui Tong didn't even realize an axe was coming. Zui Tong claims his high luck saves him from these things, but Ye Qing sees his luck stat is only 1. He's unlucky. As they move forward, Zui Tong triggers another trap, dropping cocoons that burst open, revealing level 5 demonic spiders. The elite monsters chase Zui Tong, who panics and runs. Lao Feng fights back with fire magic, but it barely affects the spiders. Level 3, warrior Lao Jin tries hard to hold them off. One spider lunges at Ye Qing, biting his leg, but since its level is far below Ye Qing's, it deals 0 damage. With a slight leg shake, Ye Qing slices the elite spider in 2. Lao Feng snaps. "This guy's so full of himself, but he just stole that skill." Ye Qing scans and recycles the spider's corpse, earning an attribute point and an ability card, Quenching Poison. When he attacks, the poison adds 60% weapon damage, and a critical hit could boost total damage over 120%. A new option appears. He can create ability cards not just from recycling corpses, but by fusing cards too. Level 3. Warrior Lao Jian, trapped, calls to Ye Qing for help. Ye Qing decides to use Quenching Poison, making his dagger venomous. Zui Tong, meanwhile, just runs. He's mad at himself. He's the team's highest level, but too scared to admit he only has buff abilities, no combat skills. In the chaos, he uses his ability to buff everyone, singing weird songs to activate it. A message pops up. He's boosted his target's strength, but he accidentally buffed the spider monsters, not his teammates. A buffed spider leaps to kill Zui Tong, but Ye Qing zooms in, slicing it to pieces in one strike. The spiders, now stronger, charge at the others. Lao Jian yells to retreat, but the spiders are too close. One nearly kills Lao Feng, but Ye Qing dashes in, shredding it before anyone notices. He quickly cuts down the rest and stands behind the hunters, acting like nothing happened. The others assume Lao Jian did it and start praising him. Ye Qing thinks, demon spiders have poison resistance, so my poison's not doing much. Zui Tong wonders, how'd I kill them? I'm so confused. Looking at the remaining monsters, Ye Qing thinks their intelligence makes them avoid stronger enemies. Feeling his aura, the spiders tremble and flee. The others are baffled why the monsters are running. Recycling the demon spiders, Ye Qing collects 27 ability cards. He keeps 1 spare and converts the rest to basic points, gaining 54 BP. Zuitong says since the monsters are gone, they should move fast. As they go, he adds, "Listen up, team. We've got a long way to go in this mission. We gotta move carefully and avoid triggering any more traps." As they move forward, Ye Qing notices a hidden berserk area on the other side of their path. It's all because of the red moon, which is creating multiple branches in this dungeon. Ye Qing feels drawn to enter that gate. He lets the others go ahead and summons his Blood Nightmare, which instantly takes his shape. He tells the Blood Nightmare clone to join the others, while he slips through the berserk door. The fake Ye Qing hurries to catch up with them. Meanwhile, the real Ye Qing enters the berserk door. He arrives in a strange, cave-like area. As he steps out, a massive demon spider drops from above, nearly hitting him with a surprise attack, but Ye Qing uses his dash ability to barely escape. Compared to the other demon spiders, this one looks like their granddaddy. It swings its huge claws at Ye Qing, who dodges and strikes back with his dagger. But his attack has no effect. The spider's physical defense makes it immune to Ye Qing's blows. The spider's massive attack comes at him fast, and Ye Qing can't dodge. Taking the hit, he's sent flying, crashing hard into a wall, shattering it to pieces. Ye Qing uses his observing eye skill to find its weakness and gather info. He sees the spider as a broodmother, a level 20 rare elite monster. Ye Qing grins and says, "A rare elite monster. If I can take it down, recycling it will get me some rare loot." The broodmother spider opened its massive jaws and launched a huge web straight toward Ye Qing. He dodged and leapt into the air, gathering fire magic in one hand. In the next instant, he hurled his great flame explosion right into the spider's mouth. The blast didn't deal much damage, but it enraged the creature instantly. The spider went wild, firing web after web at him. Ye Qing kept weaving between the attacks, thinking, "This thing's immune to fire resistance. I can't rely on that attribute here." Closing in, he muttered, "Fine. If that's how it is, I'll just crush it directly." During the clash, the brood mother managed to trap Ye Qing within its web, wrapping him tight as it closed in for the kill. That's when Ye Qing activated Berserk mode, channeling all of his strength into a single strike to break free and land a decisive hit. As soon as the spider lunged close enough, Ye Qing burst forward at full speed and slammed his fist into its mouth. The monster shattered into pieces instantly. A notification appeared before him. His Berserk skill could now be leveled up, but he had to choose one of two upgrade paths. The first, Splintering Core, would allow his physical attacks to break through enemy resistances, but his health would gradually drain while active. The second, Unyielding Rage, would extend the duration of Berserk mode and reduce its cooldown. Ye Qing thought it through carefully. If he wanted to avoid risk, Unyielding Rage was the safer bet. But most of the enemies he faced, like this brood mother, had extremely high resistances. Splintering Core would make him far stronger, though the health drain was a dangerous drawback. In the end, he chose Splintering Core. With his regeneration ability, he could offset the side effects, and in return, he'd be able to crush even high-resistance monsters. After the brood mother fell, he gathered the rewards, various item cards scattered on the ground. He reminded himself he could only bring them out of the dungeon once he became an official member. Then came the real payoff. Activating his recycle ability, ghostly hands emerged from behind him, tearing the monster apart. Because it was a boss, Ye Qing gained a massive reward, 20 attribute points. On top of that, he received a rare card, Brood Mother, which allowed him to summon 4 spider broodlings to fight alongside him. Even better, they could evolve through battle experience. The ability left Ye Qing stunned. Meanwhile, the group following Ye Qing's clone had reached a mine chamber deep inside the dungeon, where glowing crystals lined the walls. One of the family men picked up a shard and explained that these were top-grade S-magic crystals, far too rare for a dungeon at this level. Lao Feng added that a single crystal was worth an enormous fortune. But then Lao Feng noticed one of his teammates using an item, the Eye of Argos, to mark their location on the map for nearby adventurers. His temper flared. "Are you insane? With these crystals, we could have lived rich and carefree for the rest of our lives. Why the hell would you mark this place for those bastards?" The family man stopped him cold. "Forget about getting rich. If we try to steal these crystals, we won't live to see tomorrow. Our only job as the cannon fodder team is to notify the higher-ups." Lao Feng grew more and more irritated. Memories of his past betrayal surfaced. along with the moment Ye Qing had recycled him. That trauma lingered, and because of Ye Qing, his talent had been crippled. Now he was forced to endure the words of these weaklings. But staring at the crystals, his greed overwhelmed everything else. He snatched one up. The moment he did, a notification appeared. He had triggered a trap. A deadly laser beam shot toward them. By sheer luck, it skipped past Lao Feng and struck the man who had argued with him earlier, blasting through his head. The level 3 warrior, watching his comrade die, was devastated. Elsewhere, Ye Qing summoned one of his demon broodlings. It appeared as a tiny, almost cute little spider. A level 1 broodling looks pretty weak, Ye Qing muttered. Another notification followed. Broodlings could be leveled up with points, growing into level 5 demon spiders. Ye Qing invested some points, and the broodling evolved into a silk spider, gaining a new ability, spin web. Back at the mine, the warrior screamed in disbelief. How could this happen? Behind him, the one responsible, Lao Feng, shrugged it off. It was just an accident. The warrior snapped. He grabbed Lao Feng by the throat, lifted him, and shouted, "Your greed killed him, you bastard! Do you have any idea what you've done? Lao Ju was the only pillar of his family. Because of you, he died a pointless death." Lao Feng sneered back. "What's so wrong about wanting to make money?" The warrior roared, "This isn't the first time. You've always killed your teammates with your selfishness." They were about to fight. Lao Feng summoned his magic and snarled, "In this dog-eat-dog world, every mutt has to hunt for his own food. Power and money are all that matter. With them comes respect and luck." Before he could rant further, clapping echoed across the chamber. The captain of Blood Oath, Caesar, strode in with a grin. "I like what you said, Lao Feng. That's some sharp thinking for this world. If you want to join Blood Oath, we still have a spot open." One of Caesar's men pointed out that the corpse lying on the ground was still warm. Caesar just shrugged, saying deaths happened here every day. Then he turned on Lao Feng, warning him that if anyone dared to grab one of those crystals, it was their duty to remind that fool just how worthless his life really was. Moments later, the rest of the Blood Oath members arrived. One of them explained that their boss wanted all the cannon fodder to dig the magic crystals out of the walls and toss them into their baskets. If anyone tried to run, they'd be executed on the spot. The reason was simple. They knew the walls were lined with traps, and they didn't want to risk their own lives pulling the crystals out. The level 3 warrior looked shaken. "If we pull out even one of those crystals, we could die. Are you seriously telling us to commit suicide?" Caesar fixed him with a cold stare. "Didn't you say when you joined us that you needed money for your wife's treatment? What now? Were you joking back then? If not, then what's the problem with sacrificing your useless life for her?" The terrified warrior slowly stepped toward the crystals. But when he couldn't bring himself to touch one, he broke down in tears, apologizing and confessing that he had lied. His wife wasn't sick. He had just gambled away all his money. From a distance, Lao Feng watched Caesar with wide eyes. He thought to himself that Caesar was on a completely different level. Even if Lao Feng had all his strength back, he still wouldn't be able to stand against him. Finally, he called out, reminding Caesar that he had mentioned Blood Oath still had a spot open, and said he was a fire mage willing to join. Caesar turned to one of his men. "Did I really say that?" His man nodded. Caesar then waved Lao Feng closer. Obediently, Lao Feng walked over, bowed before him, and promised he'd risk his life to serve him. But before he could finish, Caesar's boot slammed into his chest, sending him flying. Caesar looked down on him coldly. "What? You really thought you were someone special? That I'd let garbage like you stand among my elites? You're nothing but a team killer who should have been executed already. All I'm doing is giving your death a little more value. Don't get mad, because you're not leaving this place alive anyway. I'll have the necromancer raise your corpses and make you dig these crystals out instead." The level 3 warrior, Lao Jian, could only stare in disgust at the scene. Just then, Ye Qing appeared behind him, dispelling his blood nightmare clone. Lao Jian was about to step into the fray when Ye Qing stopped him. "No, don't rush in. Leave everything here to me. Just wait outside." Then Ye Qing advanced calmly, wondering to himself, how dangerous could it really be to collect a few crystals, that these people are tearing each other apart over them? The Blood Oath members turned, watching as Ye Qing walked straight up to the wall. Without hesitation, he reached out and pulled a crystal free as if it were nothing. Everyone froze. Then panic erupted. They all scrambled for cover behind rocks, convinced a trap would trigger and kill someone instantly. Whispering in fear, they cursed Yet-Ching as a reckless idiot, walking straight into his own death without being pushed. After a few moments, everyone realized the trap hadn't gone off. Some of them started thinking maybe the mechanism only triggered once. Still standing near the crystals, Yet-Ching thought to himself, even if it is a death trap, so what? My luck is so high that I won't die. I'll just get injured at most. With that, he casually began pulling out more crystals and stacking them up. The crowd noticed again that no trap was activating. Caesar, however, understood the truth. The traps were still there. The only reason Yet-Ching wasn't being torn apart was because his luck stat was ridiculously high. What confused Caesar was how a level 1 scavenger could possibly have over 60 points in luck. One of the Blood Oath members, emboldened, said, "I don't think the traps are going to activate anymore. We should just take all the crystals out." He reached for one himself, pulled it free, and was about to celebrate when a searing laser shot pierced his skull, dropping him instantly. Caesar didn't even flinch. That explains it. His luck has to be tied to his class. There's no other way a level 1 could have such high stats. Then his expression hardened. My original plan was to slaughter all of them, raise their corpses, and use them to dig out the crystals. But plans change. Now I only need that boy's corpse. He ordered his team to capture everyone so he could wipe them out. Seeing this, the level 3 warrior panicked. We're doomed! These are Blood Oath elites! How are we supposed to fight them? Zuitong quickly suggested they all flee together. Lao Feng, true to his cowardly nature, grabbed the crystals he'd stolen and bolted. Yet-Ching spat in frustration. That coward ran again, even though we have them outnumbered. Another level 3 warrior corrected him. Not anymore. We just lost a man. Our numbers are even now. Yet-Ching shook his head. No, we still outnumber them. Before they could argue further, noises echoed through the tunnels. The Blood Oath mage spotted it first. Human-sized spider monsters skittering toward them, ready to strike. Lao Zhan groaned. First we had to fight Blood Oath, now monsters too? We're dead either way. Yet-Ching reassured him calmly. Don't worry, those spiders are on my side. Activating his scan ability, Yet-Ching quickly checked his enemies' levels. Among them was a level 20 necromancer, a level 17 berserker, 2 level 18 hunters, and a level 19 paladin, an absolute powerhouse in both combat and defense. Yet-Ching knew his brutaling spiders could slow them down, maybe mess up their formation. But against elites like this, they'd never win outright. What worried him most was Caesar. His scout ability couldn't even read Caesar's level, which meant the man was stronger than him by far. Caesar narrowed his eyes. So you can control abyssal monsters, huh? Looks like becoming a scavenger opened up some interesting doors for you. Yet-Ching stayed on guard, realizing Caesar might be far stronger than anyone else in the room. Caesar smirked. Those weak level 10 pets of yours are nothing compared to me. Team, deal with the monsters first. But be careful, don't jostle the crystals. Turning to his allies, Yet-Ching told them bluntly, if you don't want to die here, run like Lao Feng did. Get out while you still can. Lao Zhan sneered inwardly. So he really wants to throw his life away. Fine by me, better him than me. Without hesitation, he sprinted off. Zuitong hesitated, torn. He didn't want to abandon Yet-Ching, but Yet-Ching spoke firmly. Brother, I know you came into the abyss with your own reasons, but if you stay, you're going to die. I'd advise you to leave while you still can. Reluctantly, Zuitong nodded. I'll never forget this favor. He turned to escape, only for his path, and Lao Jian's, to be blocked by a sudden rockfall. Damn it, Lao Jian cursed. You jinxed us, you unlucky bastard. Now look what you've done. Zuitong apologized, shaking his head. Ever since I stepped foot in this cursed abyss, nothing but disaster has followed me. Meanwhile, inside the cavern, the paladin clashed with Yet-Ching's spider broodlings. Slamming one to the ground with his full might, he roared in triumph, only to be caught off guard as the spider rose again and spewed webs straight into his face. Blinded, he clawed at the sticky strands, tearing them away just in time to see Yet-Ching rushing in for the kill. The paladin barely managed to block, his level 19 power letting him parry and swing Yet-Ching aside. Flung through the air, Yet-Ching thought quickly. My spiders are only level 10. They can break formation, but they can't hold off a group like Blood Oath. Using his dash skill, he appeared behind the paladin in an instant, slicing deep into his legs and crippling his movement. He moved in for the finishing blow, but the two hunters loosed their arrows, aiming straight at him. Anticipating it, Yeching dodged with perfect timing, slipping between the incoming shafts. The hunters stared in disbelief. "How did a level 1 dodge that?" one muttered. "Must have been our aim," the other insisted, drawing another arrow tight. He loosed again, but this time Yeching didn't dodge. He drew his blade and split the arrow mid-air. The hunter froze, stunned. "No way! A level 1 can't do that. Something's not right about him." Yeching slammed his hand against the ground, unleashing his great flame explosion. Fire erupted across the floor, surging forward in a violent blast that tore through the area. The explosion shook the battlefield, and for the first time the others realized this so-called level 1 wasn't ordinary at all. He was something far more dangerous. While Yeching was locked in combat, the level 18 berserker was tearing through his broodlings with brute strength. Once the spiders were wiped out, the berserker turned toward the others, Lao Jian and Zuitong. He raised his massive weapon to cut Zuitong down, who screamed in terror, but Lao Jian rushed forward, shield raised, blocking the blow at the last moment. "Your rotten luck got us trapped here," Lao Jian barked at him. "But if you don't want to die like a coward, then stand on your own 2 feet and face what's coming." Even as he shouted, the berserker was already swinging again. Lao Jian braced himself, armor clashing against the strike, but this hit carried far more power than before. The impact hurled him across the ground, leaving his body battered and bloodied. The berserker stalked forward, ready to finish him off. Still struggling to rise, Lao Jian laughed bitterly. "Figures I'd land myself in a mess like this. Guess this is where it ends for me. Doesn't matter if my debts are unpaid. I'll go down on my feet, fighting." He let out a roar and raised his shield in challenge. The berserker charged, sick of the defiance, eager to end it. But just as he was about to strike, his body froze. Shocked, he growled, "What the hell? Why can't I move? Is this that useless bard's doing?" Off to the side, Zuitong was singing, his ability finally landing perfectly for once. "It worked! The debuff hit the right target. Lao Jian, now finish him!" But Lao Jian shouted back, furious, "Idiot! I'm frozen too! You can't do anything right!" Meanwhile, Yeching, having already put down his opponents, glanced over at their chaotic bickering. What a joke. Floating in the air, the Blood Oath mage sneered at Yeching. "You might have some hidden tricks, but there's a limit to what one man can do. Nobody can master everything. Some excel at magic, others in direct combat. From the way you summon, it's clear you're a mage, like me." Yeching thought privately that summoning was draining his mana fast. Calmly, he pulled out a recovery drink, sipping it like fruit juice. The mage bristled with anger. "I'm talking life and death here, and you're enjoying a damn drink? It doesn't matter what you swallow down. Against a necromancer, a mere mage stands no chance. Necromancy is S-rank. My undead feel no pain, no fear." Yeching only grinned wider. "Then you shouldn't have brought the dead to me." With his mana fully restored, he activated his Scavenger ability. Dark, terrifying hands rose behind him, clawing toward the mage's summoned undead. The necromancer paled. "What kind of sorcery is this?" he screamed as the spectral hands tore his undead apart, dragging them into nothingness. Before he could react, Yeching dashed forward and smashed his fist into him, dropping him in a single, devastating blow. Across the field, Caesar crushed one of Yeching's spiders underfoot and laughed. "Your tricks are impressive, kid. No wonder you caught my eye," Yeching shot back. "If everyone just grabbed a few crystals and left, none of this would be necessary. But you've been throwing lives away, using people like cannon fodder. You'll regret that." Caesar smirked. "You're stronger than the rest, but to me, you're still nothing more than fodder. That's how this world works. The strong devour the weak." Before Yeching could answer, cries rang out. The berserker was begging, "Don't kill me, I'm just following orders." Behind him stood Zuitong, sword in trembling hands. Caesar laughed mockingly, his voice dripping with threat. Lao Jian roared at Zuitong, "Don't listen to him, he's going to kill us all anyway. Don't hesitate, strike him down." Zuitong trembled, blurting out, "I'm just support. I've never even killed a monster, let alone a living man." Caesar grinned, entertained, while Yeching only laughed. "Everyone deserves the right to enter the abyss and fight for their chance to leave alive." Then he unleashed his aura in full. Caesar's grin hardened. He powered up, lunging in with a massive punch that Ye Qing barely blocked. The force blasted Ye Qing across the cavern, slamming him into stone. For him, Caesar was by far the strongest opponent he'd ever faced. Before Ye Qing could fully rise, Caesar was already charging again. His fist smashed into the rock where Ye Qing had been a heartbeat earlier, shattering it into rubble. Meanwhile, Zuitong's delay caused his debuff to fade. The berserker broke free, rushed him, and hammered him away with a crushing blow. Sprawled on the ground, Zuitong felt despair sink in. I've always been cursed with bad luck. Now it's finally about to kill me. Just before the berserker could end him, Lao Jian threw himself into the brute, holding him back. Do something, he shouted at Zuitong. The berserker hurled him aside, slashing deep into him. But even bleeding out, Lao Jian screamed, You're the leader, aren't you? I know you're strong, so do something. Now, a completely shaken Zuitong finally admitted that the only reason he chose to be the leader was so he wouldn't have to personally fight monsters, and so no one would find out how useless he really was. He wasn't strong at all, just a coward, weak and pathetic. All he could do was beg that berserker for his life. His mind flashed back to the times when people mocked him, saying Zuitong couldn't deal damage, nor could he give proper buffs, since every time he ended up buffing the wrong person. He remembered how Caesar had once invited him to join, and he never thought Caesar was actually leading them straight to their deaths. Meanwhile, Caesar was brutally thrashing Ye Qing, using a martial art technique that specifically damaged internal organs. His strike had shattered an entire wall, but Ye Qing barely managed to avoid being crushed. Still, he realized how insanely fast Caesar was. Ye Qing turned back, trying to call out to Zuitong, but before he could even finish, Caesar appeared right in front of him and launched a powerful strike that sent Ye Qing flying straight toward Zuitong. As Ye Qing hit the ground in front of him, he told Zuitong he understood exactly how he felt. Trying to hide your weakness from everyone and hoping others would carry you, he admitted that he too had always wanted power and despised his own weakness. He knew he had been useless. But so what, he said. Being weak isn't the real fear. The real thing to be afraid of is letting your heart become weak. Ye Qing remembered the time when a monster had him cornered. Even after attack, he refused to give up. And after countless blows, his one critical hit finally landed and he managed to kill his very first monster. Because back then I showed courage, he said. That's the only reason I've made it this far. Ye Qing's words struck deep inside Zuitong, and he gripped his weapon tightly. If he didn't become stronger today, he knew he'd definitely die. All his life he'd stopped himself from fighting, just to avoid being laughed at. But for the first time, he actually wanted to fight. For the first time, he wanted to become strong. The berserker scoffed at all this talk. To him, it was pure nonsense. A level 3 support against my level 17 armor? What could you possibly do? He mocked. Standing tall, he said he'd just stand there and watch how Zuitong tried to deal damage. But instead of charging with his weapon, Zuitong threw it aside and summoned his magical microphone, the tool he used for singing spells. With it in hand, he began to sing with everything he had, ready to cast a proper buff. This time, something real happened. Both the berserker and Caesar felt a shift, like something powerful had just been released. And Ye Qing, receiving that buff, smiled and told Caesar, Now it's over for you guys. I've just gotten the best support in the world. Thanks to Zuitong's buff, Ye Qing's damage went up by 15%. Along with his defense, speed, and resistance, all boosted by the same amount. Much stronger than before, Ye Qing also unleashed his blood nightmare, which crept up behind the berserker. Because of the buff, the berserker naturally targeted Zuitong, ready to finish him. But right then, Ye Qing's blood nightmare transformed into the berserker's form, lunged at him from behind, and locked him tightly in its tentacles. Caught and wrapped up, the berserker could do nothing but scream for help. Zuitong watched in awe as Ye Qing easily handled the level 18 berserker without even lifting a hand himself, while focusing his own strength on Caesar. Caesar unleashed furious punches at Ye Qing, who dodged quickly, and whenever he did take a hit, his ability healed the wounds almost instantly. Then Ye Qing activated his berserk mode, splintering core skill, which came with both buffs and heavy debuffs. With boosted speed, he dodged Caesar's strikes and finally landed a direct blow. Caesar was shocked to see that his tough armor was useless against this ability. Yet Qing knew Splintering Core was invaluable. It ignored defenses completely. But it came with a cost, massive blood loss. If he didn't finish this fight quickly, it would only drain him more. He charged Caesar again, swinging with Splintering Core. But this time Caesar evaded. Blocking every strike, Caesar sneered and told him that with 20 years of battle experience, there was no way he'd lose to some weak kid. Landing another crushing punch, Caesar roared that the difference in raw strength between them was far too great. Where true power exists, no martial art or skill could compare. But yet Qing refused to back down. He swung his fists right back, though Caesar's blows were far heavier. Caesar laughed, shouting that he didn't care for skill-based styles. He had put every single point into raw destructive strength. With one punch, I can kill them all. His strike launched Ye Qing through the air, sending him crashing even behind Zutong. Yet Ye Qing still stood back up. Caesar looked at him like he was insane, calling him a foolish child. Why keep getting up? All you're doing is earning yourself a worse death. Think for a second. How could you possibly beat me in strength? But Ye Qing had heard enough. Tired of the endless taunts, he poured every last one of his 176 points straight into strength. His body transformed instantly, his muscles swelling, his raw power skyrocketing, past anything he'd ever felt before. But Caesar just laughed it off as stupidity and charged at Ye Qing with everything he had. Ye Qing clenched his fist, thinking that even if he didn't have the same kind of battle experience, one thing was certain. Putting all 300 of his total points into strength should be more than enough to end this fight with a single punch. Both of them threw their fists with full power, but this time the outcome was completely different. Ye Qing's punch tore right through Caesar's arm. The impact sent Caesar flying far back, and as he went crashing down, he realized in shock that the same fist he once mocked as weak had just shattered his fingers and nearly destroyed his arm. Without wasting a second, Ye Qing slammed Caesar into the wall, climbed up over him, and hammered him again with a crushing punch that blew the place apart. He told Caesar straight, "You don't even have time to be shocked anymore. I need to end this fight quickly. Oh, and by the way, welcome to the new cannon fodder team." Beaten half to death, Caesar's mind drifted back 8 years, to when he himself was nothing more than a cannon fodder recruit. Back then, his superior job changers treated him like a servant, making him clean their weapons and do their grunt work. They promised he'd only become an official member if he proved himself. One day, while fighting alongside them against a massive giant monster, he thought he finally had his chance. If he could show he could hold his own against such a beast, maybe they'd finally accept him. In that fight, he managed to land a heavy punch that pushed the giant back, and for the first time, Caesar thought maybe he wasn't so weak after all. But the monster retaliated with a devastating strike that crushed Caesar's body, leaving him on the brink of death. He was rushed to a lab where a professor examined him and laid out the truth. Most of his bones were broken, his heart was dangerously wounded, his kidneys destroyed, and his liver badly damaged. Still, there was one way to save him. Using abyssal technology, they could implant cells from abyssal creatures into human bodies. And it just so happened Caesar's DNA matched with one of the monsters whose cells they had stored. The good news was he'd live. The bad news, he'd become a hybrid, half monster and half human. That was why Caesar had become so strong. He remembered the demon who oversaw his transformation, likely the same one whose cells were fused into him. The demon told him he was now worthy of becoming a Lionheart, and then marked him with a strange symbol, calling him his dog. Frightened, Caesar demanded to know what had happened to his teammates, only for the demon to casually reveal that they were already dead. In that moment, Caesar understood. This was a world where the strong ruled and the weak were crushed. If you couldn't prove your worth, you were nothing but garbage. Back in the fight, Caesar's eyes snapped open as his body flared with monstrous energy. His defense, strength, and speed all shot up dramatically. Even Ye Qing was shocked that, after all the punishment, Caesar could still block his attacks. Caesar's fist came flying at him, and though Ye Qing thought he'd be fine since he was stronger now, the truth was Caesar's power had grown too. The blow landed hard, knocking Ye Qing far back. Caesar explained that the nearby magic crystal was filled with energy, and during the blood moon state, it grew even stronger. Because his body contained monster organs, he could absorb the crystal's power directly, and that was exactly what he was doing. like a parasite draining its prey. By the time he was done, Caesar declared that he now had even more power than the dungeon's boss. Ye Qing's system notification confirmed it. Caesar's rank had officially risen to boss. His body twisted, taking on the terrifying appearance of a monster. While Caesar powered up, Ye Qing got another notification. His berserk mode had finally ended, leaving his stats weaker. A panicked Zuitong rushed over, asking if he was all right. With overwhelming force, Caesar slammed his fist into the ground, shattering the floor, and told Ye Qing that gaining power was simple. You just had to give up being human, and then no one could ever stand against you. He launched chunks of stone into the air and kicked them at Ye Qing, who managed to dodge. Ye Qing kept moving, but Caesar's speed was still overwhelming. This time, Ye Qing failed to dodge, and Caesar's claw tore right through his body, ending the fight instantly. Zuitong froze in horror. This was far too strong. It was clear now they had no chance against a monster like this. Ye Qing had hidden powers and still managed to wipe out Caesar's allies alone. But even he had just been killed in a single strike. Caesar sneered. Didn't I tell you, whether monster or human, everyone bows to strength? After finishing everyone off, his eyes locked onto Zuitong, the weakest of them all, yet the last one alive. As Caesar advanced, Zuitong trembled and pleaded, "Brother, I swear you don't look human anymore. Please, just stay away from me." But Caesar intended to finish every last witness. That way he could claim later that both his companions and the cannon fodders were killed by monsters, while he alone survived thanks to his strength. He raised his hand to strike Zuitong down, only for Zuitong to stop him, saying he had one last thing to confess before he died. Lifting him by the throat, Caesar allowed him to speak, and Zuitong said all he wanted was to make it out alive. At that moment it became clear, Caesar hadn't killed the real Ye Qing at all, only one of his clones. Realizing the truth, Zuitong smirked and told him, "Looks like you're not the only cannon fodder who survived, and maybe the ones who were supposed to die here weren't us." Understanding the implication, Caesar whipped his head around, only to see Ye Qing reappearing behind him, fully healed after using his drinks to recover from his berserk mode's side effects. Ye Qing thanked the bard for giving him time to recover. With Blood Nightmare at his side, he told Caesar, "Finding your body's weak points by sight alone was tough. That's why I let my Blood Nightmare touch you, to learn more about your body from the inside." Caesar realized the one he had killed earlier was nothing more than a clone. Ye Qing looked him dead in the eye and told him the power he carried was as dangerous as it was tempting. Sure, it gave him a burst of strength, but it also wore down his body. The longer he pushed past the limit, the worse the damage got. Caesar was half human, half monster, and if he kept craving the abyss would demand its price. But Caesar wasn't buying it. He snarled back, demanding what the abyss had to do with any of this. As far as he was concerned, this strength was his now. And that's when Ye Qing's warning began to prove true. The monster's blood running through Caesar started to take over. His hand warped, growing larger and more grotesque, until it barely looked human anymore. Zuitong took the chance and bolted, running just far enough to feel safe. But Caesar, fully enraged, charged at Ye Qing, determined to finish him before his transformation spiraled out of control. The strikes came heavy, but Ye Qing dodged them with ease. Caesar's strength had gone up, but the more the monster took hold, the slower he became. Ye Qing slipped past every swing, though he had no way to strike back. He thought bitterly that if he only had a weapon, this fight would already be over. Almost like fate had heard him, Zuitong shouted from a distance and tossed a dagger. Thanks to his unusually high luck, Ye Qing caught it clean. Now armed, Ye Qing wasn't just dodging, he was countering. Every slash, every stab landed deep, tearing Caesar apart piece by piece. Bleeding out, Caesar demanded to know why every strike from Ye Qing felt like a critical hit. Ye Qing only smirked and told him straight, "Compared to me, you're nothing." Infuriated, Caesar roared that he was still superior and lunged again. Ye Qing met him head-on, coating his fist in fire and slamming it across Caesar's face. He spat back that Caesar was nothing special anymore, just another monster, no different from the ones he used to hunt. Right then, Caesar's body twisted further. He lost what little control he had left and turned into a full-fledged beast. The power was overwhelming, but like every monster, his mind slipped further away. Ye Qing could see it clearly. There was no coming back from this. He called out, asking Caesar if he could hear the abyss calling now that he was fully one of them. In the way Caesar thrashed, muttering and screaming, it was obvious he could. He shouted he wasn't cannon fodder, that he refused to die, but he was only stumbling blindly in madness. Zuitong leaned toward Ye Qing, whispering that this was their chance to put him down for good. But Ye Qing shook his head. There was no need. Monsters belonged to the abyss, and anyone who gave up their humanity would eventually be dragged back there. Sure enough, the caves trembled as the transformed Caesar smashed his way deeper inside, pulled by that very abyss. Meanwhile, deeper in the treasure chamber, Lao Feng finally had a prize in his hands. He was already dreaming of riches, imagining the life waiting for him outside. What he didn't know was that his future would never come, because Caesar, in his monstrous state, was waiting right behind him. Outside the dungeon, Zuitong and Ye Qing sat together. Zuitong called Ye Qing his boss and swore he'd stick by him from now on. But Ye Qing shook his head, saying he wasn't worthy of that kind of responsibility. Zuitong insisted. Ye Qing had given him a new purpose, to aim for the throne. Ye Qing laughed, admitting he'd just been talking nonsense back then, trying to look cool. But Zuitong was dead serious. To him, those words weren't nonsense. They gave him direction. When Ye Qing asked what his future plan was, Zuitong proudly declared he'd become the king of supports. He might never be the strongest fighter, but with the right support, he could change the entire outcome of a battle. Watching him, Ye Qing worried. If he pushed Zuitong into this life, he could get him killed. But Zuitong kept painting the picture. Ye Qing leading the charge, him behind giving the best support anyone could ask for, and together they'd be unstoppable. Ye Qing shook his head and told him straight. Abyss wasn't his path. His ability could only empower others. But he himself would always stay weak, always needing protection. That wasn't the kind of support Ye Qing wanted, and he refused to let Zuitong throw his life away. Instead, he opened his hand and showed a pile of 1,000 magic crystals. He told Zuitong he could take them all, but only if he promised never to step foot in the abyss again. Zuitong's eyes burned with defiance. He knew Ye Qing only said that to protect him, but this time he wasn't backing down. He was done being trash in a world that treated him like one. Seeing that look, Ye Qing realized there was no stopping him. He picked up Lao Jian's fallen sword and handed it to Zuitong. He reminded him that bards always held a microphone in one hand, so with the other, he'd need a weapon to defend himself. Bard jobs were hybrids, half magic, half physical, and with the right enchanted weapon, even he could fight. Clutching the blade, Zuitong told Ye Qing he didn't want the crystals. So Ye Qing told him to give them to Lao Jian and Lao Ju's families instead, since they sacrificed themselves in that dungeon. They'd earn more later. And just like that, Ye Qing's little team was born. Elsewhere in front of the massive abyss gate, a group of people gathered. A woman briefed them, explaining that after the Blood Red Moon incident, an S-rank squad was dispatched to handle the monsters. Deep in the abyss, they found 8 bodies, the fallen members of Blood Oath. Their leader Caesar had transformed into a monster and been taken down by S-rankers. She added that another body was found, that of Lao Feng, the so-called killer who had once abandoned his allies and even been arrested for it. His corpse was surrounded by high-grade equipment, but it didn't matter. Caesar, after becoming a monster, had killed him too. Hearing the report, 2 men discussed how their plan had failed. But in their eyes, Caesar was just another disposable pawn anyway. Back in the city, inside a hospital, Ye Qing's sister was still admitted. Somewhere in those halls, a terrified man clutched an abyssal key. With it, he could open a gate anywhere. Trembling, he muttered apologies over and over, swearing he had no choice, then activated the key. In an instant, an abyssal gate tore open inside the hospital. Dark energy surged, swallowing everything. Outside, the crowd panicked as the energy lashed out, screaming in terror at the sight. An abyssal gate! Run! Officials were called in immediately. Elsewhere, Ye Qing, still at home, was trapped in that same nightmare from his past. The day a monster had burst out of an abyss gate and taken his sister. They were kids, too slow to escape. He remembered her hand slipping from his as she fell straight into the creature's jaws. Before the dream could play further, Ye Qing woke up, seething. Why was this nightmare haunting him again and again? Then it hit him. It was the day he was supposed to visit his sister at the hospital. On his way, he stopped by the flower stand of Miss Jiang, who always saw him buying flowers for his younger sister, little Ye. She praised him for being such a good brother. That's when Ye Qing noticed the fire trucks and ambulances racing by. Miss Jiang mentioned seeing the same on her way back, along with job changers heading toward the hospital. Something strange was happening. The hospital's name froze Ye Qing in his tracks. That was where his sister was. Without a second thought, he bolted, leaping forward with such speed that Miss Jiang stood shocked, watching him outpace the vehicles with ease. When Ye Qing finally reached the hospital, his worst fears were confirmed. A massive, swirling abyssal portal had opened right at its entrance. Confused and furious, he rushed toward it, but the guards at the perimeter stopped him cold. The entire zone was under lockdown. No citizens allowed in. The guard looked at Ye Qing and instantly knew this man wasn't some ordinary civilian. His aura alone gave him away. That was why, this time, he didn't try to block him. Another guard, watching from behind, asked why he had just let a random stranger through. The first guard replied firmly, "This wasn't just anyone. That man was a job changer. His strength carried the same weight as those who had already entered the gate before him." Ye Qing clenched his fists and whispered to himself, "Little Ye, just wait for me. This time your brother won't let anything happen to you." Once inside the abyss, he found the hospital completely swallowed by the void. The walls, the halls, the rooms, it was all twisted into abyss itself. He quickly noticed the room ahead of him had already been cleared out. That meant other squads had made it here before him. On the floor, he spotted a large magic bottle, the kind people use to recover from exhaustion. It was an expensive item, and from that alone, Ye Qing could tell the job changers who came here before were wealthy. He absorbed the bottle into his system, recovering a potion that could restore 85% of his mana and cut his fatigue in half for the next 30 seconds. "If I'm going to chase this abyss while searching for little Ye, I'll burn through my mana too fast," Ye Qing muttered. "I need to prepare as much as possible." He activated Scouting Whiz, scanning the paths ahead. 2 roads stretched before him, but he quickly realized they didn't connect to each other. On one side, he spotted trail marks left behind, probably by the last hunting squad to pass through. Deciding not to follow in their footsteps, Ye Qing turned toward the untouched path. The corridor ahead was wide, unnervingly so, and he feared the sheer size of the place would drain too much time. The longer he wandered, the harder it would be to find his sister. He had to move quickly. As he walked deeper, he noticed something strange. The entire path was lined with a red carpet. That alone told him no one else had stepped foot here yet. But then, the moment he crossed inside, a barrier sealed itself behind him, cutting off any way back. Ye Qing pulled out an item designed to mark parts of the map, the Eye of Argos, and tried to open up the layout of this area, but it failed. Now it all made sense. He finally understood why the other job changers outside had resorted to using blood to mark their trails instead of tools like this. This wasn't just any abyss. This was an abyss of rules. In the abyss, where its own strange rules existed, something eerie started moving toward Ye Qing. But he didn't realize that behind him, an undead being was already waiting, swinging its massive axe straight at him. At the very last moment, Ye Qing sensed the attack and dodged back, narrowly escaping. In the same instant, he dashed forward with incredible speed and sliced the undead clean in half. But then he noticed something terrifying. The undead didn't die. Its body restored itself instantly. Using his sharp mind, Ye Qing realized that physical attacks weren't effective here. He needed something more than brute force. Suddenly, the monster unleashed one of its abilities, letting out an ear-piercing scream. The sound was so deadly it directly targeted Ye Qing's mind. Even though he covered his ears, blood started running down the sides of his face. This ability, he thought, if I can't hear, my perception will drop drastically. I underestimated the abyss. The creature I'm fighting is a monster of rules, a being that follows its own twisted laws. That thought pulled him back to a memory from 3 years ago. Back then, while gathering magic stones with a companion, he had stumbled across bizarre statues, angelic figures with human-like bodies but demonic faces. They seemed lifeless, so he ignored them and kept collecting crystals. But once he turned away, those statues began to move, creeping closer and closer. Sensing something wrong, Ye Qing quickly looked back, and there they were. hideous statues grinning unnaturally at him. When he stared directly, they froze, unmoving. His companion warned him not to look back at them again. Those are weeping stone statues, monsters of rules that obey the abyss's twisted laws. At the very least, they're S-class. Normally, they don't attack job changers, but if you stare too long, they'll mark you as prey. And if your attention slips, they come for you from behind. Now, he told Ye-Ching to quietly step backward with him toward the entrance. They moved cautiously, but Ye-Ching's foot slipped on a rock. In that instant, the statues lunged at him. Just before they reached him, his companion slammed the entrance shut, saving his life. Afterward, his companion told him bluntly, "This time you were lucky. If you had attacked them even once, the damage would have triggered their wrath, and you'd have been dead on the spot." Back in the present, Ye-Ching gathered his magic, preparing to strike the undead with a spell since his physical blows weren't working. Flames swirled in his hand as he began casting Great Flame Explosion. But suddenly the fire burned out of control on his palm, disrupting his spell. The undead rushed at him from behind, swinging a massive scythe. Ye-Ching barely avoided another deadly strike. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he muttered, "I can't afford to be stuck in this first room any longer. This strange undead demon spirit has immunity to physical damage, but its own attacks are physical. What a bizarre combination." That's when the idea struck him. He realized the monster adapted its defenses depending on the attacks it received. Since it was currently using its scythe, it meant the spirit was vulnerable to physical strikes and resistant to magic. Taking advantage, Ye-Ching unleashed a barrage of physical attacks, which finally began to work. But just as he gained an edge, the demon spirit shifted into its second phase. Now it wielded dual swords, and its aura grew far more dangerous. "My hearing is already wrecked by its scream, and now even my vision is failing me," Ye-Ching thought grimly. He figured out the monster's ability had at least a 30-second cooldown. Still, his mana reserves were low. He couldn't keep summoning endlessly. The demon spirit launched a flurry of attacks, faster than anything Ye-Ching had faced. Even with his boosted attributes, he struggled to keep up. For the first time in a while, he felt himself being overwhelmed. Activating his regeneration ability, his wounds closed instantly, but then he noticed something. The demon spirit flinched at the healing light inside him. That's when he realized it feared the light. A bold idea struck him. He summoned fire magic. The demon spirit looked delighted, since any fire outside Ye-Ching's body could be manipulated by it. But that wasn't his plan. Instead, Ye-Ching cast the flames onto himself, setting his own body ablaze. For now, it only caused him a burning effect, but it lit him up like a living fireball. Rushing forward, Ye-Ching chased the terrified spirit, which recoiled from his burning form. "Fire is the ultimate light," he thought. "If I can't throw a fireball, then I'll become one." With his dash skill, he closed the distance, grabbed the demon spirit, and locked it in an embrace. At that moment, he unleashed Great Flame Explosion. A massive blast engulfed the entire chamber. Fire roared, consuming everything around it. Ye-Ching was thrown back by the force, crashing onto the ground. Across from him, the demon spirit screamed as its body was devoured by the flames, burning into ashes. A notification appeared. He had defeated the demon spirit. His health hovered at just 1 GP. He had barely survived. But the victory came at a heavy price. His hand was so badly burned that he couldn't wield weapons or cast spells for now. Still, Ye-Ching had his regeneration ability. Once its cooldown ended, he could heal again. That's when he remembered. He needed to recycle the demon spirit quickly before it burned to ashes in the flames. Activating his Scavenger ability, he recycled it just in time and obtained its ability artifact, the Soul Reaper. This artifact allowed Ye-Ching to summon a demon spirit that would launch deadly attacks from the sky. If a target was killed by it, Ye-Ching's own health and mana would increase by 5%. If he managed to trigger that effect more than 5 times in a row, he would enter an invulnerable state for 1 second. But there was a risk. If he failed to kill anything after activating the skill, he would suffer equal backlash. Ye-Ching understood how different these new cards were. This was more like a contract with a spirit, something that had to be used at the right time or not at all. With the path ahead now open and his regeneration cooldown finished, he activated the ability once more and fully healed himself. Then he set out to find his sister, Xiaoyao. In one chamber, a terrifying monster was slaughtering people. Behind the chaos, Xiaoyao hid quietly. She picked up a bottle and threw it behind the monster, hoping to distract it. The beast turned toward the sound and stalked in that direction. Seeing the chance, Xiaoyao crawled out of her hiding spot, but she stumbled and fell because she couldn't actually walk. Struggling on the ground, she reached for her teddy bear, whispering that she would never let anyone bully her brother. The sound of her fall drew the monster back. It stomped down on the teddy bear, towering over her. Staring at the horrifying beast right in front of her, Xiaoyao froze in fear. The monster roared furiously and advanced, while she whispered in despair, "Brother, save me!" Just as the beast raised its claws to strike her down, a man leapt in from behind, brandishing a longsword. With one devastating slash, he cut the monster apart in a single strike. Xiaoyao gasped in shock, then looked closely at her savior. He was a dual swordsman named Wuming. Relieved, she realized he was a hunter, and maybe, just maybe, he had come to help her. But Wuming turned to leave, as if the little girl meant nothing to him. Desperate, Xiaoyao clung to his leg, begging him to take her with him. Otherwise, she said, she would be in grave danger. He shook his head and told her no. Every monster inside was already dead, so she could just stay hidden. He was going deeper to fight, and if she followed, she would surely die. But Xiaoyao insisted. She told him she had to stay alive because she needed to see her brother again. Her brother had promised her that much. A flashback came rushing in. 7 years ago, after the accident, Yeqing lay in a hospital bed, listening as the doctors explained that Xiaoyao's spinal nerves had been severely damaged. From that day forward, she would never walk normally again. Even though he was still a child, Yeqing understood every word. The doctors told Yeqing that no matter how much treatment they gave Xiaoyao, it would be impossible to completely cure her, unless something unusual happened. Yeqing asked what that meant. The doctor explained that Xiaoyao's condition could no longer be treated with science. However, there were rare cases where people who had entered the abyss somehow came back cured. If your sister's condition was caused by a monster, the doctor said, then perhaps the only cure for her lies within the abyss itself. Hearing that, Yeqing asked, "So you mean if I can enter the abyss, I could cure my sister?" But the doctor shook his head. Only job changers were allowed inside, and Yeqing was still just a naive kid. If he went, he would only die for nothing. Instead, the doctor told him to focus on something real. How to pay for the treatments, because the hospital's daily fee was already more than 8,000 yuan. Yeqing promised he would work as hard as he could to gather the money. After that, he went to his sister's room. Putting on his best smile, he walked in cheerfully to see her. He told her he had just spoken with the doctor, and starting today, he was going to work in a place called the Abyss. He assured her it was completely safe. Then he pulled out a small gift he had brought, a cute little teddy bear. But Xiaoyao shook her head. She told him she didn't want him risking his life, and begged him not to go anywhere near monsters. Yeqing smiled and explained that he had landed a high-paying job, one that could earn enough to fix her legs soon. She refused, saying if her brother had to face deadly dangers just to make money, then she'd rather spend her whole life in a wheelchair. That became their promise, and Yeqing reluctantly agreed. In the present, Xiaoyao told Wuming that if she stayed in the abyss, her brother would definitely come looking for her, and she didn't want him risking his life because of her. Hearing her story, Wuming's attitude softened. He lifted her up and placed her in her wheelchair. Still, he warned her, he would be busy fighting. If a monster attacked her while he was occupied, he wouldn't protect her. She quietly agreed. Meanwhile, Yeqing reflected on his time as a scavenger. There was a strict rule in the abyss. No one could heal beyond the condition of the body they entered with. In other words, any injuries from the outside world can't be healed inside. If it weren't for that rule, I would have already found a way to cure Xiaoyao. Just then, he came across the corpses of countless job changers. Judging from the scene, they had all fallen in battle against a powerful, high-level monster. Nearby, Yeqing spotted the half-severed body of a massive giant beast. The cut was so clean, it looked like the creature had been slain in a single strike. Using his observing eye, he found no trace of magic, meaning whoever killed this beast had done it with pure physical strength alone. Realizing that, Yeqing felt a rush of excitement. Somewhere in this place was someone far stronger than all the other job changers he had seen. Zhao Yao was following close behind Wu Ming when suddenly he came to a halt. His sharp eyes caught the glow of deadly light traps activating right beside him, and in an instant, the blazing force slammed into him at full speed. Xiao Yao burst into tears, terrified that the one person who had just helped her was already gone. But as the smoke cleared, Wu Ming stood there unharmed, completely untouched by the deadly strike. 4 years earlier, in an ancient tomb-class abyss, a terrifying king-level boss monster was slaughtering job changers left and right. Wu Ming was there too, among a group of mercenaries who had been hired by a bald man. The man shouted furiously at them, "You worthless trash! I'm paying you, and you're getting slaughtered by this thing? Remember, I bought every single one of you." None of the mercenaries could speak against him. Wu Ming especially couldn't. He was a criminal with no legal status, only allowed into the abyss as a mercenary for hire. The bald man, desperate and greedy, waved money at them, promising 100,000 credits to whoever killed the boss monster. When no one moved, he raised it to 200,000, then 250,000. That finally drove everyone into a frenzy, rushing the boss with everything they had. The boss monster roared and immediately summoned more creatures to defend itself. Blinded by greed, the mercenaries fought recklessly, unleashing their full strength. A few of them tried to charge the boss directly, but the beast was far too powerful and fast. With a single swipe, it killed both of them effortlessly. Then Wu Ming stepped forward, striking a pose as if ready to turn the tide. But in the very next second, the monster's fist smashed into him, sending him flying. As the fight dragged on, the boss's eyes locked on the bald man, who had been screaming non-stop about his money. Wu Ming snapped at him, shouting that none of them would see a single coin if they didn't make it out alive. But the boss was already charging at the bald man. In that desperate moment, Wu Ming gathered every ounce of speed and strength he had left, driving his long sword deep into the monster's body. With a final roar, he forced the blade through, killing the boss once and for all. The instant the beast died, its treasure appeared along with a strange glowing item. But before Wu Ming could approach, the bald man shoved him aside and rushed for the chest. "Don't forget, you owe me double," Wu Ming growled, barely standing on his feet. But the man just laughed, greed burning in his eyes. "You're already half dead. Why would a corpse need money?" he sneered, prying open the treasure chest with excitement. Overjoyed, he thought to himself, "Thank God I bought the location of this hidden dungeon. I'm going to be rich beyond belief." But when the chest burst open, all that came out was a blinding light, and when it faded, the box was completely empty. Stunned, the man shouted in rage, "How is this possible? How can a boss drop an empty treasure chest?" But before he could say more, his body started to change. His breathing grew heavy and ragged. In mere moments, his form crumbled into sand, collapsing into nothing. Watching this, Wu Ming realized the truth. The chest was cursed. The man had been killed by a sand spell hidden within it. Wu Ming panicked for a moment, wondering if the curse would claim him too. But then, his eyes fell on the glowing item that had dropped when he struck down the boss. It was an immortal relic. The artifact had already bound itself to his soul the moment he delivered the killing blow. From that moment on, he was no longer truly alive. He had become something undead. The relic gave him immortality, but at a cost. He could only be harmed by sacred or healing magic. No physical strike, no other spell could kill him. And along with that, he lost something even more painful. His ability to feel emotions, and his ability to feel pain. From that day forward, Wu Ming was no longer a man. He was an undying blade. In the present, Wu Ming was telling Zhao Yao about his past. After listening, Zhao Yao asked, "So your blood is actually sand? But what kind of curse is tied to you?" Wu Ming didn't answer. He simply ignored her, deciding there was no point in revealing anything more. That silence left Zhao Yao a little annoyed. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was surrounded by waves of strange monsters swarming him from every direction, but he cut through them with ease. Earlier, when he was in a hurry, he hadn't distributed his points properly. Now he was focused on pushing all his free points to make every one of his stats cross 200. The monsters he was facing weren't particularly strong, but after constant battles, even Ye Qing started to feel the exhaustion. Still, one after another, he kept knocking them down. At one point, he launched into the air and used a dagger skill, slicing through a group of them. A notification popped up. His mana had dropped to less than 5%. That was a problem. Without mana, he couldn't activate any skills. Just as his focus slipped, a monster lunged straight at him. But Yaqing wasn't relying solely on skills. Clenching his fist tight, he smashed it forward with raw strength, taking the creature down with a single punch. He had just cleared out the monsters in that room when even more appeared. After pushing through 4 monster rooms already, his body was worn out and his maximum mana was dangerously low. Every mana potion in his bag was gone, except for one large bottle he was saving for a critical moment. So instead of relying on potions, he charged forward, tearing the monsters apart with nothing but brute force. He crushed throats, twisted legs, ripped heads clean off, and smashed skulls with his fists. The endless fighting wore him down, but then an idea sparked in his mind. He activated his artifact, Soul Reaper. As far as he remembered, the skill restored 5% of his health with every kill. The more he killed, the more he recovered. The small Soul Reaper burst forth, darting across the battlefield and cutting down everything in its path. With every monster it reaped, Yaqing's health and mana surged back. The kills stacked so high that both his health and mana hit full capacity again, and his precious, large mana potion was still safe in his bag. As he moved on, his foot knocked against something. A pair of glasses lay on the ground. That meant someone else had to be here. Then he heard a sound from behind a barrel. "Who's there?" Yaqing snapped, his voice sharp with anger. From behind the barrel, a man stumbled out, quickly waving his hands. I'm human, don't kill me." Once out in the open, the man asked if Yaqing had seen his glasses. Without them, he could barely see. They turned out to be his. Yaqing handed them over, and once the man put them on, he introduced himself. His name was Song Shinshan. He was a doctor, a researcher. And this was the very same doctor who had turned Caesar into a mutated monster. The doctor started rambling about how terrified he was when the monsters showed up, saying hiding inside that barrel was his only choice. But Yaqing ignored the nonsense and asked if the doctor had seen any other survivors. Song admitted that this place was nothing more than an abandoned hospital now, where even healthy people struggled to survive. So how could those without proper arms or legs possibly make it, he said. That remark lit a fire in Yaqing. How could a man who called himself a doctor talk about patients like that? The doctor shrugged, asking what was wrong with what he said. Then he looked at Yaqing and asked if he had come to rescue him. I know, Song said. Lionheart must have given you a commission, promised you a big reward. Just take me out of here, and that reward is yours. It clicked for Yaqing. The doctor thought he had been sent by Caesar. He remembered that after killing Caesar, he had earned 150 attribute points and picked up a strange plate bearing the emblem of the Lionheart group. But instead of entertaining the doctor, Yaqing turned and started heading deeper into the abyss. Song called after him, shouting that the way out was behind them. Why was Yaqing going further in? Yaqing asked him if he had come from that area. When Song nodded, he went on to say there was no point trying to rescue crippled survivors. Their bodies were useless, and they couldn't even repay Yaqing for his help. But Yaqing answered coldly that he was going deeper because his sister was in there. That shut Song up for a moment. He realized Yaqing wasn't here for him, but for his sister. Still, the doctor clung to the hope that Yaqing might drag him out too. But as Yaqing walked further in, he looked back once and said, "One thing, I should apologize, because while I enjoy collecting trash, I don't enjoy saving it. So you can just stay here and live comfortably." Or it was clear. To Yaqing, this so-called doctor was nothing more than trash, someone who didn't know the value of life. Yaqing ignored him and kept moving deeper into the abyss. But the doctor knew he wouldn't last a second alone. He rushed after Yaqing, insisting this place was a massive and dangerous labyrinth. If you keep going forward, you'll end up on paths where you'll be completely lost. That's why Dr. Song wants to be your guide. Yaqing didn't reply, but Song took his silence as a yes. He led the way to a massive teleport gate, and together they stepped inside. Once they entered, Song asked which group Yaqing belonged to. Yaqing told him he was on his own, working alone. Song admired that. Independent hunters like you still working solo even in times like this? That's impressive. How about this? Once we get out of here, I'll introduce you to some top guilds. It'll benefit you a lot. But Yaqing shut him down, saying he wasn't interested in any of that. All that mattered was finding his sister. Yes, Xiaoyao. The doctor should just keep leading the way in silence. At the mention of that name, Yes Xiaoyao, something stirred in Dr. Song's memory. Flashback. Some time ago, two young girls who were hospitalized were chosen for an energy experiment. One of Song's men reassured him, "Don't worry, Dr. Song. Neither of their families can do much. One girl's name is Yes Xiaoyao. She lives with her older brother, but he's weak. The other girl's father just got out of prison." Dr. Song asked if they had gotten the girls to agree to the experiment. His man explained that he had told them if they didn't want to be a burden on their families, they could volunteer. He even emotionally pressured Xiao Yao, telling her that her brother risked his life every day to cover her medical bills. And wouldn't she want him to stay safe? They convinced the girls that this was a new treatment method. If it worked, they wouldn't be a burden anymore, and their bodies would recover completely. Hearing that, Xiao Yao and the other girl both agreed to be test subjects. During the experiment, Dr. Song and his man watched from the side. Song said, "The truth is, even trash can have value if you use it the right way." By trash, he meant the poor and desperate, people he could exploit. They injected Abyss liquid into the other girl's bloodstream first. Almost immediately, her body started reacting violently. Within moments, the experiment went wrong. She writhed in pain until her entire body broke down, leaving nothing but scraps inside the test tube. One of the women on the team explained that the abyssal cells had rejected the host, causing the infection. But Dr. Song brushed it off. They hadn't lost much, so the experiment would continue. Just then, Song was told there was trouble outside. Checking the cameras, they saw it was the other girl's father, demanding answers about his daughter. Song ordered his men to bring him in. Inside, Dr. Song introduced himself, saying his daughter was here. But the father was horrified to see only a strange test tube containing a grotesque monster. "That's your daughter," Song said matter-of-factly. As the agreement stated, there were some changes. "We deeply apologize, and as promised, the payment will be provided. Besides, her body can still be used for research. There's value in that." The father snapped, raging at him, and tried to attack, but he was weak and quickly restrained by guards. Song shouted, "Your daughter was useless. She couldn't even walk. She's finally done something valuable for society, and you're still complaining? We're paying you. Be grateful." The father cried out, "She was just a child. You tricked her into signing that contract. I don't want your money. I want my daughter. You're butchers. I swear God will punish you for this. You'll burn in hell." But Song didn't care. He only asked, "What about Xiao Yao? How's she doing?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yao's experiment had begun. There were no side effects yet, which meant that there was a chance it might succeed. Song's man asked what they would do if her brother caused trouble. Song scoffed. "What could a worthless scavenger possibly do to us? Besides, the girl signed the contract herself." Back in the present, Dr. Song now stood face-to-face with that same scavenger, Ye Qing. Ye Qing asked him why he looked so shaken. Did he know Xiao Yao? Turning away, Song lied, saying he had never heard that name before. But inside, he was panicking. "Is this really Xiao Yao's brother? I thought he was just a weak scavenger. But now he feels so strong. And worst of all, I was the one who threw Xiao Yao into the monsters. If they meet again, I'm finished." Song walked ahead nervously, his face tight with fear. Ye Qing noticed and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you walking like you're scared out of your mind? Don't tell me you've forgotten the way." Song quickly denied it, making up another excuse. He claimed he was only worried about Ye Qing's sister because that hospital room had been swarmed with monsters, and escaping had been his only choice. He figured that way, if Ye Qing later learned the truth from his sister, that the doctor had abandoned her, he could pin it all on the monsters. And if she was already dead, he'd still have his excuse ready. Just then, Ye Qing sensed a presence up ahead. He yanked Song to the side, and in that instant, a long sword sliced through the air where they had just been standing. It was Wu Ming. He stepped forward and said, "My apologies. I thought I had a monster in front of me. That's why I swung my blade so suddenly." Ye Qing asked him, "So those long sword traces I found back there, they were yours?" The evidence was clear. The whole team was wiped out, yet you, someone strong enough, were the only one who survived. Wu Ming introduced himself. "I'm a mercenary. I go wherever the money takes me. Doesn't matter how many teammates die along the way." He started dragging Dr. Song with him, but Ye Qing stood still, watching. In his mind, he thought, "I've seen two-faced mercenaries before. Then Ye Qing stepped forward, stopping Song. He told Wu Ming, "Your intentions don't look like saving anyone to me. I can feel murderous intent from you. Dr. Song promised me he'd lead me to my sister's location. There's no way I'm letting him leave with you," Wu Ming answered calmly. "If you're talking about a little girl, then yes, I met her." Ye Qing's eyes widened. "You met her? Then where is she?" Wu Ming tossed a teddy bear toward him. Ye Qing caught it and instantly recognized it was Xiao Yao's. Wu Ming said, "She was a sweet kid, but unfortunately, she didn't make it out of there." That struck Ye Qing hard, filling him with anger and grief. Wu Ming added, "I told her straight, if any monster tried to kill her, I wouldn't protect her." She agreed. "At the very least, I'm passing along her last words. She told me she wished she could wait outside the entrance before you came. She didn't want you to walk into danger for her sake. If you truly care about her, honor her last wish. Turn around and leave." Ye Qing's rage boiled over. Wu Ming clarified, "I'm a mercenary. I don't protect people. I take money and complete my commission. That's it." Ye Qing lashed out, his strikes heavy and fast. Wu Ming parried each one with ease, blocking every blow with his longsword. Still, Ye Qing didn't stop attacking, demanding, "Where is my sister right now?" Wu Ming finally said, "Give me Dr. Song, and I'll tell you where she is." Ye Qing refused flatly. Their clash grew fiercer. Wu Ming continued to deflect every strike, showing no sympathy. Ye Qing seized an opening. Using his dagger, he knocked Wu Ming's sword out of his hand, then swung a crushing punch. But Wu Ming caught both of Ye Qing's arms in a powerful grip. Ye Qing dropped his dagger. Wu Ming slammed his forehead into Ye Qing's skull and threw him across the ground. Picking up his long sword again, Wu Ming explained, "Mercenaries are the first sacrifices when learning about monsters. Even if our weapons are stripped away, we turn our bodies into weapons. And now that I've got my sword back, if I hit you with it again, you won't withstand it." He channeled his ability. Rock-breaking slash. Ye Qing realized the danger. The mercenary's great sword was strong, but its weight slowed him down. That gave Ye Qing an idea. He activated his summoning cards, calling forth a swarm of spider monsters. Wu Ming's eyes widened. How can someone have so many abilities? The spiders attacked, shooting webs from all sides. Wu Ming couldn't dodge them all. Soon he was wrapped up tight, but he didn't panic. He gathered his strength into one devastating swing, tearing through the webs. Leaping high, he shouted, "These little pests can't do a damn thing to me." Then he unleashed his rock-shattering strike, obliterating all the spider monsters in one deadly blow. But Ye Qing wasn't done. He used Dash and Dragon Frenzy, bursting behind Wu Ming for a strike. At the last instant, Wu Ming turned faster than before, blocking with his longsword. The clash shook the ground. Wu Ming stepped back, saying, "If my blade hadn't caught that punch, that strike carried at least 100 points of force. That proves you're not like the weaklings I've dealt with before." Ye Qing answered, "Know this, I'm no pushover. And I'll ask one last time, where is my sister?" Wu Ming recalled something. He remembered Xiao Yao telling him, "You really are strong, but I wonder, between you and my brother, who's stronger? I've heard he's a scavenger, and I respect him a lot. Whenever I look at his hands, I can tell he's strong." Back then, Wu Ming had brushed it off, but now, standing in front of Ye Qing, he saw she was right. Ye Qing quickly drank his last healing potions, calculating. Wu Ming's health doesn't look that high. If I go berserk and land a critical hit, I can finish him in 3 strikes. But the risk is high. He wears no armor. Just that great sword. He doesn't care about defense, only dealing damage. Wu Ming activated another dangerous skill, charging Ye Qing with devastating speed. Ye Qing dodged upward, circling behind him, striking with all his strength. But something was different. Wu Ming's reaction time had sharpened. He spun instantly, his blade aiming right at Ye Qing's head. Ye Qing narrowly avoided it and countered with his soul skill, landing a critical blow. Yet Wu Ming didn't dodge. He took the hit and grinned, almost thrilled by the pain. Then Ye Qing noticed, where his strike landed, there was no blood. It looked as if he had shattered clay instead of flesh. Wu Ming pressed on, slashing relentlessly. In one massive swing, he blasted the ground apart, but the figure he struck was only Ye Qing's clone. The real Ye Qing still stood unharmed. Wu Ming stopped, then admitted, "I have a trait. No normal attack can kill me. In a sense, I'm immortal. In this abyss, there are powers that technology can never explain. Abilities, skills, even curses placed on humans. They're both a gift and a punishment. Strength comes with its own price. Before Ye Qing's eyes, Wu Ming's body cracked apart, collapsing into pieces. He had become undead. Dr. Song, watching in terror, realized what it meant. They'd heard rumors that in the abyss, Job Changers could inherit traits from monsters. And this undead trait, it was a curse of eternal life, a kind of immortality. Wu Ming's body shattered into bones before Ye Qing's eyes. But within moments, he pulled himself back together, regenerating at will. He told Ye Qing that before his first death, he'd been cursed. That curse made him immortal, forced to die and come back over and over. In the most dangerous raids, his teammates would all fall, but he never could. That survival drew suspicion. People accused him of being a team killer. This was the price of his endless life. He didn't feel pain anymore, and he didn't value life. His only thought was, what's the point of fighting if I can't die anyway? Then he unleashed one of his abilities on Ye Qing. The curse twisted it. Wu Ming barely took damage, while Ye Qing suffered 100 times more. With a single swing of his greatsword, he cut Ye Qing clean in half, but it was only a blood clone. The real Ye Qing struck from behind, yet Wu Ming instantly countered with another crushing attack. Ye Qing grew frustrated. How do you kill something that's already undead? Wu Ming sneered. When it comes to raw strength, you'll never be my equal. That's when Ye Qing activated his divine artifact, Death Strike. A massive undead hand erupted from the sky, reaching for Wu Ming. Wu Ming braced himself but couldn't stop it from crashing into him. Miao, what the hell? Is this some kind of physical attack? Wu Ming gasped. No, Ye Qing said coldly. It's a skill effect. When my skill kills a target, my HP and mana recover. But you're already dead. That means every single hit I land on you restores me. It clicked for him. Undead didn't live off health. Their true life force was manin. That health bar was just an illusion. If he drained Wu Ming's mana dry, he could finally kill him. Ye Qing pressed his advantage, striking with ferocity. Every blow slowed Wu Ming's regeneration. Then Ye Qing cut his arm clean off. Unshaken, Wu Ming growled, I've got plenty of mana. The real question is, do you have enough left to keep fighting me? I do, Ye Qing shot back. I've downed enough potions, and I've got my artifacts. I'll last. Wu Ming chuckled darkly. You're forgetting something. Ye Qing glanced over and saw Xiao Yao's teddy bear lying on the ground. That brief distraction was enough. Wu Ming slammed him into the earth, pinning him down. His voice was cold. Anyone who tries to stop me, I show no mercy. But you're different. You knew your sister might be a burden, but you still fought for her. I respect that, he leaned in. So tell me, if you had to choose between saving your own life or saving Dr. Song's, who would you pick? Ye Qing froze. Wait, are you saying Xiao Yao is still alive? Yes, Wu Ming answered casually. I never said she was dead. I just told you I didn't protect her. She was the one who asked me to give you that teddy bear. He explained how it happened. Orc monsters had surrounded them. Wu Ming was locked in battle, his focus away from Xiao Yao. One of the creatures grabbed her. In that moment, she thought of her brother. I don't want to be a burden to him. If only I had the strength to fight. Just for a moment, that was when the abyss formula in her body activated. A new skill awakened. Shapeshifter. In seconds, Xiao Yao transformed into a massive teddy bear monster, tearing through every orc in a single devastating strike. Wu Ming froze in shock. He realized the doctors had injected her with abyss substance. He thought she had lost her mind, ready to put her down for her own sake. But then she started crying. What happened to me? Why is my body like this? I'm so big. What if my brother sees me like this? What if he thinks I'm a monster? Wu Ming stepped back, stunned. Wait, you're not insane? You remember your own name? Through tears, Xiao Yao nodded and said her name. She looked in a mirror, screaming in horror. I'm a teddy bear. How can I face my brother now? Wu Ming calmed her down, giving her the toy teddy bear to hold on to. He told her, if you want your brother to know the truth, give this to him. Then he turned to Ye Qing. I wanted to keep fighting you, to test your strength, but now there's no reason left. That was when Dr. Song's face twisted in panic. If she's alive, my entire secret will be exposed. Wu Ming pointed at him. The doctor you've been protecting? He's the reason your sister's like this. He experimented on her, and another girl too. Her father was the one who turned this whole lab into an abyss. He hired me to make sure everyone else survived, except this bastard. The truth finally surfaced. Dr. Song snarled. That man was a fool. We paid him for his daughter, and he still made trouble. Ye Qing's rage boiled over. Song tried to defend himself. My experiment actually helped that girl. Even if she died, I would have paid you compensation. Ye Qing punched him hard across the face. Song screamed. That girl couldn't even walk. I gave a useless cripple value. Her sacrifice served science. But Ye Qing grabbed him with his scavenger ability, slamming him into the ground again and again. He lifted him up by the collar, voice sharp with fury. People like you will never understand. Your life is so worthless, I don't even want to take it with my scavenger ability. Yixing tossed Dr. Song toward Wuming. You can keep this trash. I need to go see my sister. Wuming's undead hand grabbed Dr. Song midair. A mercenary's duty is to finish the mission, he said, rejecting Dr. Song's bribes. As he left, he added, next time we meet, we'll fight at full strength. Yexing didn't respond and walked straight into the teleportation gate. Inside, Shizuo stood in her monster bear form. The moment she saw her brother, her eyes filled with tears. Yexing went to her and said softly, Shizuo, it's me, your brother. I'm sorry. I was late getting here. Shizuo shook her head, crying, no, I'm the one who should be sorry. Because of me, your life was put at risk. I didn't want to be a burden, and now I turned into a monster. He knelt beside her, smiling gently. So what? I've met plenty of people who looked human but were monsters inside. And then there are some who may look like monsters, but their hearts are as pure as my sister's. Looking around at the scattered remains of slain monsters, he added, you've gotten pretty strong, you know. As they spoke, Shizuo's monster body began to glow, then suddenly vanished. She collapsed back into her human form. Yeking set her gently into a wheelchair and explained, that transformation eats up a lot of mana. Once it runs out, you'll return to your original body. What you've got is called shapeshifter. From now on, whenever you want to walk, you can transform into a bear and move. Shizuo's face lit up with joy. Yexing grinned. Congratulations! You've just become a new job changer. Her eyes sparkled. Does that mean I can become like you? Absolutely not, Yexing said firmly. I'm never letting you set foot anywhere dangerous. As they left, Shizuo mentioned she'd met Wuming. Yexing quickly changed the subject and guided her out through the base gate. Later that night, Yexing was asleep when his phone rang. An uncle was on the line, worried about him. After the call, a notification popped up. 2.4 million had been transferred into his account from Shingrun. His face lit up. Oh, when he met Shingrun, he dumped out a pile of high-class items using his scavenger ability. Shingrun's eyes widened. Where did all this come from? I just went into the abyss to collect trash, Yexing replied. This stuff's useless to me. I'm still level 1. I can't even use high-level gear. Impressed, Shingrun said, why don't you take the hunter exam? You'll need legal clearance for it, but I can act as your referee. Yexing agreed. Back home, he woke to find Shizuo already up. She smiled shyly. I can feel some movement in my legs. Gathering her strength, she pushed herself up from the wheelchair. Her legs shook, but she stood. Yexing's eyes widened in shock. Later, as he was about to leave, Shizuo asked, Brother, where are you going? Just some work. I'll be back soon. He lied as he headed out. Shizuo muttered to herself, could he be sneaking off to meet a girlfriend? Yexing reached the hunter test site where a crowd had already gathered. He thought, why is this exam so competitive? Then a familiar voice called out. Turning, he saw Jing Tong. Bro, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you didn't have a hunter certificate, Jing Tong teased. I'm here to finally get it, Yexing admitted. Didn't have the money before. Jing Tong sighed. I've got mine, but no team wants me. Says I'm too green. Still, once you get yours, I'm sure you'll become the main DPS of any squad. Yexing smiled. That's the plan. Just then, two strange-looking figures walked into the testing grounds. One had red hair, the other had blue, and both were clearing the way for their boss. A tall, broad man walked up, smoking a cigarette and grumbling, a man like me has to stand in this stupid line just for a certificate? His two lackeys shoved people aside, saying, our boss has a God-chosen job. If anyone messes with him, he'll beat them right here. Hearing that, Yeching thought to himself, God-chosen job? I remember Lu Shenton had one too. He was a God-chosen knight. He could use ice magic along with knight skills. He could create shields and even heal. God-chosen jobs are S-class because their power grows super fast and their weaknesses fade away. Yeching said, let's just let this God-chosen guy go first. I'll take my test after him. Jingtong agreed. That man walked up to the lady at the counter and said, I need a certificate right now. The lady asked, what kind of certificate do you need? The man floated slightly off the ground and said, what do you think? I've been chosen by God. Of course, I'm here to apply for the all-in-one certificate. Everyone around started whispering. One person said, if he's really applying for the all-in-one certificate, he must be amazing. Another added, he's got a God-chosen job, so obviously he'd go for that. Hearing their praise, his lackeys started insulting everyone else. Our boss has top-level talent. The rest of you are just useless nobodies. Then a girl stepped out from the crowd and said, judging by your face, you don't look like someone who could have top-level talent. The man was instantly mesmerized by her beauty. Wow, didn't think I'd see someone this gorgeous in a place like this. How about teaming up with me? So, the girl replied sharply, you should keep dreaming because that's never happening. The man smirked and said, I've got a God-chosen job. I'm not only good in battle, I'm great at breaking beds at night too. That line made the girl furious. She snapped her fingers and suddenly an explosion hit the man, throwing him backward as flames engulfed him. His lackey shouted, you attacked our boss. You'll pay for that. Yeching couldn't stop laughing. He loved seeing arrogant people get what they deserved, and he was impressed by the girl's skill. Humiliated, the man screamed, you ruined my reputation. You'll pay for this. He pulled out his weapon to attack, but before he could move, a hand rested on his shoulder. So he turned around and yelled, who dares stop me? You want to die with her? But when he saw who it was, his face froze. Behind him stood Yeching, radiating a deadly killer aura. Yeching calmly said, there are examiners here. If you use your skills recklessly, you'll get in serious trouble. The man backed down, terrified. Just then, an examiner lady appeared with two powerful warriors. She shouted, no one is allowed to use skills here. Yeching quickly tried to smooth things over. It's been a really hot day. Everyone's a little cranky, so things got a bit heated. The girl also stepped forward to apologize. He was harassing me. I lost my temper and couldn't control myself. The examiner warned them, next time anyone causes trouble, they'll be arrested on the spot. Then she asked the girl, what's your job and which certificate are you applying for? The girl replied, I'm a pyromancer, and I'm here to apply for the magic damage dealer certificate. The examiner said that because of her behavior, she'd need to take a test and told her to place her hand on a crystal. The girl did as told. The crystal glowed intensely, and the examiner felt a massive surge of power coming from her core. You'll have to come inside for a proper test, the examiner said. The girl didn't want to deal with that hassle. She made an excuse. Sorry, but I think the reading might have been wrong. Can I please try again? I'll focus properly this time. When she touched the crystal again, the energy level seemed perfectly normal. The examiner nodded. Yes, that looks fine. The girl jumped with excitement, completely overjoyed. Yeching looked at her and thought, how did her whole personality change so suddenly? Just a moment ago, she was all serious and angry, and now she's acting cheerful like nothing happened. The examiner asked, who's next for the certificate test? Yeching stepped forward, with Jingtong beside him praising him. The examiner asked, which certificate are you applying for? Yeching said, I'm applying for the all-in-one certificate. The examiner raised an eyebrow. Only those with God-chosen jobs even dare to apply for that. What's your job? Yeching replied, I'm a scavenger, level 1. Everyone around burst out laughing. Jingtong tried to quiet them down. Yeching calmly said, I just want a role that can fit into any team so I won't have problems in the future. The examiner told him he could apply, but warned, if you're not strong enough, the test will be extremely difficult. To earn the all-in-one certificate, you'll have to enter the abyss alone. Yeching looked at the poster and asked, if I defeat the abyss, I'll get the hunter certificate, right? The examiner nodded and handed him a stone to touch. But when Yeching placed his hand on it, nothing happened. The stone didn't glow at all. Everyone started mocking Jingtong, saying his friend was a fool walking to his death. But Jingtong had full faith in Yeching. The examiner brought Yeching to the Abyss Gate. Just then, the God-chosen guy showed up with his lackeys, demanding to go in too. One of the guards said, "According to the rules, a challenger can enter as an opponent." The examiner warned, "If both of you enter, the Abyss difficulty will rise from hard level to nightmare level. Only the one who brings out the boss's loot will be declared the winner." Yeching thought, "Nightmare level? That means the monsters inside will get enchantments and buffs. I've faced this stage before." The God-chosen guy boasted, "I've got high-tier loot, so this dungeon will be easy for me." Yeching glanced at his expensive gear and thought, he's not wrong. With good loot, even a noob can look strong. That's the power of money. The examiner asked Yeching if he wanted to proceed. Yeching replied, "Doesn't really matter. I just want to go in, finish my task, and get out." Jing Tang said, "Take care in there." Yeching smirked. "He's got decent armor. If I need to, I'll make use of it." The other man scoffed, "Inside will be enemies. Don't expect me to save you if you're dying." Yeching replied, "If you're that confident, why don't you open the gate first? Let's see how lucky God's chosen one really is." The guy happily opened the gate. As soon as it swung open, a flood of notifications popped up, filled with terrifying energy. Difficulty, nightmare level. Number of monsters, 300 times higher. Monsters HP, 150 times higher. Monsters damage, 70 times higher. All buffs on monsters, 300 times higher. Healing inside the dungeon, reduced by 75%. The guy panicked and shouted, "What kind of terrible setup is this? The monsters got all these buffs, and we've got all these debuffs. My potions are basically useless now." Yeching thought, "It's not just the potions. Any healing from abilities will be worthless too. I'll have to use my abilities perfectly." The guy left all his potions outside and equipped his high-class armor. "With this armor, I'll crush every monster that comes at me," he declared, stepping into the abyss. Yeching followed right behind him without wasting a second. Then another notification popped up. Legendary challenge activated. This meant a legendary monster was somewhere inside the dungeon, and defeating it would grant legendary rewards. The examiner was shocked. "This is a legendary mutation. Even with 300 luck points, this barely happens," instructing her guards to inform the higher-ups and send reinforcements. Outside, Jingtang and his team were about to enter through another gate. "We're going in with everything we've got," he told his team. After opening the gate, he added, "I hope big bro Yeching comes back safe." Inside the abyss, Yeching and the armor-clad guy, Wuxi, reached a massive chamber with two gigantic giant monster statues. Wuxi muttered, "How did we end up in such a huge space the moment we entered? And these ugly statues are supposed to welcome us? My garden's entrance is better than this." Yeching explained, "This is the boss room." Wuxi was stunned. "How's that possible? We just entered." Suddenly, both statues started moving. Each step shook the entire chamber. A notification appeared. The statues would continuously strike with attacks that could cause blood loss. Yeching readied himself. "These things are packed with insane attributes and buffs. It's a nightmare-level dungeon. Handling this is going to be tough. My plan is to summon my spiders first to distract them, then use my speed to get behind them. From the front, their armor is strong, but attacking from behind will hit their weakness." Just as he was about to summon his spiders, Wuxi shoved him aside and charged at a statue. "I'm not letting you take the loot. I'll show you what real power is today." Yeching panicked. "He's definitely going to die." Wuxi jumped at the statue with full force to kill it in one strike, but the statue swung its weapon and hit him hard. He crashed to the ground. Groaning, Wuxi shouted, "This damn monster has no sense. Who hits that hard?" Yeching was surprised that Wuxi's armor survived the Night of Purity strike, and he was still alive. Another knight-like statue with a huge axe advanced toward Yeching. He dodged the strike and leapt into the air thinking, "Because of Wuxi, my whole plan is ruined." While Yeching was airborne, the second longsword statue attacked. He barely avoided the strikes, but the statues didn't stop. Their attacks were only getting faster. Longsword knight attacks cause permanent blood loss, Yeching thought. If I take even a little damage, it's going to be dangerous. Wuxi from the ground yelled, "Why do I take damage if the statue is attacking you?" Yeching shouted back, "The Night of Purity spares no one. If you can't handle it, hide in the corner." Feeling embarrassed, Wuxi shouted, I just slipped earlier. I could have done way more. While Wuxi was talking nonsense, both statues kept attacking Yeching relentlessly. One had incredible defense, the other destructive power. Yeching used his spirit ability to dodge their attacks. Seeing Yeching survive, Wuxi rushed forward. Look, you can't even fight. Don't worry, I'll show you how it's done. He began striking the statue relentlessly. Yeching thought, this guy isn't completely useless in combat. If he handles one statue, I can deal with the other. But even this plan fell apart. The statue casually swatted Wuxi away like a fly. Yeching groaned. Why did I even expect anything? He got beaten in a minute, and now the monsters are even angrier. From behind, Wuxi yelled, ouch, every rib hurts. Then one monster angrily used a taunt skill, targeting Yeching directly. Yeching realized he'd have to handle this fight alone. He ran toward the monster, dodging attacks and striking repeatedly at its arms with his daggers. A notification appeared. The monster's defense blocked 95% of the damage. Only 5% of Yeching's attacks were effective. Wuxi tried to strike its leg too, but had zero effect. Yeching got frustrated. How are these monsters so different and powerful compared to everything I've fought before? While Yeching was fighting one knight statue, the other longsword knight noticed him and charged. He kept dodging their attacks. In frustration, he asked Wuxi, did you dump all your points into defense? Why do none of your attacks do anything? Wuxi admitted he did. While explaining, he got distracted by Yeching's movements and barely avoided attacks, falling to the ground. Wearing all that heavy armor isn't helping you dodge attacks faster, Wuxi confessed. Nobody ever told me that. I was just waiting for others to weaken monsters, then I'd kill them and level up. He revealed he was a company boss who paid powerful hunters to boost his level, which is why he put all points into defense. Just then, the Knight of Purity was about to strike Wuxi again, but Yeching grabbed him and pulled him back at the last second. Listen, Yeching shouted, the abyss isn't a playground. It's dangerous. If you want to survive, you need to put your blood on the line. Since slashes weren't working on the statues, Yeching switched to using raw physical power. He leapt toward the longsword statue, fist ready. His powerful punch hit the statue, making it stagger backward briefly. Wuxi couldn't believe it. Yeching just damaged that massive armored statue with his bare hands. Seeing this, the other statue attacked Yeching too. He punched it hard in the face, stunning it momentarily. Yeching was surprised. My punch caused a status effect? Looks like my luck is really paying off here. A notification appeared. If a critical hit lands on a monster's weak point, a status effect will occur based on Yeching's luck. Then from behind, the other statue swung its sword in a fast strike. Yeching couldn't dodge it and was cut in half. Wuxi panicked, thinking it was game over. But midair, Yeching's severed body transformed into a blood nightmare, and the real Yeching appeared safely on the ground. Wuxi couldn't figure out what kind of new trick this was. Yeching thought, Wuxi's DPS is low, and he can't handle much damage. I'll have to control this situation myself. Both knights were now extremely enraged. Yeching told Wuxi to get out of there and run. The two knights charged at him, and Yeching leapt into the air, dodging their attacks one by one. Then moving swiftly behind one of the statues, he started striking repeatedly at its weak points. Thanks to his high luck, every hit was a critical strike. He managed to cripple one statue and bring it down. Now the other knight, swinging its axes, attacked Yeching. He dodged the attacks and struck at its legs to throw off its balance. Watching Yeching's fighting techniques, Wuxi thought, this guy is dodging every strike from both statues while simultaneously landing continuous attacks on their weak points. His technique is far better than any expert I've ever seen. Yeching had already brought one knight down. Wuxi asked, you were just a newbie, right? How are you fighting so dangerously? Where did you get all these advanced techniques and skills? Yeching replied, I might be called new because I'm a fighter of a new class. But after years of scavenging experience and repeatedly fighting monsters to reach my limits, I've accumulated enough experience to make my skills and techniques superior. Today's physical growth is just the result of the years I've lived as a scavenger. Wuxi looked confused. Why are you twisting words like that? I thought the stronger your weapons, the stronger you are. Yeching shook his head. Weapons are just things you upgrade or swap as you level up. They don't determine your growth. Just then, both knight statues got back up, their new buffs activating. one increasing attack speed, the other reflecting equal damage to anyone striking them with melee attacks. Yeching looked at Wuxi and said, "The only thing in this abyss that gets stronger after every fight is my own body." He thought, "I can't damage the monster with punches anymore. Whatever damage I deal will hit me back equally. Ranged attacks are my best option now." Wuxi finally got his chance to shine. "I can also use magic," he said, showing Yeching lightning magic in his hands. "I've got a pretty powerful lightning spell. You should fall back." Before Wuxi could embarrass himself, Yeching left him behind and dashed straight at the monsters, unleashing continuous fire explosion magic attacks. Wuxi muttered, "Seriously? I'm good at a few things, and this guy is beating me at those too." As Yeching gathered fire explosion magic in the air, he thought, whenever this knight's ability activates, its elemental resistance drops, making it easier to land critical hits with magic. He continued bombarding the statue with fire explosions. After a few detonations, he finally severed one statue's head. Wuxi stared at the fallen head in disbelief. He just used Tier 3 fire magic without casting, and he was already physically powerful. Where did he even learn magic? After defeating one knight, Yeching moved toward the second, much faster knight. Before Yeching reached it, the knight's spinning strike came straight toward him. This was exactly Yeching's plan. He stepped back, and the attack struck the remaining torso of the other statue instead. Now the Thorn's ability activated. The damage the knight accidentally dealt to the other statue reflected back to him. Wuxi realized Yeching had planned this from the start. But the second knight wasn't dead yet. Its attack came straight at Yeching. His spirit dash was still on cooldown, so he couldn't dodge. He quickly raised a shield in front of the strike. Thanks to his high luck, only the shield broke, otherwise he would have been cut in half. Yeching landed and said, "Understanding this knight's attacks is tough. It's like it's probing my weak points." Then a buff activated on the knight. The more it hit, the faster it would become. Striking Yeching increased the knight's speed even further. Yeching thought, "Until I take a hit from this monster, its speed won't decrease. Maybe taking a hit is actually the most advantageous move." Knowing the next strike would be deadly, he drew his dagger. Wuxi shouted, "Are you crazy? If you try to match that attack, you'll die." But Yeching had a different plan. Holding the dagger in one hand, he charged a fire explosion in the other, forming a huge fireball and striking it directly at the knight's face. The knight roared in anger but kept attacking, shattering the ground beneath them. Yeching dodged again and leapt into the air. "Don't worry," he said to Wuxi. "My plan never involved dying. To succeed with my attacks, I have to be faster and stronger than this monster." He remembered his scavenger job and activated it. From the shadows behind him, terrifying demonic hands emerged. Wuxi froze, shocked by the skill. The scavenger hands grabbed the statue from all directions. A notification appeared. "Living things cannot be scavenged." The knight struggled to free itself, but Yeching had been waiting for this moment. He activated his berserk skill. In berserk mode, his physical attacks became far more powerful, able to cut through buffs, but his health continuously drained. He lunged at the knight with his dagger, striking its eye, its weak point, and the attack crit, dealing massive damage. He shouted, "With berserk, I have to finish this quickly." A notification warned him his health would only last 20 seconds. The monster roared in pain and threw Yeching slightly, then used instant heal on itself. Yeching got up, thinking, the attack only took 70% HP. The longer this fight lasts, the stronger this boss will become. I have to end it fast. He realized, if I stop, I die. If I hesitate, I die. If I give up, I die. There's no choice but to keep moving. To maximize his attack power, he activated a second berserk mode, risking his remaining HP. Now he had only 7 seconds left to finish the fight. In a single moment, he lunged at the knight's face. The knight tried to crush him between its hands, but Yeching's buffs were too strong. Within a few strikes, he broke both the knight's hands, then slammed a powerful strike into its face, shattering its head. As he promised, in a single devastating attack, he defeated the monster. Seeing all this, Wuxi thought, this guy has gotten even more powerful right in front of my eyes. I was really about to mess with someone like this like a fool. After the battle, notifications popped up for Yeching. His HP was down to just 10%. He quickly grabbed some health potions and drank them. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Man, that fight was seriously tough. I barely escaped with my life once again. Then he remembered something he hadn't done in a long time. Using his scavenger ability, he said, "My friend, it's been a long time since you filled your stomach. That time has come." He activated his scavenger ability again, and those terrifying hands emerged from behind him. They devoured the remaining bodies of both knights. Wuxi, witnessing the horrifying scene, thought, "What on earth is this guy? He can eat monster corpses? What kind of weird skill does he have?" He realized that although Yeqing looked human, his existence was far more terrifying than any monster. After the job was complete, notifications appeared. The scavenge was successful, and he acquired the monster's skill cards. The first skill card was Multiblade, which required a sword-type weapon to use, allowing continuous rapid attacks. The second skill card was Audacious Roar, which could taunt a monster and transfer any debuffs on Yeqing to that monster. This one required a shield to activate. Yeqing said, "It's a shield-based skill, and I don't usually use a shield, but this could definitely come in handy at the right moment." Wuxi noticed that the two massive monsters had completely vanished. Suddenly, a huge, strange chest fell from a magical portal above. Wuxi barely leapt out of the way in time. A notification came with the chest. Yeqing would have to place a weapon inside to generate a random item. Yeqing realized this was a legendary reward. Wuxi explained that rare events like this were extremely difficult to trigger in the abyss, meaning Yeqing's luck was truly exceptional. Yeqing also realized the reward event had activated because of his high luck. Smiling, he said, "Truly, the harder the effort, the sweeter the reward." He decided to place his dagger into the chest. Wuxi warned, "You should at least put in a powerful purple or high-grade weapon to increase your chances of getting something good." Yeqing replied, "Right now, this is the only weapon I have. I sold the rest of my powerful weapons earlier. I can't use anything above level 1. Wuxi finally realized he had been facing a level 1 fighter all along, someone who had defeated two powerful monsters without any legendary weapon or armor. Yeqing had no choice but to put his dagger into the chest, relying entirely on his luck, into which he had invested many stat points. The chest detected his level 1 weapon. A notification appeared. The enhancement rate was 200%. Yeqing was stunned. He didn't know ratings could exceed 100%. Another notification followed. Would he like to use the morph command, which was enchanted with the knight's soul? Doing so would transform his weapon into a longsword, Yeqing confirmed. Moments later, the enhancement completed, and a congratulatory notification appeared. He had received two legendary-grade dual swords named Trash. Despite the name, their quality looked entirely legendary. Yeqing held them, feeling their power and aura, and happily said, "These swords aren't bad to wield at all." Wuxi laughed from behind. "The stats on those swords are complete trash. Looks like having too much luck doesn't even help anymore." Yeqing replied, "They might be trash to you, but they're perfect for me." Wuxi asked, "Wait a minute, have you never seen a good stat item? Do you really have no idea what a god-tier weapon looks like?" He threw one of his swords at Yeqing. In midair, Yeqing used his scavenger ability to pull the sword toward him. Since the swords were trash, he could scavenge them anytime. Smiling, he said, "Weapons I can scavenge anytime are as perfect as it gets for me." Tall, Wuxi thought, "Look at this. This guy's ability is to become powerful using trash weapons. Who needs god-tier weapons? Am I facing a god of trash right now?" Then Yeqing realized the chest itself, the Forge Master's altar, was essentially trash too. He could scavenge it. Activating his job, he pulled the entire altar into his hands. Within minutes, the scavenge was successful, and he got an altar card, allowing him to summon it anywhere. Yeqing grinned. The rewards from this event were incredible. His plan was to use the altar to craft more weapons whenever he got materials. Even if the weapons broke, he could repeatedly scavenge to restore them. Having wielded daggers for so long, this was the perfect opportunity to try new weapons. Wuxi cautioned, "Using unfamiliar weapons all at once will drastically reduce your speed and damage." Yeqing opened his weapon panel and got a notification. He hadn't learned dual wielding yet. Using two weapons would cut his attack speed and accuracy by 50%. He asked the system how to learn it faster. The system asked if he wanted to spend 10 basic points to increase his dual weapon proficiency. Yeqing thought, basic points from selling trash aren't just for repairing weapons. They can also improve skill proficiency. That's amazing. He decided to max out his swordsmanship skill, investing points continuously until he reached grades D, C, B, A, and finally S. Holding his swords, he told Wuxi, "My swordsmanship just jumped from beginner to grade S." Wuxi was almost in tears hearing that. Both moved toward the next challenge gate. Wuxi told Yiqing he had decided to surrender this round. "If I'd known the abyss would be this tough, I would never have entered. You've won this round. I have no shortage of money. I can go live a comfortable life outside." As Wuxi walked toward the exit, a red, dangerous aura glowed from the gate ahead. The gate started turning red. A notification appeared. Nightmare mode was about to activate. Yiqing realized this red aura meant a massive threat was incoming. The light transformed into a single devastating attack. He quickly shouted at Wuxi to move and grabbed his hand to pull him out of the way, but he was a little slow. The intense energy hit, and Wuxi lost one of his hands. Yiqing looked toward the gate ahead, where a terrifying red crystal energy was gathering. He thought, "Those two knights I defeated, they weren't the bosses. They were just pawns for the real boss." Suddenly, the red sphere transformed into a massive attack, hurtling straight at him. Yiqing knew that if he took a direct hit, the situation would be disastrous. He used both of his legendary swords and, with all his strength, slashed the attack in half. He realized the attack wasn't coming from the gate itself, but from someone inside. The sound of footsteps was approaching him. Then a man stepped out of the gate, holding a long sword and smiling. One of his eyes looked extremely dangerous. Dangerous notifications popped up for Yiqing. Standing before him was the Abyss King, Damocles. His traits included control immunity, anti-magic, strike summon, and title lock. Yiqing had never seen or even heard of such traits before. He realized that this monster was far more dangerous than any he had faced so far. Wuxi, writhing in pain, knew he wouldn't survive against this boss. He bolted toward the exit gate, but Damocles, in a single instant, left Yiqing behind and reached Wuxi. Yiqing readied his dual swords. "With grade S proficiency, I can wield these swords way faster than even a dagger," he thought. Before Damocles' strike could hit Wuxi, Yiqing jumped in and blocked the deadly blow with his swords, shouting, "If you want to get mad at someone, do it on me." A notification appeared. Damocles took no damage due to title lock. This meant he could only deal damage to the target he was locked onto. As long as his attention was on Wuxi, none of Yiqing's attacks would affect him. Damocles slammed Yiqing aside and charged toward Wuxi. Yiqing panicked. "What kind of disaster is this? This boss is so powerful and my attacks aren't even touching him." He realized that to defeat the boss, he first had to become the target. This time, Yiqing didn't run to save Wuxi. Damocles leapt through the air, landing on Wuxi and slicing him cleanly in half. Wuxi was dead. Outside, two guards received a signal that only one person inside was still alive. One said, "Looks like that level 1 scavenger is dead. This abyss is meant for at least level 30. The other said, "Well, his luck was good. He attracted a legendary creature. When the hunter team arrives from headquarters, they'll handle it. We can even charge the remaining rich guy a fee to save it." Inside, after killing Wuxi, Damocles grew stronger. His attention shifted to Yiqing. A notification appeared. Damocles had chosen Yiqing as his opponent. Yiqing smiled. "One guy's gone, but whether that's good or bad, who knows? At least now I can actually damage him." He apologized to Wuxi's corpse and used his scavenging skill. Hands emerged from the ground, pulling Wuxi's body inside. After scavenging the corpse, notifications for several swordsmanship skills popped up. Yiqing grinned. "Not only have I reached grade S in swordsmanship, but now I've also gained some great skills for dual swords. Everything's working in my favor." He got into fighting position, ready to challenge Damocles. In the next moment, Damocles appeared right in front of Yiqing's face at a terrifying speed. Yiqing was caught off guard. He hadn't even blinked, but Damocles suddenly appeared. Yiqing tried to parry with his dual swords at full speed, but he couldn't stop the strike. He was cut, except it wasn't Yiqing who was hit. It was his blood clone. Seizing the moment, Yiqing quickly got behind Damocles and attempted a meteor strike. The attack was powerful and fast, but without even looking, Damocles dodged it. A notification popped up. There was no point attacking Damocles from hiding. Wherever his target was, his presence could be felt everywhere. Yiqing executed a swift whirlwind slash in midair, but Damocles rotated his massive sword and blocked it on the spot. Yiqing narrowly escaped. Damocles' speed was so high that before Yiqing could fall, He had already charged another dark energy attack at him. Yexing extended his long swords, thinking, "This monster is seriously rotten. I'm in bad shape. If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to die here." Then Damocles used his gravity vortex skill on Yexing. A sphere of dark, gravity-filled energy trapped Yexing in midair. Damocles pulled him close and punched him hard in the face. Yexing flew back and fell, anger flaring. "The reduced HP regeneration is really weighing me down. If this continues, I won't survive." His attention flickered for a moment, and he noticed Damocles had vanished again. In the next instant, Damocles teleported above him, attempting to decapitate him with a sword strike. Yexing dodged at the last second. Damocles got irritated and began continuously striking Yexing with lethal sword swings. Dodging his attacks became so difficult that counterattacking was nearly impossible. Yexing tried to create distance, but Damocles used gravity vortex again, pulling him in. This time, the attack was far larger and more terrifying. Damocles gathered a massive energy sphere and launched it directly at Yexing, sending him crashing into the ground. A notification appeared. His super regeneration had stopped. In just a few minutes, the ground around them was completely destroyed. Yexing lifted the rubble and stood up. "I survived, but now I can't even heal a single HP. One light hit from him could kill me." He looked at Damocles and said, "Thanks for teaching me such a valuable life lesson. From now on, I'll never underestimate the abyss again." His weapons had fallen near Damocles. Yexing scavenged them back into his hands. He gathered his strength and prepared to fight again. Using Meteor Strike, he attacked. The boss dodged, but Yexing's skill proficiency increased. Damocles' attack was dodged with Yexing's emergency evasion skill, boosting that proficiency as well. Yexing's plan was to grow stronger through battle. As he fought, his whirlwind slash improved. He attacked Damocles again, this time cutting off one of his horns. Damocles was shocked and furious. He swung his longsword at Yexing in rage. Yexing dodged and leapt into the air. His dual sword parry skill had improved, allowing him to parry Damocles' strike and deal minor damage. Damocles, enraged, unleashed another attack and broke both of Yexing's swords with his longsword. Yexing stepped back, looking at his broken swords. "If I didn't have my Scavenger ability, this situation would have been a disaster." He activated his ability, scavenged both swords, repaired them, and retrieved them fully restored. Standing at a distance, Yexing prepared a new attack. With one swift strike, he cut into Damocles' body in one eye. The strike was so fast and powerful that Damocles went to his knees. His HP bar appeared. Yexing had reduced it by 25%. Yexing said, "Look at that. Your HP bar is visible now. I thought you were immortal. And now that I've got you on your knees, Damocles, I don't need to fear you." This angered Damocles immensely. Outside, Jingtang and his team had cleared the abyss. People praised him. He saw a large crowd gathered around the gate Yexing had entered. The instructor asked his guards for a report. They explained that earlier there had been a signal indicating one survivor inside the abyss, but now that too had vanished. That meant no one was alive inside. The instructor said, "This is just a normal incident. As long as we clear the abyss ourselves and collect the legendary monster drops, we won't suffer any losses." Just then, the Job Changers team called in from headquarters arrived. Angrily, Jingtang demanded, "What do you mean no survivors were left inside? You didn't even go in and check." The instructor laughed and said, "Why would we send a rescue team to save some ordinary trash? If that God-chosen guy had sent a signal, sure, we'd go save him. He could pay a pretty good price. But why would we save that scavenger trash who can't even pay us?" Jingtang shouted, "If my bro said he's coming back, then that means he is coming back," the instructor snapped. "Don't be crazy. Both of them are dead." Outside, the instructor tells the Job Changers team to head inside and bring back the legendary boss drops. But just as they're about to go in, a terrifying aura seeps out from the gate, and a deep voice echoes, "No one needs to come inside." Yexing steps out from the abyss, his tone cold. "No one needs to enter. But first tell me, if I bring the item outside, does that mean I passed the test?" Everyone is stunned to see Yexing alive. Jingtang jumps with excitement. He always believed Yexing would make it out. The God-chosen man stares in disbelief. How are you still alive? Are you really that level 1 scavenger? Then his eyes widen when he spots the golden runestone in Yaqing's hand. Where did you get that stone? Yaqing hands it to him calmly. You can hold on to it. My mission's done, and I've passed the test. The instructor steps forward. But that golden runestone is a token that can only be obtained by slaying a legendary monster. How could you possibly kill one? Yaqing replies simply, I just did. The instructor can't believe it. No, that's impossible, he thinks. Even the weakest legendary monster could never be defeated by a low-rank scavenger. Then he accuses him, you're a team killer, aren't you? The god chosen must have killed the monster, and you betrayed Wuxi, stabbed him in the back, and stole the credit. Jingtang loses his temper, but the instructor refuses to back down. Trash like you could never have that kind of power, Jingtang fires back. Then why don't you go in and investigate? If you find wounds caused by a human, then go ahead and blame him, Yaqing interrupts. There's no point investigating anymore. You won't find Wuxi's body inside. Just then, the investigators return from the abyss, reporting that the entire place is empty. Yaqing had scavenged every monster and every trace of life inside. He turns to the instructor. I've got no proof, so you can say whatever you want. But remember, before entering, the rule was clear. Whatever happens inside stays inside. So why talk about team killing now? He asked calmly. Did I pass the test? The instructor, annoyed but cornered, mutters, Congratulations, level 1 scavenger. You've earned the all-rounder certification. You're now qualified to join the hunter group mainstream. Suddenly, Lu Xingren walks in. Well, celebration alone won't be enough here. Her presence stuns everyone. Even the instructor rushes to greet her respectfully. Miss Lu, what brings you here? Ignoring him, Xingren says, anyone holding a golden runestone can also apply for an independent hunting group. Yaqing doesn't need to join any team. He could form his own if he wanted. Then she turns to Yaqing. Did you mention my name here and say you had my support? Yaqing scratches his head. Oh, I kind of forgot about that part. Fuming, Xingren glares at the instructor. Were you trying to trick Yaqing? The instructor panics. No, ma'am. I just wanted the golden token to go to someone more suitable. Jingtang snaps. What nonsense are you talking about? You were just trying to rob him. Others start whispering too, realizing the officials were breaking their own rules. The instructor, desperate, yells, even if you take the token, everyone will think you stole it. The leader's strength has to be at least B rank. When he entered the abyss, he was only D rank. One of his men suddenly checks the energy stone. Sir, something's happening. His rank, it's rising. A plus. No, it's S rank. And in that moment, the energy transmitter explodes. Yaqing releases his aura, glaring at the instructor. You all think I'm trash, but I didn't come here to argue. I just came for my certification. The instructor starts trembling, feeling an overwhelming force radiating from Yaqing. You're not planning to attack us, are you? Yaqing gathers dark energy in his palm. I just came to take back what's mine. With his gravity vortex skill, he pulls the token straight out of the instructor's hands. A guard brings another measuring crystal, thinking the first one was broken. But when they test it on Yaqing, the crystal glows violently, shaking before it explodes too. The guard shouts, according to the readings, his rank is S rank. Yaqing turns to leave, his voice calm but sharp. I hope your measuring devices work better next time. Otherwise, your whole business might shut down. Xingren pats him on the shoulder. I knew you'd pass easily, but if you'd mentioned my name earlier, they wouldn't have dared mess with you. Yaqing replies, why would I use your name? With people like them, they wouldn't have believed it anyway. Jingtang introduces himself to Xingren, and she remembers he's the same guy who ruined her birthday party with his rap performance. Then she smiles at Yaqing. Now that you've got your certificate, we should celebrate at your place. Yaqing freezes. My place? It's just a tiny house. If Lu Xingren sees that, she'll laugh her head off. She mistakes his silence for hesitation. Yaqing quickly says, yeah, sure, you can come. But in his mind, he's already decided. He's not letting her see where he really lives. Xingren cheerfully adds, I'll bring gifts when I come over tomorrow night. After she leaves, Yaqing sighs to himself. I better find a way to fix things fast. So, that night when he gets home, his sister Shizuo asks, so, Big Brother went on a date today? How'd it go? Yaqing chuckles. Yeah, you could call it that. Noticing his torn clothes, she gasps. What? Did you go on a date with monsters inside the abyss? She starts yelling, you lied to me again. He reassures her, don't worry, all my body parts are still attached. But she insists he go to the hospital for a checkup. Yaqing just laughs and heads to the bathroom. As he showers, he looks at his wounds. His HP is dangerously low. Good thing Shizuo didn't see this. It'll take months for these injuries to fully heal. Then he notices a new option in his profile. Reincarnation. When he killed Damocles, he'd gain some special items, the Gravity Vortex skill and a bonus of 100 attribute points. As usual, he distributes the points evenly across all his stats. Once they all hit 50, a notification appears. His attributes had reached the current level cap, and now he could no longer add more points. But his reincarnation conditions were complete. The system informs him that if he chooses yes, his level will reset immediately, allowing him to awaken again. His level cap would increase to level 5, and his attribute capacity would expand even further. Yeching thinks to himself, I've reached the maximum level a level 1 scavenger can go. To break through this limit, I'll have to start all over again, from level 0. He realizes that he'll be returning to the very beginning, the same place where he once started. He couldn't attempt this inside the abyss, but now that he was somewhere safe, he decided it was time to give this option a try. He remembers all the people who had looked down on him, mocked him, and doubted him. All this time, he thinks, I've just wanted to become strong enough to live a decent life and protect my family. That goal is still far from reach. But just because the path ahead might be rough doesn't mean I'll let myself stay trapped at this level. He makes up his mind. If he wants to surpass his limits and grow even stronger, he'll have to take this path, no matter the risks. Outside the bathroom, Shazuo hears strange noises coming from inside. She's confused and worried about what her brother might be doing in there. Inside, Yeching receives a message. The process was successful. His rank had been reset, and now his growth potential extended up to rank 5. His stats remain the same, but when he looks at his body, all his old scars and wounds from past battles are completely gone. Hearing the commotion, Shazuo bursts through the door. Don't lie to me, brother. If you're not hurt, then where did all that blood on your clothes come from? She was furious, thinking his screams were from pain. But the moment she realizes her brother is completely naked, she freezes, then screams in shock. Right then, a huge explosion shakes the house. Out of panic, Shazuo had accidentally transformed, and in the process, their rented home was completely destroyed. A little while later, Yeching makes his way to the Shenfeng City auction house. Items from the abyss are different, he thinks. They're always carefully appraised before being bought or sold. If I don't want to deal on the black market, the only proper place to sell them is the auction house. As he walks toward the entrance, a guard stops him. Unauthorized personnel aren't allowed inside. Yeching replies, I'm just a collector. I brought some items I want to put up for auction. The man doesn't believe him and asks for his rank. Yeching knows even if he said rank 5, it wouldn't make a difference, so he just says he's rank 1. The man laughs and grabs him by the arm. Are you crazy? This is an auction house where the wealthiest people in the city spend fortunes. What could a rank 1 nobody like you possibly bring? Without a word, Yeching pulls out a dagger from his storage and hands it over. Check it, the guard sneers. Why would I waste time on trash like this? He runs it through the appraisal machine, and it shows 0 value. See, you'd be better off tossing this thing in the garbage. Yeching lets the dagger drop to the floor, and it slices right through the ground. The man's eyes widen. Wait a second, how can this dagger be that sharp? He quickly grabs his appraising glass and checks again. This time he stares in disbelief. This is a unique item, the Wolf Fang dagger. The weapon's special ability allowed it to create a teleportation portal within a 30-meter radius whenever it was thrown. The man excitedly explains that the reason the machine showed 0 value earlier was because it couldn't even process the weapon's energy. It had malfunctioned. Yeching just smiles. He had expected something like this. Half an hour earlier, he was packing up his belongings. After Shazuo's accidental transformation, their house was destroyed. He had no choice but to send her to a hotel for a few days, while he stayed in the landlord's basement. He was frustrated. The repairs would cost around 2 million, and even after that, he'd be broke. He needed a way to make money fast. He knew most of what he owned would look like junk to the rich, and selling it wouldn't be easy. Then he noticed something new in his system, a forge altar icon. Can this altar be used outside the abyss too? He wondered. He tapped on it, and instantly a portal opened above him. The altar dropped straight down, nearly hitting him. He dodged just in time to save his head. Well, that worked. Guess it does come outside. But summoning it in such a small room was definitely a mistake. A message appeared, telling him he could now forge weapons, upgrading low-quality items into higher-grade ones. Excited, he pulled out a sword. So this altar can improve weapon quality. That means if I upgrade rare gear, I could make it precious, then epic, and eventually legendary. He tries forging a level 17 longsword, spending 30 attribute points, but the process fails. The weapon disintegrates into nothing. Next, he tries a level 34 Titan hand worth a fortune, but that too turns to junk. Yeking feels tears coming to his eyes. He thinks, either this altar is broken or there's some weird mechanism behind it. Then he notices something flashing on top of the altar, an option that says unidentified. Using his observation eye, he scans the altar. Once the identification completes, the truth appears. It's a unique item, junk forging altar. It can only forge trash. The lower the quality of the item, the higher the success rate. But the better the item, the lower the success chance becomes. Yeking sighs. So it's made just for fixing garbage. Looks like the god of trash is really watching over me. Now that he knows its true value, he grabs a few level 1 broken longswords, smashes them to pieces with a hammer, and tosses them into the altar. The next moment, a notification popped up. The forging was successful. In front of Yexing appeared a unique longsword with incredibly high damage and level requirements. Surprised, Yexing said, a unique item. That means it's one of a kind, a collector's treasure that doesn't exist anywhere else. And I made it out of trash. Looks like I've found something truly amazing. He knew how much junk was piled up in his inventory, so he started forging one piece after another, turning garbage into unique weapons like a longsword, a longbow, a staff, and even a hammer. When he was done forging everything, he converted his high-level items into attribute points. A message popped up saying he had once again become a level 1 scavenger. He couldn't believe how much experience he had gained without even hunting monsters just by forging. Now the most important thing was figuring out how to turn his items into money. Back in the present. After seeing Yexing's unique item, the man welcomed him warmly and took him to a VIP room. Yexing told him, I already mentioned that I'm a collector. Even though I'm only level 1, I can still get my hands on some pretty high-quality stuff. He didn't reveal that he had forged them himself. Yexing then showed more rare equipment cards from his inventory, and the man's eyes widened in disbelief. He immediately ordered the guards to prepare the highest VIP room and give Yexing Platinum VIP status. On the way there, Yexing accidentally bumped into a guard's shoulder. The guard snapped, Hey, idiot, are you blind or what? Yexing apologized, but the guard looked him up and down and asked, Which hunter group are you from? I'm a free hunter, Yexing replied calmly. The guard laughed mockingly. Free hunters are always broke. He showed off his badge. I'm from the A+ hunter group, Tata's Blade. Name's Long Shi, Yexing thought. Tata's group, they're known for being a bunch of lunatics, not worth getting into trouble with. He apologized again and tried to walk away. That only made Long Shi angrier. He pointed his sword at Yexing's neck and shouted, You think saying sorry fixes everything? Judging by your cheap clothes, it's obvious you snuck in here without permission. This area is for members only. Yexing warned him that picking a fight here would only cause trouble for him. But Long Shi ignored him and called the guards to throw Yexing out. Just then, the same man who had given Yexing the VIP ticket came running over. He asked, Sir, why are you heading toward the members' entrance? You should be using the Platinum VIP entrance. Long Shi froze in shock. The man immediately ordered the guards to detain Long Shi and remove him from the area. Then he turned to Yexing, apologizing for the misunderstanding, and explained that if Yexing wanted to buy items, he needed to head to the high-level venue. Yexing smiled and said, Don't worry, my way of looking at things is a little different. Sometimes what everyone else sees as trash might just be a hidden treasure to me. Inside the auction house, a few wealthy people were chatting about how rare and unique items had shown up today, with buyers spending millions just to get their hands on them. Yexing listened quietly from a distance while messages kept popping up. His items were selling fast. He realized that if he ever needed money again, all he had to do was forge weapons and bring them here to sell. He entered a lower-tier auction where a blind auction was happening, meaning the items could either be complete junk or priceless treasures. The first thing up was an unidentified ring starting at 500,000. No one was bidding. Yexing thought, Looks like no one's in the mood. Guess I'll lighten things up, and placed a bid of 1 million. From a distance, Long Shi overheard it and muttered, Does Yexing think he's some billionaire now? But seeing Yexing bid made others suspicious. Maybe that ring really was a treasure. Soon, people started bidding one after another. Yexing raised it to 2.5 million. Long she couldn't stand it. He thought Yexing was just showing off, so he shouted out a bid of 3 million. Yexing calmly raised it to 4 million. At that point, his bank balance was sitting at 79 million. Long Shi's guards tried to stop him, warning that spending that much on an unidentified ring was foolish. But Long Shi was convinced that if Yexing was bidding so confidently, it must be a top-quality item. He sneered and raised his bid to 5 million. The crowd gasped. An unidentified ring selling for 5 million? That was the price of top-tier weapons. Long, she glared at Yexing. You damn free hunter! You think you can compete with someone from a real hunting group? Yexing replied calmly. 10 million. Long Shi's face twisted in rage. Where the hell would a free hunter get 10 million? He demanded the auction staff check Yexing's balance. The staff confirmed his bid is valid. Even then, Long Shi refused to believe it. I'm Long Shi from the A+ Hunter Group, Tata's Blade. I won't let some broke hunter humiliate me. He raised the bid again. 10.5 million. By now, Yexing understood exactly what Long Shi was doing. With a sly grin, he said, 100 million. The entire room fell silent. Long Shi's face went pale, foam forming at his mouth as he staggered back. Watching him, Yexing smirked. Even if I waste all my money on junk today, I can forge it all back by tomorrow. But you, what'll you do? Then he leaned forward and said, what's wrong? Even with your big hunting group behind you, you can't keep up? Long Shi began to doubt himself. Could this ring really be that valuable? He said it without even thinking. Maybe it's a real treasure. He remembered Yexing's earlier words about finding treasures in trash and started to believe them. In desperation, he shouted, 200 million! Everyone around them gasped. Is this guy insane? Is he trying to bankrupt his whole hunting group? Someone whispered. Long Shi turned to Yexing, gloating. What now, little guy? Why'd you stop bidding? I told you this is what real power looks like. Yexing smiled calmly. You're right, you totally beat me. So congratulations, the treasure's all yours. Long Shi was thrilled, but his guard reminded him that they were supposed to be buying supplies for their guild members, and he'd just blown 200 million on a single ring. What are you going to tell the boss now? The guard asked nervously. Long. She brushed him off, saying, this has to be a divine item. The auctioneer congratulated Long Shi, while Yexing watched with a calm smile. He already knew the truth. Because of that altar, there's a chance unidentified equipment might turn out legendary, but that only happens with boss drops, he thought. That means this thing's nothing but junk. Sure enough, when Long Shi identified it, the ring turned out to be trash, with just +1 attack power. Yexing had already predicted that, so he simply smiled while Long Shi's world came crashing down. Raging! Long Shi yelled that it was all Yexing's fault that he had tricked him. He demanded a refund. But the auctioneer firmly replied, Mr. Long, according to the rules, the transaction is complete. If you fail to pay, both you and your guild will be punished by the World Guild Association, and your A+ guild could be permanently disbanded. Long Shi stormed out, shouting Yexing's name in anger. People around the hall whispered about how Yexing had just single-handedly ruined an entire hunting group without lifting a finger. The auction resumed, and the next item was a transformation necklace. Yexing thought, this necklace will be perfect for Shizuo. It'll help with her transformation and even has self-healing properties. He calmly placed a bid. 1 win. Everyone was stunned. Seeing Yexing bid again, and for such a tiny amount, they assumed he was pulling the same trick again. Convinced the necklace was worthless, no one else placed a bid. The auctioneer was irritated. If no one bid higher, he'd have to hand the item to Yexing practically for free. Yexing smiled to himself. Looks like everyone's still traumatized by the last round. Sometimes a little misunderstanding can be really profitable. He easily won the necklace. Meanwhile, over at the high-ranking auction, his other items were still selling, and now his total earnings had reached 180 million. He decided it was time to spend some of it wisely. He looked for the best property in Shenfeng City, a luxurious 100-square-meter apartment with an incredible skyline view. The real estate lady told him the price was 100 million yuan. Yexing told her he wouldn't need a loan, he'd pay the full amount in cash. He had just one request: the penthouse had to be fully ready before evening. Later, Yexing moved in with Shizuo and Jingtang. Jingtang asked, Yexing, how did you manage to buy such a massive place in one night? Shazuo asked curiously. So how much would one night here cost in rent? Yexing smiled and said, You don't need to worry about rent. I bought this house for you. It's strong enough that you probably won't be able to destroy it, but even if you do, I'll buy you another one. From now on, I'll never let you struggle again. Later that night after the party, Jingtang had passed out, and Shazuo had fallen asleep after eating. Xingren, who had arrived late, found Yexing standing on the balcony. Yexing said softly, I bought the nicest place in this whole city, but the air's still full of pollution. I should be feeling happy right now, but somehow I'm not. Xingren congratulated him on becoming a hunter again and handed him a glowing stone. This is a gift from me, she said. Yexing recognized it immediately. It was the same stone that marked the day they first met. Xingren explained that ever since she got that stone years ago, she had kept it safe. Because of this stone, she said, I was reminded that there are still people out there who don't care about status, people willing to challenge fate to change their lives. She was talking about Yexing. Looking into his eyes, she added softly, This stone brings you good luck. You once told me that instead of announcing our relationship, I should prove my worth through my own strength, to stand up for myself. And that's something I've always admired about you. She went on, Whenever I show my skills as a hunter, people always tie it to the Liu family. They think everything I've achieved is because of them, not my own effort. But I want to stand on my own to surpass my siblings and prove my worth by myself. To her, just like Yexing, that crystal had a value beyond money. She told him clearly, whether you live in a mansion or a small apartment, whether you drive a luxury car or ride an old bike, I'll always like you. Because what I like isn't the rich man you've become, but the same strong guy who's been scavenging since the very beginning. Yexing chuckled. Even though I'm rich now, I still prefer street food over fancy hotel meals. Then he reminded her that it was her idea for him to build his own hunting group if he ever had enough money. To take on greater challenges in the abyss, he said, I can't stay alone forever. And if I can't adapt to this world's rules, then I'll just become one myself. Sometime later, Yexing went outside to take out the trash. Grumbling, he said, Man, this fancy place really makes throwing out garbage a pain. First, I have to take the elevator all the way down, and then the trash bins are like 100 meters from the property. Do rich people not make any mess or what? Just then, a voice from behind snapped, Which house does this servant belong to, breaking the rules like that? Yexing turned around to see an older man with white hair. The man said sharply, There's a separate place for servants to dump their garbage. Don't throw your filth here, or the others will think they're living next to the poor. Yexing tried to explain the misunderstanding. I'm not a servant, he said calmly. I'm actually one of the new owners here. He even introduced himself politely. The man stared at him for a moment while eating a banana, then dropped the peel right onto Yexing's hand. Floating slightly as he looked down, he said mockingly, This is a place for the rich. You really think a real owner would come down here to take out the trash himself? You're clearly just a servant pretending to be someone important. As he walked away, he added, Clean up this mess before you go, and don't ever let me see you again. Furious, Yexing activated his gravity vortex skill, pulling the man backward with invisible force. The man panicked, realizing something was seriously wrong. From behind, Yexing said coldly, That trash belongs to you. You'd better pick it up yourself unless you want me to make you. Then he slammed him to the ground. It's your garbage, right? So do yourself a favor and take it with you. The man was stunned that someone he thought was a mere servant had overpowered him. He tried to use his battle skills, but Yexing's suppression was so overwhelming that he couldn't activate a single one. Yexing warned him again. Pick up your trash quietly. The man yelled in anger. You dog, go say that to your mother. You think I pick up garbage? I'm not trash like you. Yexing suddenly got a notification the target was using Titanic Power, a skill that gave a 10-fold strength boost. But right after that, another message popped up saying Titanic Power couldn't affect someone who had a legendary class body control skill because the gap between them was just too big. The man was forced even deeper into the ground. With his face pressed down, he grunted, How the hell does an idiot like Yexing have a legendary control skill? Yexing told him, Gravity Vortex is a skill I got after defeating a legendary monster. Of course, it's way stronger than your worthless power. The man buried in the dirt thought to himself, This guy looks like some weak support-type player. How can his strength be this insane? Yaking was done, wasting time. He yelled again, "Pick up your trash!" and slammed him harder into the ground. The man, unable to take the pain anymore, screamed, "Fine, I'll pick up the trash." But Yexing had already lost his patience. Using his vortex ability, he lifted the man and his garbage into the air and threw them both straight into the trash bin. Frustrated, Yexing muttered, "Even though I'm living in a rich neighborhood now, looks like trouble and headaches still find me everywhere." Just then his sister called, asking where he'd gone. Yexing told her he was heading back to their old place for a bit. The next morning, Yexing stood in front of his old house. He touched the walls softly and said, "Honestly, the older a place gets, the more valuable it feels. No matter how fancy a new house is, your old home always feels the most comfortable." The landlord walked up and told him the place wasn't available for rent anymore because someone had bought it for more than 50 years worth of rent. The buyer, of course, was Yaking himself. He didn't want to lose the memories that tied him to this place. At the World Association headquarters, someone said, "Tata's got scammed. A buyer cost them 200 million in losses." Another replied, "Tatas dumped all the blame on Longxi." The first man added, "Tatas is one of the hunting groups we support." "Did you find out who that other buyer was?" The master answered, "That buyer showed up at the hunter examination site. He's connected to a group that's already been wiped out, the Blood Dog team. The magic traces we found at Shitin's death site matched his." The other man frowned. "Could he be a special job holder? If someone like that refuses to follow our rules, he'll turn into an enemy of our entire system." His partner smirked. "Don't worry. Everyone here follows the rules we made. We're the gods of this place." Meanwhile, Yexing arrived at the same association building. He handed over his token and told the attendant he was there to form a hunting group. The lady explained he needed to deposit 50 million yen and gather at least 4 members. Yexing named the group Scavenger's Home. For now, he was the only member, ranked as an E-class beginner. The others around laughed when they saw the rank in the name. The lady reminded him that, as an E-rank group, they'd mostly be assisting the main hunting groups, rather than leading hunts themselves. Yexing thought, "Even after becoming a hunter, I still end up scavenging again." Then the same man from yesterday, Pa Jian, showed up. "Well, look who we have here. Yesterday you were throwing out garbage, and today, even after forming a group, you're still stuck cleaning up other people's mess." He smirked. "Your name's Yexing, right? Time to pay for what you did to me last night." People nearby whispered that Pa Jian had just created his own hunting group, Hunting Heart, starting right at A rank. Yexing looked at him calmly. "I'm just here to find a few members for my team. We can deal with your nonsense some other day." Pa Jian sneered. "You think messing with me is that easy?" Then he said, "If you kneel right now and agree to collect trash for my group in the future, maybe I'll let you recruit a few members." Yexing replied flatly, "You're not even worth recycling, let alone begging to." Pa Jian's men stepped forward, warning him that they could easily get his group disbanded if they wanted. Just then, Jingtang appeared. "Bro, if you've made a group, why shouldn't I join?" Pa Jian's followers recognized him immediately. "Wait, isn't that Jingtang, the bard who couldn't even give proper buffs when he was in our group?" Yexing asked Jingtang why, despite passing the exam and being combat ready, he still hadn't joined a new team. Jingtang explained that because of his old bad reputation, no one wanted to take the risk even though his abilities had improved a lot. Then he added that Yexing was like a big brother to him, so he'd gladly join his group. He also revealed that Pa Jian must have tampered with the system. "You had a legendary rank token. Your group should have started at least as B rank, but you got E rank instead. That's all his doing." Yexing smiled. "Whether it's E rank or B rank, it still works in our favor. The main squads will fight up front, and we'll handle what comes after. Either way, it benefits us." They have no idea how profitable scavenging can be later on. Jingtang realized Yexing definitely had a plan. Hearing all this, Pa Jian smirked again. "You don't understand real power. My A-level group does." He turned to the crowd and shouted, "Who wants to join my team?" Instantly, a level 41 hunter, a level 46 healer, and a level 49 warrior all stepped forward to join him. Jingtang explained that all those high-level guys only wanted to join Pa Jian's group because of his father's connections. Then Pa Jian's eyes landed on a girl standing at a distance. She had striking purple hair. His companion told him she was a newcomer named Yuling, and plenty of hunting groups were already trying to recruit her. Jingtang said, "That's the same beautiful girl who passed the hunter exam with me." Yeqing remembered her too. She was the one who could cast instant explosions. Jingtang turned to Yeqing and said, "Big bro, I've already talked to her before. She's really strong. What do you think? Should I go invite her to our team?" Yeqing nodded and told him to go for it. Just as Jingtang was about to approach her, Pa Jian stepped in front of him and said to Yuling, "There are only 2 hunting groups available to join today, mine and that scavenger trash team. I'm Pa Jian, and you'd be better off joining my group." Chewing gum casually, Yuling replied, "I already decided I'm joining the Scavengers Guild." Pa Jian tried convincing her otherwise, but she ignored him, walked straight to Yeqing, and said, "I like your team's name." She reached out to shake his hand. Jingtang quickly joined in, and it was settled. Yuling officially became part of Yeqing's group. Right then, her stomach growled. Yeqing smiled and said, "We can talk later. Let's eat first." He called over the lady to order food, but when he saw the prices on the menu, his eyes widened. Yuling, however, ordered almost everything listed without hesitation. A moment later, another man entered and told Pa Jian and his crew to move aside. Seeing him, Pa Jian and his men froze in fear. It was Wu Ming. Everyone in the hall started whispering, "That's the guy who killed all his teammates. Every group he joins ends up cursed." Wu Ming walked straight up to Yeqing. "I heard about you when I got here," he said. "It reminded me of our unfinished fight." Yeqing looked at him and asked, "Are you here to join us?" Wu Ming sat down next to them and casually grabbed a piece of cake from Yuling's plate. "Yeah, I'm interested in joining your group," he said, "but do you have the guts to accept me?" Yeqing read the notification saying that this person was extremely unlucky, and being around him would make the loot drops absolutely terrible. But for Yeqing, that was actually a good thing, because the worse the items were, the more benefit he got from them. Pa Jian said, "Who would even want to team up with someone like that?" Yeqing then asked Wu Ming how he usually made his money. Wu Ming replied that he earned by completing client commissions and had never bothered to hunt monsters for their gear since it was usually worthless anyway. Hearing that, Yeqing lit up with excitement. "That's perfect," he said, shaking Wu Ming's hand. "You've got no choice. You're joining my team." Pa Jian burst out laughing. Poor Yeqing. He's so desperate he's recruiting an unlucky guy like that. What a trash collected team he's putting together. Wu Ming then told Yeqing, "Even if my bad luck gets your entire team killed, I'll make sure you survive, because I want to be the one to kill you myself." He accepted the offer. Yeqing just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let a single member of my team die." Pa Jian's teammates whispered among themselves that even though Wu Ming's luck was terrible, the guy was still incredibly strong. Now, Yeqing's team had 4 members. Evening came, but no one else showed up to join them. Jingtang looked frustrated and said no one was interested in joining their group. Yuling sighed and said, "It's because we've got weirdos like Wu Ming and you." Then Pa Jian showed up to mock Yeqing, saying his hunting group was doomed to shut down soon. Ignoring him, Yeqing said, "Uncle, stop barking already. You should know by now that my hunting group already has 5 members." Pa Jian laughed. "What are you talking about? Even counting you, there are only 4. Yeqing smirked. "Then count again, because by now, there are 5. Just then, Liu Xingren arrived. Apologizing, she said she had come straight from an abyss because Yeqing kept calling her. She told him she was ready for whatever mission he wanted to take on. Pa Jian's teammates immediately recognized her. "That's Liu Xingren from the Liu Group. They're sponsors of the World Guild." Pa Jian frowned. Why would someone like her join Yeqing's group? She should be with a first-class hunting team. His teammates explained that Liu Xingren had gone against her family's rules, so she didn't get any of their special resources anymore. Before leaving for his own mission, Pa Jian overheard a lady telling Yeqing that his Scavenger's home guild was finally approved, and they could now accept E-class teamwork commissions. Yeqing said he wanted to follow Pa Jian's team, Hunting Heart, and handle the cleanup work for them. Pa Jian scoffed. "Yeqing's hunting group is only E-class. How could you even get into an A-rank mission?" Yeqing replied that the rule only applied as long as he wasn't participating in the main hunt himself. The lady confirmed it, saying Yeqing's application had already been approved. Pa Jian laughed and said, "Well then, brother, Looks like we'll have to put our rivalry aside for now and work together. After all, this is an A-rank abyss. There's going to be a ton of junk to clean up. Everyone outside was shocked. How did Ye Qing even make it out of the abyss alive? And how did he end up holding the golden runestone? But that was just the outcome. The real story began deep inside the abyss, where Ye Qing and his team were about to face the most dangerous enemy they'd ever encountered. Pa Jian yelled, "Fine! If you love collecting trash so much, then take every bit of garbage we find and carry it home yourself." As he walked away, he promised Ye Qing that he'd never let anything valuable fall into his hands. Ye Qing simply replied, "As you wish, leader of Hunting Heart." Jingtang came up to him and asked, "Are you really going to work like a slave for someone like Pa Jian?" Ye Qing shook his head. "Not at all. Once you earn the scavenger status, you can enter any level of abyss without restriction. I plan to use that advantage. The only reason I teamed up with Hunting Heart is because their mission includes something called the Key to the Black Tower." The moment he mentioned the Key to the Black Tower, the three companions behind him turned their attention to him. Ye Qing explained that he'd heard rumors. Somewhere within this hunting mission was the Black Tower's key. Wu Ming said, "That key acts like a ticket to the Black Tower's challenge. The rewards you get depend on how many floors you clear. Some of those rewards can remove curses or even heal incurable diseases." Yuling added, "I heard it even has the power to bring the dead back to life." Shingrun said, "And everyone who's ever found that key ended up becoming one of the strongest beings in the world. Just like my brothers and sisters." Jingtang crossed his arms and said, "Wait, how come everyone except me knew about this Black Tower key? If I find it, does that mean I'll become a superstar too?" Ye Qing smiled slightly. "Now we've got a chance to get the Black Key ourselves. We'll use Hunting Heart's group for protection while we search for the hidden rooms." Shingrun asked if he'd planned this all along. Ye Qing denied it. "Of course not. I thought I'd easily find teammates, but that part went horribly wrong. Everything after that was pure coincidence." The time for the A-Class Abyss mission finally came, and they all entered through the portal. As soon as they stepped inside, Jingtang looked around and said, "What kind of abyss is this? I can actually see the sky." Wu Ming explained, "Sometimes there are open-world abysses. No rooms, just a massive area. I hate sandy places like this." When Ye Qing turned around, he saw Yuling and Shingrun covering their faces with their clothes. They said it was to protect their skin from the sun. It could damage a lady's complexion. Ahead of them was the Hunting Heart team. Jingtang sighed, "Man, I wish I could fly. We've got a long road ahead before we even reach the mission target." One of the mages said that according to reports, there should be an oasis fort at the center of this abyss. Pa Jian noted that despite all the walking, they hadn't seen a single patch of greenery or even a monster, which was strange for an A-class dungeon. Then one of their teammates spotted large shapes circling above them. At first he thought they were birds, but when he looked closely, he realized they were monsters. He shouted, "Those aren't birds, they're harpies! And in this open terrain, they'll have the upper hand." Everyone rushed behind a shield bearer, except Ye Qing's group, who still stood their ground. The shield bearer yelled, "Are you guys trying to die out here?" Ye Qing replied calmly, "Why would we be scared?" Shingrun said, "In this situation, all we need to do is avoid getting caught by the harpies and protect ourselves." Then the harpies swooped down and attacked. One grabbed an archer and tried to carry him off. His partner jumped to save him, but failed to reach. Suddenly, the harpy exploded into pieces, and the archer fell, luckily not from too high up, so he survived. That explosion was caused by Yuling. She said coldly, "I thought the Hunting Heart members were supposed to be elites, but it looks like more than half are just here to fill the numbers." The man tried to make excuses, saying he only got distracted because of them. Ye Qing thought, pathetic. These people never change. They're experts at blaming others. More monsters were flying toward Ye Qing and Wu Ming. The shield-bearer warned them to be careful. Wu Ming moved like lightning, slicing through the harpies in a single strike. Their heads fell to the ground as he stood behind them. Then the same archer, panicking, screamed at a monster. His shout only drew more toward him. He tried to run, but Ye Qing ran up, kicked him in the head and said, "Harpies are drawn to sound. The louder you yell, the closer they'll get. If you don't want to die, keep your damn mouth shut." Meanwhile, Pa Jian's main group was actually fighting in decent coordination. The monsters began to retreat, frightened. Jingtang looked up and asked, "So, are we safe now?" Xingrun shook her head. "Monsters like these aren't that strong, but they use the wind to attack anyone making noise, especially mages and bards, since they have to shout their spells. They can also break through shields pretty easily." Jingtang decided it was best to keep his mouth shut for the rest of the journey. One of Pa Jian's mages said the harpies seemed scared to fight them now. But then, the ground beneath everyone began to shake. Xingrun's eyes widened. "No, they're not scared of us. They're scared of something even worse." In the distance they saw it, an enormous horde of orcs charging straight toward them. Pa Jian shouted, "Dangerous orcs are coming. Prepare for battle." He ordered his entire team. "Healers stay at the back, tanks with me, and everyone else hold the front line." Then he glanced toward Ye Qing's group and said, "I'm a professional commander who can lead more than 20 people in combat. Today I'll show you trash collectors what the true power of hunting heart looks like." Ye Qing's team just stood there silently watching. Pa Jian activated his titanic power, enhancing his body's strength, and charged toward the incoming horde of orcs. On the front line, he began slashing off their heads one after another. The mages behind him supported with long-range spells, while the tanks guarded his sides. Standing on top of a hill, Ye Qing observed quietly, "Hunting Heart's team is doing fine for now. These orcs aren't too strong anyway, so their guild should be able to handle this." Behind him, Yiling got ready to fight and asked, "Aren't we joining the battle?" Jingtang sighed. "Looking at all those monsters makes me want to go home." Yiling smacked him on the head. "You were the one bragging about becoming strong," Ye Qing said calmly. "Pa Jian wants to put on a big show, so we'll just stay here and collect the leftovers." Just then, an orc came crashing down near them. It got up and charged toward Ye Qing's group, but before it could reach them, Yiling used instant explosion and blasted it into pieces. Ye Qing frowned. "I'm sure that bastard threw this orc toward us on purpose." Pa Jian laughed loudly. "Hey, trash pickers! Still alive? Then hurry up and do your job. Collect the garbage." Even after killing the orc, all the items they got were low-quality junk. Everyone looked at Wuming, who had to look away awkwardly. His presence seemed to be lowering their luck. Jingtang picked up one of the items and said, "These won't be of any use to Hunting Heart. They only bother picking up purple tier stuff." Ye Qing quickly grabbed the items and said, "That's fine. Our goal here is to gather these gray ones anyway. They're exactly what I need." Meanwhile, Pa Jian's team had taken down a bunch of orcs, but they hadn't found a single purple-level item yet. Frustrated, Pa Jian growled, "What the hell is this? How come we haven't gotten a single valuable drop?" One of his mages agreed. "Yeah, and it's weird. The orcs haven't dealt any critical damage either." Pa Jian muttered, "What kind of bad luck am I having today?" Watching from afar, Ye Qing said, "Something feels off. These monsters aren't fighting with their main force." Xingrun added, "But monsters are dumb. When they find humans in their territory, they usually go all out." Ye Qing nodded. "Ever since I got that dagger during the hunter test, I've been noticing strange things. Some monsters can actually communicate in their own language." He pointed toward a group of orcs in the distance. They seemed to be talking to something much larger. Pa Jian, meanwhile, was shouting at his healers to keep the tank's HP full. Suddenly, the ground behind one of the archers cracked open, and a large group of orcs emerged, charging straight for the backline. They had a clear strategy: skip the front and hit the mages and archers first. A mage quickly warned Pa Jian that their backline was in danger, but Pa Jian ignored him and said, "Draw the monsters' attention toward those trash collectors instead." His team threw explosive bombs in Ye Qing's direction, and all the monsters immediately turned toward them. Wuming noticed movement heading their way. "Something's coming," he said. Jingtang's eyes widened. "Those are monsters!" Yiling realized it immediately. They didn't escape the fight. They were sent here on purpose. Xingrun smirked. "Well, we haven't had a chance to fight yet. Time to show what we can do." Ye Qing placed a hand on both her and Yuling's shoulders. "No, save your magic and HP for now." Yuling frowned. "Why shouldn't we use magic?" Ye Qing replied, "Because the orcs are leading us into a trap. Let's see what happens to their guild first. I'll handle these monsters myself." He dashed straight into the approaching horde. One of the monsters hurled a trap toward him, forming a web-like net in midair. They thought he'd get caught, but in the next instant, Ye Qing appeared behind them. He kicked one monster hard, sending it flying. The others swung at him, but he dodged effortlessly, leapt into the air, and slashed them apart with his sword. Shingrun watched in awe. In just a few days, he's gotten way stronger. It's hard to even track his movements now. Ye Qing fought the entire pack alone, tearing through every orc that came near him. The rest, terrified by what they saw, turned and fled. Behind them, the smoke was so thick that Pa Jian's team couldn't see anything clearly. They assumed Ye Qing's group had been wiped out. But then, the horde of orcs that had fled suddenly charged back toward them. Ye Qing muttered, "Just as I thought, these monsters are different from before. They know to strike weaker targets first and avoid stronger ones. These orcs are intelligent." Then a massive orc swung its axe, killing one of Pa Jian's tanks in a single blow. Pa Jian shouted, "Matches! Why didn't you heal the tank?" The healer panicked. "His HP dropped to 0 in one hit. I couldn't even react." From within the smoke, an enormous orc emerged, with a smaller creature perched on its head. Pa Jian stared. "That's a high-level orc warrior. They're way stronger than the others." He turned to reorganize his team, but when he looked back, he saw the back line being overrun by more orcs. They were surrounded from both sides. Ye Qing said, "The orc raiders were just bait." Pa Jian didn't give up. He used his titanic power to keep killing the smaller orcs. He shouted, "You think I'd be scared of a few monsters? You're all just trash." The big orc just kept smiling at him. Pa Jian charged forward to strike, but the massive creature threw a punch straight at him. His sword clashed against the monster's fist, yet it didn't even leave a scratch. The impact sent Pa Jian flying across the field, crashing hard into the ground. He groaned and yelled, "What the hell is this damn thing?" Just as he got up, the monster dashed forward with insane speed and kicked him right in the face. He was sent flying again, smashing into the rocks and getting buried halfway inside. The other mages were terrified now. They could tell their team leader was completely outmatched. They ran to support him, forming a defensive circle and fighting off the smaller raiders. Meanwhile, the tiny goblin sitting on the big orc's shoulder raised its staff and began casting spells. The corpses of fallen monsters started twitching and rising back up. An archer shot one of them, but instead of dying again, the monster lunged forward and grabbed onto him. A warrior shouted, "That's necromancy magic! Stay away from them!" Suddenly, all those corpses started exploding one after another. The blast caused so much damage that even the healers couldn't keep up. Panicking, Pa Jian yelled for everyone to fall back and threw down a smoke bomb to cover their retreat. Watching from afar, Ye Qing said, "Turning corpses into bombs. This has to be a muscle spell." He ordered his own team to stay clear of the bodies. Just then, a half-dead monster staggered toward him. Ye Qing immediately activated his recycle job. Dozens of shadowy hands reached up from the ground, grabbed the monster, and pulled it under. Then, one by one, Ye Qing started recycling every corpse in the area. Yerling stared in shock while Jingtang couldn't stop praising him. Even Wuming walked over and said, "That skill of yours is actually pretty interesting." Ye Qing nodded. "We should clean up these corpses before that big one revives them again." Moments later, they saw Pa Jian and his squad running toward them. Pa Jian stopped in front of Ye Qing. "I'm about to give you a great opportunity. I'll write in my report that you helped us a lot during this A-rank mission. That way, when we're out of here, you can get your trashy hunting group upgraded." Ye Qing replied calmly, "I'm fine picking up trash." Pa Jian smirked. "Look, this time I'm offering you a real deal. Hunting Heart and your team will work together." A few minutes earlier during the battle, Pa Jian had realized that defeating that giant monster wasn't going to be easy. His mage teammate had suggested that since this was an open-area abyss, they could abandon the fight and take another route to their target. But Pa Jian said, "If we run, the monster will just follow us wherever we go." The mage then came up with a clever idea. "You already hate those scavenger guys, right? So why not lead the monster straight to them?" Pa Jian liked that plan. He thought, "Even if those scavengers die, no one's going to blame me. My father's an important man." Jingtang whispered to Ye Qing, "They're totally planning to use us as cannon fodder." On the other side, Shingrun said to Ye Qing, "This powerful monster is the perfect challenge for us. Don't waste this chance." She encouraged him to accept the offer. Pa Jian smiled smugly. "So what do you say? We'll treat you like an A-level hunting group and give you extra rewards when this is over. Jingtang tried to talk Yeching out of it, but Xingring kept insisting. In the end, Yeching agreed. Pa Jian laughed. That's what I like to hear. This will mark a great start to our friendship. Then Yeching gathered his team to discuss their plan. Jingtang warned him again that Pa Jian still probably wanted them dead. Yeching didn't respond. Instead, he pulled out a legendary class shield and handed it to Jingtang. Yuling was stunned. She'd never seen a legendary item before. Jingtang looked nervous. If I break this, how am I ever going to pay you back? Yeching said, if it breaks, just throw it away quietly. I'll give you another one. Then he turned to Xingren. You've got that healing talent as a knight, right? She nodded. Yeah, but I'm not that great at it. I can handle basic buffs, though. Yeching smiled. Perfect. From now on, you're our nanny. Xingren frowned. I came here to fight, not babysit. Yeching explained. You don't need to fight this time. Your job is to protect our backline, Jingtang and Yuling. If you do that, we can retreat from the abyss safely. Jingtang grinned. Big sis, guess we're in your hands. Then Yeching looked at Yuling. Your skills are fire type, right? When monsters get close, burn them before they reach you. Just don't let them near. If their corpses explode again, it'll be bad. Yuling smirked. Don't worry, I'll turn them into charcoal before they even get the chance to blow up. Yeching turned toward his last remaining teammate, Wuming, who looked as carefree as ever. Wuming said, I'm not planning to die here, so what do you even want me to do? Yeching replied that he could do whatever he wanted, but their goal was simple, to take down that ogre mage and the giant monster without relying on Hunting Heart and show them their true worth. From behind, some of the Hunting Heart members shouted to Yeching, telling him to distract the big monster and to watch out for the little creature sitting on its head. Seeing Yeching's team move in, Pa Jian grinned. These idiots are charging in without even getting buffs from our magicians. As soon as they went forward, he ordered his own squad to retreat from the area. The ogre raiders soon noticed shadows moving through the smoke. They charged in, but the moment they got close to Yeching, they were all dead within seconds. Now the massive monster glared at Yeching, roaring something in its strange language. Yeching quickly asked his system to translate it. The small creature sitting on top of the monster shouted, Foolish humans, we are the Ogre clan, protectors of this land under the Emperor's rule, chosen by the heavens. Anyone who dares to trespass here shall receive the gift of death. Then the little monster began casting magic. Jingtang rushed over, shield in hand. That thing's using mind control. That shaman must be their strategist. If we take him down, the rest of the ogres won't be as dangerous. Suddenly, the smaller orcs brought over a massive weapon for the big one. The moment it grabbed it, its health started to recover, and a system notification appeared. Control techniques are ineffective against this target. Jingtang realized the monster's durability, strength, and resistance were off the charts. When he looked back, he saw that Hunting Heart had abandoned them and fled. Wuming asked Yeching, So what do we do now? Yeching said calmly, Hunting Heart wanted to use us as cannon fodder. I'll cut off that giant's head. You just handle the others around us. Wuming nodded and rushed in to slaughter the nearby enemies. Yeching told the rest of the team not to leave a single monster alive. Yuling was ready to burn them down, Wuming to tear them apart, Xingran to heal, and Jingtang to provide buffs. The swarm of monsters charged at Wuming, but he swung his weapon at lightning speed, decapitating several of them in one move. Some of the quicker ones tried to strike from his blind spot, but Yeching dashed forward and sliced through them, shouting, I'm leaving the small ones to you. Then he sprinted straight toward the giant ogre monster. Behind him, Xingren wanted to jump into the fight herself. Jingtang was in high spirits, and Yuling was just waiting for any monster to come close enough for her to blow it apart. Suddenly, Jingtang felt something behind him. A few small monsters had crawled up from underground. He activated his chain dance skill, and for the first time, the chains shot out perfectly, binding the monsters. Yuling smirked. Well, at least you're not dead weight anymore. She warned him to get out of the way and cast an instant explosion. Jingtang barely escaped and yelled, You crazy woman? I almost died too. Yuling snapped back. The boss said to overkill these monsters. If we don't, their bodies might explode on their own. Inside, she was thinking she'd just gotten her revenge on Jingtang. Then more monsters crawled out of the ground. Jingtang groaned. These bastards just don't stop coming. Yuling leapt onto a nearby rock. You guys really love digging, huh? If you're all coming from the same direction, that means these holes are probably connected underground. She fired a burst of flames straight into one of the tunnels. The fire traveled through the connected paths, causing a series of underground explosions. As the entire network ignited, burning everything below, she said to Jingtong, "Job's done, and not even a trace of trash left behind." Jingtong muttered, "You're the living bomb, not them." Xingran glanced at her team, proud of how they were holding up. She called them to stay behind her so she could cover them. As a wave of monsters rushed in, she used one of her skills to freeze 2 of them in place instantly. Then she looked around, trying to find Yiqing. When her eyes landed on him, she saw he was locked in a fierce battle with the massive ogre. Oh, a notification appeared. Rampage attack detected, power output 100% plus. Yiqing realized he just needed to make sure that monster didn't touch him. The little shaman on its head began chanting, summoning dozens of monster hands from underground. But Yiqing struck once, just once, and all those summoned creatures vanished into darkness. The sheer force of that dark power even shocked the shaman. Yiqing pointed at him and said, "All that filth you just threw at me, I'll give it back twice as hard. Recycling return." All the monsters Yiqing had previously recycled surged back out of the ground and swarmed toward the shaman. The moment they reached him, they exploded one after another. From a distance, Pa Jian heard the blast and said, "That much noise can only mean Yiqing's team is dead by now." But even after all those explosions, the giant monster was still standing. It had shielded the little shaman with its own body, then suddenly grabbed him and swallowed him whole. Yiqing froze. What? He just ate his own ally? That's how he gets stronger? That's disgusting. After devouring the shaman, the massive creature grew even more furious and powerful. Yiqing steadied himself and said, "So that little shaman was actually suppressing the ogre's true power? Now that he's gone, I'm looking at the ogre mage's real form." Before them now stood the skeletal form of the ogre mage, radiating terrifying power. While Xingran was healing Yuling's minor wounds on one side, Jingtong was shouting as he fought off monsters. "Where the hell did that big sword guy go? Don't tell me he's dead already." Just then, Wuming stepped out from the shadows. Behind him were piles of monster corpses. Clearly, he had just finished clearing them out. Seeing him, Jingtong got furious and yelled, "Do you even know what team spirit means? You're the main warrior, yet you didn't even bother supporting us." Wuming calmly explained that he was helping them by not fighting alongside them. Because of his curse, his low luck value made it so that even a light hit on his teammates could be fatal, and not even Xingran's healing could save them. Xingran nodded in agreement. Wuming continued, saying he only joined the hunting group to meet the number requirement, and they shouldn't forget that he's actually a professional mercenary. Right then, a group of huge monsters appeared behind them. In just seconds, Wuming sliced them all down and said, "Every monster I kill has its price." Meanwhile, the Yiqing was fighting the massive ogre mage monster. When he stepped on the ground, strange sand began to trap his legs. He immediately realized it was one of the monster's abilities. As the creature lunged toward him, Yiqing used his gravity magic to pull himself to the other side and land safely on solid ground. He knew this fight wasn't going to be easy, so he activated his berserk mode and slashed fiercely at the monster. The ogre mage roared in anger and threw a powerful punch at him. Yiqing used his gravitational magic again to pull himself through the air, dodging the hit, and reappeared behind the monster's head. He struck hard from behind, but the monster spun around and swung back. Yiqing managed a perfect parry, but a system notification warned him that the ogre mage's crushing attacks couldn't be completely nullified. Even with the perfect block, he still took 30% damage, and his weapons broke apart. The blow sent him flying across the battlefield. Another notification popped up. He'd been hit with an imprisoned debuff, disabling his emergency evasion and movement skills. As the monster charged in for the kill, Yiqing activated his recycle ability. Countless ghostly hands appeared, grabbed him, and carried him away from danger. The monster, enraged, chased after him. While being carried away, Yiqing used his healing card and recycled his daggers back into form. Once ready, he stopped on solid ground again. The ogre mage was about to land a one-hit kill attack, but Yiqing dashed forward and slashed all around its leg, crippling its movement and turning speed. Taking advantage of the slowdown, he darted behind it and unleashed a flurry of strikes to the back of its head, cutting its health down to 75%. Yexing smirked and said, "Looks like I can actually finish this thing off." But the ogre mage roared furiously, and the sheer shockwave sent Yexing flying back toward his team. Jingtong ran to him and asked, "You still able to move?" Yexing groaned but replied, "Yeah, I can still manage." Right then, a system broadcast announced that the ogre mage had activated super recovery. Its health was rapidly regenerating, and within seconds, it was back to full. Frustrated, Yexing explained, "Its super recovery ability keeps healing it unless it's dealt damage every 3 seconds. Wuming sighed, saying, "Guess Pa Jian made the right call running away. We shouldn't even be fighting this thing." Yexing clenched his fists and said, "After all this effort, if I can't even kill this monster and claim the reward, that would be ridiculous. I've already figured out how this thing's combat system works." Wuming asked, "With that kind of recovery, how do you expect to beat it?" Yexing replied, "Not by myself. This time I'm gonna need everyone's help." He explained that this monster's aggression system was different from others. It would only target whoever last hit it. Their plan was to take turns attacking it, shifting the aggression between them so the monster wouldn't get time to heal. He said, "Wuming, Shingrun, and I will rotate hits and draw its focus. Whenever there's a gap, Yeoling, you attack it." Jingtong asked, "And what the hell am I supposed to do?" Yexing smirked and said, "You just focus on staying alive, because that's going to be the hardest job here." Jingtong sighed, "So what are our chances of actually beating this boss?" Yexing smiled and said, "We've got a solid 20% chance." Jingtong groaned, "Man, I should have just followed Pa Jian and bailed." Yeoling chuckled, "Honestly, I thought the chances would be even lower." Yexing said, "We've only got one shot at this. If that ogre mage fully recovers again, we're calling it off and getting the hell out of here. Until then, I'll make sure everyone stays safe by drawing its aggression toward me with one final strike." As Shingrun healed his wounds, she told him she believed he could win, and that she'd give everything she had for this fight. Jingtong, feeling fired up, said he wasn't going to run either. Yeoling added that she still had plenty of mana left to fight. Wuming sighed and muttered, "You guys really are a bunch of idiots." Yexing grinned and said that with Shingrun's healing combined with his own recovery, he could suppress his debuffs. He told her, "With your help, I'll be able to activate triple berserk mode without worrying about dying instantly." Shingrun was shocked. She had never heard of such a mode before. Wuming explained that in triple mode, the effects of berserk multiply dramatically, but the risk of death skyrockets too. Yexing nodded, saying this was going to be one hell of a gamble. Yeoling gathered her mana and entered her flame form, amplifying all her fire spells. She began launching massive fireballs toward the ogre mage from a distance. The monster swung one of its claws, exploding them mid-air, and immediately turned its aggression toward her. The ogre mage started charging at Yeoling. Shingrun quickly moved to block its attacks, slashing away its strikes, while Jingtong rushed in front with his shield raised. Yexing ordered Shingrun to use her ice attribute to harden the ground and carve out a safe path for him to move through. The monster was about to shatter the ice when Yeoling's massive fireballs slammed into its face, stopping it in its tracks. The ogre mage roared in fury, smashing the ground apart, but by then, Yexing had already launched himself into the air. The sheer pressure from the monster's attack ripped through the earth, sending a deadly shockwave straight towards Shingrun. She tried to block it with her ice barrier, but cracks started spreading through the frozen wall. She yelled for Jingtong and Yeoling to retreat. Just then, a system notification appeared. Monster aggression had shifted. In that moment, Wuming appeared from behind, shattering Shingrun's ice barrier with a powerful strike, canceling out the incoming pressure. He told her, "Keep moving forward. You're faster than me." Shingrun sprinted toward the ogre mage at full speed, dodging the projectiles it hurled at her by freezing air pockets and vaulting through them. From above, Yexing dropped in and yelled, "Did that dumb monster forget about me?" He struck with blades charged in dark energy, slicing deep into the monster and pulling its aggression back toward himself. The ogre mage turned away from Shingrun and glared up at Yexing, who was still midair. As it readied another strike, Yexing suddenly darted aside, disappearing from its line of sight. The monster sensed someone behind it and swung its weapon wildly, barely missing Shingren. Right then, Yeching reappeared behind the creature, delivering another vicious, dark slash. "Now, Yuling, light it up!" he shouted. Yuling chugged an energy drink, gathered her power, and hurled massive fiery explosives straight at the monster, shaking the battlefield. The ogre mage slammed its fist into the ground in rage, and the shock split the terrain beneath Yuling's feet. She barely managed to leap away from the collapsing ground. Yeching charged in and landed another fierce strike, driving the monster's HP down to 63%. Then in an instant, the ogre mage lunged upward, catching Yeching in its massive hand. But before it could crush him, Wuming leapt high and brought his blade down with tremendous force, slicing off the monster's entire arm. As Yeching landed safely, he looked up at Wuming and said, "Nice one. Keep that up, and we can actually kill this thing." He called out to everyone, ordering them to keep attacking without stopping. Yuling took a few seconds to recover her mana, then unleashed another round of massive explosions at the monster. As she taunted, she shouted, "Hey, ugly, quit screaming like that. Your voice is even worse than your face." That insult immediately shifted the monster's aggression toward her. The ogre mage glared at Yuling and hurled its massive axe straight at her with terrifying speed, something no one had expected. Yeching yelled, "Shingren, use your attribute to block that flying axe." Shingren quickly summoned an enormous ice wall in midair to intercept it, but the axe was so powerful it tore right through her ice barrier. Now, with no protection left, Yuling stood exposed. Jingtang suddenly remembered Yeching's earlier words, that his only job was to stay alive, while everyone else got the chance to fight. He grabbed his shield and sprinted toward Yuling as fast as he could. Jingtang had always just wanted to make money, to chase his dream of becoming a celebrity. But deep down, he knew he didn't have what it took. "I really am trash," he thought. "Even my singing voice has no melody, and my pitch is all over the place." A dark voice inside him whispered, "You know you're not cut out for this. You'll never be enough." Jingtang's chest tightened as he thought, maybe that voice was right. He wasn't a musician. He wasn't a warrior. He had never once stood in the spotlight, not in music, not in battle. He always thought the spotlight belonged to the true heroes of the show. He believed that if he just kept doing his part behind the mic, one day he might earn his moment. But what did he get instead? The deaths of those he was supposed to protect. All he ever heard was that he was worthless. He knew he didn't have any special talent, but he refused to accept that as his fate. Sprinting forward, he shouted in his mind, "I can't stand watching everyone else shine brighter than me. Just once, I want to stand in the center of the stage." And that was the moment he broke his fear. He dove in front of Yuling, raising his shield to block the incoming axe. The force was devastating. The shield shattered, and Jingtang's body was slashed open. But his sacrifice diverted the axe's path away from Yuling. His body was thrown far across the field. Seeing that, Yeching roared in fury. He used gravity vortex to pull the axe from the ground and hurled it straight back at the ogre mage with tremendous force. Then, burning with rage, he activated his triple berserk ability, and his power skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Furious, Yeching shouted, "You bastard! How long have you been wasting our time? I'll crush every single one of your bones." Shingren hurried to heal the wounded Jingtang, whose blood was pouring out fast. Enraged, Yeching charged straight toward the monster. The creature, with its remaining severed arm, hurled the same deadly debris at him again. Yeching dodged each piece with precision, grabbed one midair, and hurled it back with all his strength, striking the monster right in the center of its skull. But the monster's skull was still unbelievably tough. It swung its arm forward to grab Yeching. His HP was down to only 40%. Before the monster could catch him, Wuming appeared and sliced that arm clean off. From below, Shingren froze its lower body with ice, and from above, Yuling launched fire explosives straight at it. Thanks to their perfect teamwork, the monster's HP dropped to just 10%. Yeching, putting everything he had into it, drove the weapon straight through the monster's skull and cast a gravity vortex into the hole. The vortex tore through the creature's head, pulling it inward as it screamed in agony, until finally its upper body vanished completely. The monster hit 0 HP and collapsed, dead. After the battle, Yeching rushed over and asked how Jingtang was doing. Shingren explained that the shield Jingtang had been holding had an invincibility effect, which gave him a small chance to survive. But her healing ability was weak, barely enough to keep him alive. Frustrated with himself, Yexing muttered, "This is all my fault. I should have known the rules of surviving in the abyss." Barely conscious, Jingtang smiled faintly and said, "Bro, don't say that. I'm just glad I could help. For once I actually got to stand in the spotlight." Yexing stood up and told the group, "Xingran, Wuming, Yuling, your mission's canceled. Take Jingtang and get out of the abyss now. I'll handle the rest." Xingran protested. "Going ahead alone is suicide. That opponent was tough enough to put all of us at risk. You'll get yourself killed." Ignoring her, Yexing began scavenging the monster's remains, thinking to himself, "Every moment in the abyss is like having a blade pressed to your throat. If you can't face that, you'll never survive what comes next." He was getting stronger, but deep inside he felt like he was slowly losing something vital. He stared into the abyss, and the abyss stared right back, as if mocking his weakness. Then a notification appeared. "You have obtained the bone mill amulet." Watching from the side, Jingtang felt crushed. "I'm sorry. It's all because of me. I tried so hard to help, but in the end, I just became a burden again." Yexing wanted to cheer him up, but couldn't find the words. Deep down, he didn't even want to encourage Jingtang to come back, because the thought of him risking his life in the abyss again made Yexing's chest tighten. He finished recycling the orc corpses and stepped into the next portal, thinking, "I'm sorry, but that's just the cruelty of the abyss. It never shows mercy to anyone." He entered and found himself in a desert-like area filled with monster corpses. "Looks like the Hunting Heart team ignored the ogre mage fight," he muttered, "but they still ran into monsters even out here." Since there were no bodies of the team members, it meant they'd all survived and moved on. Then Yexing spotted a used smoke bomb on the ground. It clicked instantly. Their plan from the start had been to sneak through using stealth and grab rewards without fighting. He activated his observation eye and scanned ahead. More monsters, bigger, stronger, ogre berserkers. These things could one-shot a warrior of the same level. But Yexing wasn't planning to avoid this fight. Alone, he took a deep breath, unleashed his aura, and drew every monster's attention to himself. Meanwhile, the Hunting Heart group had reached the end of the abyss. In front of them stood a massive stone pillar. Pa Jian shouted at his mage, "What the hell is going on? There's nothing here but a stone gate." The mage stammered, "According to the hints, we need the Guardian's amulet to open it." Pa Jian snapped, "Guardian's amulet? I don't see any damn Guardian around." The mage hesitated. "Boss, we avoided all the fights. Based on the hints, that Guardian's amulet should have been dropped by that huge monster we skipped earlier." Pa Jian groaned. "You mean the ogre mage? Don't tell me we have to go back and kill that thing just to open this door." The mage nodded. Pa Jian turned to his team. "How many smoke bombs do we have left?" "None," they replied. That meant they couldn't even sneak past the monsters anymore. The mage admitted, "We can't take that boss head-on anyway. Our main tank's already dead." Pa Jian shouted, "This is all because of that damn Wuming. Ever since that cursed guy joined, everything's been going downhill." Just then, Yexing appeared, carrying the Guardian's amulet in his hand. "Looking for this?" he said coldly. The entire Hunting Heart team froze, shocked that he was still alive. Pa Jian sneered, "You're the only one left? Don't tell me you abandoned your team and ran off." Yexing walked past him and said, "I'm not like you. I don't sacrifice my teammates for small gains. I sent them out safely first." Then he stepped forward and inserted the amulet into the entrance. A teleport gate opened before them. Everyone walked through. Inside, a massive staircase awaited. Pa Jian glanced at Yexing. "How the hell did you steal that amulet from the boss monster?" The mage muttered. "He must have had some kind of legendary thief skill." Pa Jian laughed. "Come on, Yexing's just a scavenger. Maybe he's got a legendary garbage collecting ability, but stealing? No way." Yexing glared at them. "Stop overthinking. I didn't steal it. I killed the ogre mage." Pa Jian grabbed him from behind and yelled, "You? Kill that thing we couldn't even scratch? Don't make me laugh." Yexing slammed his fist against the nearby wall, shattering it completely. Then he turned to Pa Jian. "Want to try taking that punch yourself?" Pa Jian and his mage froze, completely stunned by Yexing's raw power. Pa Shang suddenly changed his tone completely, buttering Yexing up. "Hey, look, I get it now. You're really something else. But at least we can agree we've got a working relationship here, right?" He continued, there's probably going to be a puzzle or something in the final chamber that'll need more people to solve. You won't be able to do it alone? Then he added slyly, and once we're out, you'll need my status too. It'll help your hunter group's ranking. He started talking like they were partners now. So let's split the treasure evenly between everyone here. Since my team has 5 people and your trash team has 1, that means we'll take 5 shares and you get 1. Just then, Pashang stepped on a trap. Yexing yelled for everyone to move aside right before a rain of arrows came flying at them. One guy was hit by so many magical arrows that his body was torn apart within seconds. Yexing looked at Pashang and said calmly, your share idea sounds fair enough, but looks like now you'll be dividing it 4 ways. They kept moving up the stairs. There were more traps ahead, but thanks to Yexing, they narrowly avoided them all. Then Yexing noticed several warning notifications flashing in front of him. Tons of traps ahead. Annoyed, he slammed his fist into a nearby pillar, breaking it and triggering all the traps at once. Pashang's team panicked, jumping around like crazy, while Yexing used his dark energy to freeze every arrow midair. When the dust settled, he sighed in relief. All the traps are cleared. Move forward, Pashang shouted. What the hell, are all your attributes stacked into strength or something? His mage asked. What kind of skill was that? I've never seen anything like it before. As they kept walking, the group whispered among themselves. They knew Yexing was powerful, and that they'd need him. Pashang leaned toward his mage and muttered, yeah, maybe so, but what does it matter? He's just one guy. He can't take on all 4 of us. A few steps later, Yexing stopped. Pashang's group hurried to catch up, wondering why he'd halted. Then they saw it, a glimmer in the distance, the treasure. Without thinking, they bolted toward it and burst into a massive treasury room filled with piles of gold. Pashang picked up a huge crystal and shouted, I've never seen purity this high. This thing's incredible. The others were practically drooling. If we take all this, we'll never have to scavenge junk again. Pashang ordered them, hurry up, fill your bags. Once we're out, it's luxury for life. Yexing, though, felt uneasy. The air in the room was too still. Something was wrong. Then he heard a faint shifting sound above. Coins began sliding down, tumbling to the floor. A notification popped up in front of him. Dragon discovered. He froze. What, a dragon? Here? There have only ever been 5 recorded in the whole world. Suddenly a face emerged from beneath the gold. A tall, red-skinned woman with massive horns rose up before him. She yawned. Who dares disturb my sleep? Pashang blurted out. Why the hell is there a woman in this dungeon? The woman glared at them. Pathetic little creatures. Leave your belongings here, and I'll let you walk away alive. Then she turned and tried to go back to sleep. Pashang scoffed. She's a demon-type beast, but how's she even speaking human language? The woman opened one eye. I was just about to drift back off, she said with a yawn. Why are you still here? The stench of your greed makes me sick. She began walking toward them. You dare enter my den and soil my golden floor? Pashang smirked. Just a humanoid monster, huh? Fellas, no harm in taking down such a beautiful beast. If she picks a fight, that's on her, his mage warned. She's not normal, Pashang. Maybe listen to what she's saying. But Pashang waved him off. Relax, she's just a monster. The 4 of us can take her easy. Besides, her aggression's locked on that scavenger, Yexing. We'll use that to sneak attack her. Before they could move, the dragon lady's hand crackled with energy. Bright red lightning flashed, tearing across the room toward Pashang's team. They screamed, but the lightning ignored them and shot straight toward Yexing. The woman leapt forward, wings spreading wide as she landed before Yexing. Boy, she said, among all this gold, silver, and jewels, surely there's something here you can offer me. Yexing stared at her face. Her expression was innocent, but he could see right through the act. Then she noticed something inside his jacket and used her magic to pull it toward her. Yexing caught it midair and growled, Don't touch my stuff. She frowned. Why not? If it's just junk to you, what's the harm in letting me have it? Yexing activated his observation eye and thought, if a dragon's got a health bar, that means it can be killed. In the next instant, she vanished. Yexing's vision blurred, then agony struck. She was behind him and his eye was gone. Blood poured down his face. Holding his eye between her fingers, she sneered. I wasn't in the mood to watch your pathetic little tricks. Then she popped it into her mouth and swallowed it. Yexing's rage exploded. He activated his double frenzy state, doubling his power, and charged with both blades drawn, slashing at her with everything he had. But with a single finger, she shattered his swords, and with a flick, sent him flying across the room. Coughing blood, Yiqing shouted. What kind of power is this? It can't even be measured. She's like a damn god. Pashang's team saw that and instantly realized they were doomed. He tossed a smoke bomb and yelled, "Grab as much treasure as you can and run." But through the smoke, the dragon transformed, massive, terrifying. Pashang grabbed a few small gems and whispered, "At least I'll get out with something." Then a fiery beam ripped through the smoke, aimed straight at him. It missed narrowly but incinerated his teammates instantly. Pashang clutched a small crystal. "At least I've got this one." But a loud blast erupted in front of him. The dragon landed right there, snarling. "You dare steal from me, you filthy thief!" Then she shifted back into her human form. "Handling a dragon's treasure is a bit too much for you, isn't it? It burns." As she spoke, Pashang noticed the crystal in his hand glowing red-hot. Panicking, he threw it away. Meanwhile, Yiqing came charging in from behind, sword raised high, but the dragon blew softly, and his blades shattered to pieces. She looked at him and smirked. How pathetic. A sneak attack, and still worse than trash. Yiqing was in terrible shape. The woman looked at him and said, "If you really want to see what true regeneration looks like, I can show you." Her hand began glowing with green energy. Behind her, Pashang tried to quietly pick the crystal back up and make a run for it. But without even turning around, the dragon tossed a coin over her shoulder. It shot straight through Pashang's leg, pinning him in place. She kept healing Yiqing effortlessly, then turned to him and asked what he had come here for. Yiqing said clearly, "I need the key to the Black Tower. It's part of your collection." The dragon grew furious and lifted him off the ground. "How dare a worthless little scavenger like you ask for a dragon's treasure?" Yiqing stayed calm. "If you give me the Black Tower key, I'll stay away from your horde forever." She scoffed. "Why should I care what you do? When a dog barks at a dragon, she can crush it whenever she pleases." That's when Yiqing gathered dark energy around himself. "I have something you won't be able to say no to." He summoned his scavenger ability, and multiple spectral arms appeared, grabbing everything in sight, gold, gems, relics, and tossing them into his portal. The dragon lady screamed, "No, stop! Don't do that!" She rushed around, grabbing at the phantom hands, trying to pull them back, but her power had no effect. The arms kept devouring her treasure one by one. Yiqing said coldly, "Even if you kill me here, this devouring power won't stop. It'll consume everything in this place." The dragon shouted, "You bastard! You filthy bastard!" Yiqing pointed at the treasure in his hand. "So tell me, what's your choice? Will you give me what I want, or watch your thousands of years of treasure turn into nothing but dust?" And with that, he disintegrated one of her artifacts right before her eyes. The dragon roared in rage and screamed at him to stop the ability immediately. Yiqing looked around. There was still plenty of treasure left. The dragon stood in front of it protectively, but Yiqing's grin only widened as he unleashed his devouring power again. The dark energy spread everywhere, pulling in crystals first. The dragon shouted, "That was meant to be a gift for my unborn children." Then the energy swallowed her ancient scrolls. She tried to fight the phantom hands, but it was useless. One by one, her most precious treasures vanished into Yiqing's portal. She started crying and screaming, "Give it back! Spit it all out right now!" Yiqing pointed at the loot and said, "How about we trade? The Black Tower key in exchange for your precious hoard. Believe me, you don't want to see the scales of a Baelish snow dragon turn into garbage." Finally, she gave in. "Fine, I'll give you what you want. After all, it's just a simple key." She led him into a palace-like area, explaining that it was the treasury of dragon knowledge. No one had set foot there for the past 300 years, so the place felt like a graveyard. Yiqing noticed stacks of books everywhere, with candles lit all around. He asked, "Aren't you afraid all these candles might burn the ancient scrolls?" The dragon gestured for him to sit, but Yiqing refused. Then she pulled out a box radiating dark energy. "This is the key to the Black Tower you wanted," she said. As Yiqing reached for it, her hand closed the box first. "What now?" he asked, annoyed. She smiled. "I can't just hand this over for free. You've devoured more than half my treasure. It's only fair you pay me back with something of equal value." Yexing told her he had nothing left. She smirked. "My nose is sensitive. You reek of trash. But underneath that filth, I smell something legendary. Your ability hides a divine treasure deep inside." Then she offered, "So what do you say? Give me a divine equipment piece, and I'll give you the key. Do it quickly, and I might even throw in a little bonus service." Yexing knew she was still greedy. "And if I refuse?" She laughed softly. "Oh, wild little dog. I know you've got more than 100 divine pieces on you right now." Frustrated by her manipulation, Yexing opened his portal and threw her a pile of gold coins along with one divine equipment piece. She caught it gleefully, her eyes lighting up. Yexing grabbed the Black Tower keys box. It started glowing bright red. Then a notification flashed before his eyes. He had been cursed with the curse of the dead shadow. All his attribute points dropped to 1. Every skill was sealed. A 5-day countdown began, ending with instant death. Enraged, Yexing glared at the dragon. "I only wanted the Black Tower key, and you tricked me into a death curse." She replied calmly, "The item I gave you was exactly what you asked for. Whether it was cursed or not, that's none of my concern." Yexing muttered, "Just as I thought, dealing with dragons was a mistake." She hummed happily, admiring her regained treasure, until Yexing stormed over and grabbed her horns. She screamed in fury. "I'm done listening to your crap," he shouted. "Tell me how to break this curse, or I'll drain your entire library dry." The dragon went quiet, then said, "You're looking for the gate of the other world, hidden within the final codex. Only by using it can you alter the laws of death and nullify the instant death curse." Yexing yelled, "Give me a clear answer, you stupid dragon! Where exactly is it?" She shrugged. "That's all the information I can give." Yexing was frustrated. How could he fight with such a curse hanging over him? Then the dragon added slyly, "Listen, wild dog, ordinary dragons can't lift this curse. But I'm no ordinary dragon. If you give me 500 pieces of divine equipment, I can suppress its effect for a while." Yexing couldn't believe how greedy she was. He threatened to destroy more of her treasure, but she countered, "You can pay in installments, 100 now, the rest later." With no choice left, Yexing threw more divine equipment at her in anger. He thought, "I can't tell if this dragon's stupid or insanely clever." He warned her not to play any more tricks. She smiled. "Relax, I still have 400 pieces left to collect from you. Why would I let anything happen to my source of profit?" Then she opened her mouth and spat something out. It was the eye she had eaten earlier. Tossing it back to him, she said, "Time to take responsibility for what's yours." The eye flew straight into its socket and fused perfectly. But suddenly, searing pain hit Yexing's head. He clutched his face. "What did you do to me this time?" Dizzy and disoriented, he blacked out. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he was somewhere completely different. A notification appeared before him. He was inside the Obsidian Hall, the domain of the curse. He could still see clearly through the eye the dragon had returned to him. Then he felt a surge of dark energy ahead, and a sword slammed into the ground before him. He looked up. A figure sat on a throne, gripping a longsword, radiating pure darkness. The notification identified him as Yexing. He was staring at his exact clone. He looks at Yexing and says, "Yeah, a small, weak human could never defeat powerful demons. And yet, here you are, trying to fight me." Yexing realizes, "So, the only way to break this curse is to fight myself." That dark clone of his starts moving toward him. Above it, Yexing notices a system notification. Every single one of its stats is 30% higher than his. The dark clone smirks and says, "I already possess all your stats and every one of your skills. And in this cursed domain, my physical form is stronger than yours." Seeing that, Yexing thinks, "How am I even supposed to fight something like this?" To make things worse, his clone had a transcendent form as well. Drawing his sword forward, the clone says, "Once you fight me, you'll understand. I'm an existence you can never defeat." With that, he swings his massive cleaver and charges straight at Yexing. Yexing barely manages to dodge, stunned by his insane speed. He quickly pulls out his dual blades and tries to parry the cleaver, but the weapon's pressure is too much. His swords crack instantly, and he's sent flying backward. Panicked, Yexing thinks, he's faster, stronger, better in every way. I can't gain a single advantage here. Then the fake Yeching shouts, "Now taste this, my ability, Soul Smash," and draws in a deep breath. Yeching suddenly feels his energy and aura being sucked right out of him. The clone grins. Yes, these tiny fragments of power are delicious. He explains that his attacks are stealing Yeching's attributes, each strike shattering his soul from within. By the end of this fight, he'll devour Yeching's very spirit. They clash again, blades flying. Since Yeching's swords are smaller, he tries to use that speed to aim the clone's head, but the clone blows a gust of air and shatters his weapon into pieces. More notifications appear. His attributes are draining fast. The clone attacks again, forcing Yeching to summon a shield. But even that eats up his remaining points. Leaping high, the fake Yeching shouts, "You've got guts surviving this long, but your strength..." He kicks him so hard, Yeching is sent tumbling across the ground. Even so, Yeching stands back up, defending against every strike. But with each blow, his weapons keep breaking, and he keeps reforging them with his remaining points. Eventually, he can't reforge anymore. His materials are gone. He remembers using them all to craft gear for that dragon. Now he's completely cornered. The clone swings his cleaver, landing a deep cut that starts draining Yeching's soul. The fake one sneers. "See, your true self stands before you, powerless. Bow before me, worship me. Maybe if I'm feeling generous, I'll let a fragment of your consciousness survive, just so you can watch as I destroy your family and torture your friends." He grabs Yeching, lifting him up, and leeches more dark energy out of him. Memories of his friends, allies, and his sister flood Yeching's mind. Seeing them, the fake Yeching says, "What interesting memories. I'll let a bit of your consciousness live, so you can witness the havoc I'll wreak using your body." Reading his thoughts, he adds, "You wanted to break the curse, but you've only accelerated it. You're weak before gods, demons, and every unknown existence." He raises his weapon and slams it down. In that instant, Yeching's consciousness flashes with the image of the Dragon Lady. She says, "Yeching still owes me 400 artifacts. You think I'd let him die here?" Right as the blow lands, Yeching grabs the clone's weapon, mid-swing, glares at him and says, "If my sword is your sword, then your sword is mine." Dark, monstrous energy begins leaking from his eyes. The clone freezes, shocked. "What the hell? What's happening to you?" Yeching's eyes turn completely dark, just like the clone's, absorbing his power. "Your strength is my strength," he says, "and my strength is yours." The clone yells in rage. "You crazy fool! Why won't you just die?" Yeching shouts back, "I won't be crushed by anything so trivial." His eyes blaze like a monster's, just like that dragon's. The clone trembles as he feels the dragon's aura radiating from Yeching. Then Yeching activates a new ability, Triple Dragon Frenzy. His power skyrockets. "Even if my body breaks apart, even if my bones and guts are crushed, it doesn't matter, because right now, I'm the one who's going to devour you." The terrified clone stammers, realizing Yeching looks more demonic than he does. Yeching rips the cleaver out of his hand. The clone tries to summon a portal, growling, "No one can defy me in my own domain. I have the same powers as you." He unleashes gravity vortex attacks, hurling massive force toward Yeching. But Yeching swings the stolen blade, slicing through the vortex and cutting off one of his hands. The clone screams, transforming into Blood Nightmare. He appears behind Yeching, firing off rapid-fire explosions that rock the entire battlefield. The clone laughs. "He must be dead now for sure." When the smoke clears, the land is scorched and broken, but Yeching stands unharmed, completely still. Furious, the clone roars and summons more gravity vortexes, launching boulders to crush him, but Yeching slices through them effortlessly. Then, with one clean swing, he cuts the monster in half. But it was only an illusion. The real one dodges forward, only for Yeching to vanish and reappear behind him, driving the sword straight through his stomach. Activating his ability, Yeching says, "To retrieve everything I've lost," and his attribute points start flowing back into him. The clone staggers, falling backward as his strength drains away, reverting to his true demonic form. Yeching grabs the clone's sword and says, "These weapons were only making you weaker." He bites down on the blade and shatters it with his teeth, utterly humiliating the demon. As Yeching's stats fully return, A demonic aura mask forms over his face. His presence becomes terrifying. He glares at the demon, vanishes in an instant, and before the demon can even react, Yeching appears right in front of him. With a crushing punch, he sends the demon flying high into the air, then leaps up faster than sound, clenching both fists and slamming him back down into the ground with a blast that shakes the entire domain. The demon lies broken, gasping, just as Yeching descends again, charging straight at him through the air. Panicking, the demon summons a chain ability, dragon-trapping chains, that wrap around Yeching, glowing with dark light. A system notification appears. These chains can absorb an entity's power. Standing on the ground with those chains still wrapped around him, Yeching looks at the demon and says, "Yeah, the more you struggle, the harder it's going to be to break free from these chains. I'm nothing like that greedy dragon, so listen carefully." Then, just like that, he shatters the demon's chains as if they were nothing, completely useless. The demon's last hope crumbles, leaving it weak and frail. Yeching shouts, "I'm not a god. I'm not a demon. I'm not even a dragon. On the contrary, I'm a king." He charges forward at full speed and lands a crushing punch right in the demon's face, slamming it into the ground. He follows up with a barrage of punches, each one igniting fire explosions, relentlessly pounding the demon. With every hit, the ground cracks more, until the entire battlefield is shattered. After a while, Yeching pulls the demon's heart out. At that moment, he himself looks completely demonic. He brings the heart close to his mouth, devours it in his demon form, and laughs, shouting that the demon's power now belongs to him. Outside, the dragon had been watching, preserving Yeching. She looks at him and comments, "Judging by his body, I thought the ritual might have failed. Well, if that little dog had turned into a shadow demon, I'd have had to kill him anyway." She draws her weapon and lunges at Yeching to strike him, but suddenly Yeching raises his hand and catches her thrown weapon. The dragon yells in shock, "What? The dead came back to life? Are you some kind of ghost?" Yeching replies calmly, "No need to worry. The ritual was fully completed, and all my powers have returned.